Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Commonwealth Esports Championships South Asia Qualifiers. We've got 4 countries battling it out, and today, our first series, it's going to be Pakistan up against Sri Lanka. Daniel, how are we doing?
I'm doing great. I'm really excited to see what a lot of these players have to do. Of course, one of their South Asian compatriots in Krish just was able to get a nice little win in the DPC, so I'm sure there are a lot of these other players hungry to be able to put themselves in the spotlight and represent their country at those Commonwealth Championships in Birmingham.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, it's all about the country pride and just being able to have this showing as a team, as a unit, and be able to battle and, like you said, be able to take it in Birmingham against a lot of the other better countries as well. But do you want to run us through how our day is going to look in regards to the series?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've just got the 3 best of 2s today. We've split it because, obviously there's 4 teams. They need time to be able to play each other. First up, like you said, it's going to be Pakistan against Sri Lanka. Then Pakistan will be facing India after they get a very short break. And then Sri Lanka coming up against Bangladesh for their first game of the day, all in best of 2s. So I'm excited to see how that's going to turn out because pretty sure it's the best record at the very end of all 6 best of 2s that's going to be the team that moves on forward to those land finals in Birmingham.
That's what we all want, to be able to get that opportunity to play in Birmingham, of course. Really, the first opportunity that we all have here for the Commonwealth Esports Championships. Of course, it is a well-connected initiative by Global Esports Federation and with Commonwealth Games Federation. So it's perfect that all these players and countries have that opportunity to be able to represent themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a big chance for a lot of these players. I know a lot of the players, for example, that have gone to previous iterations of, global competitions where you have country representation. They've never had a chance to leave their country before. So this is a huge opportunity for some of these players and, a great cultural event as well, which should be absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and you were just speaking about Krish as well, and how people from his own country that kind of looking up to him. He's in a really good position right now, playing in TNC and looked very good in their recent series. And just to have that opportunity for some of these young guns coming up to get on the main stage, to be able to get their name out there, and hopefully then you lead that into a different team or a different future as well for them. But it's really going to be a perfect showcase. And of course, like we said, we're going to be starting off with Sri Lanka versus Team Pakistan. Now, we did have a recent patch though, Daniel. We had 7.31D. We've had a couple of games. Both you and I had the opportunity to cast a couple of series as well. We didn't really see too much change, but we've both had a break. Is there anything you're expecting to maybe come out that you've seen so far over the past couple of days?
I want to see some Marcy. I want to see some OD. I don't want to see it, but I think we're going to see it. Even potentially, I've seen a lot of Alchemist being played in other regions, so I'm keen to see if that one's going to come out. Just 5 seconds more. I don't want to say uptime of your ultimate, but basically the duration is 5 seconds longer, but so is the cooldown. But the end result is you just have a longer chemical rage. So I'm keen to see if you can go a little bit more brawly with that style, or at least have greater effectiveness when you are looking to fight.
And I saw you casting some of the qualifiers as well with Gareth. I saw there was a techies chucked in there one of the times. And did you get any other crazy picks that you might maybe be expecting, or just because it's a new patch, it'll be some other things?
I mean, we've seen in, for example, the North American Division 2 of the DPC, we're seeing Pudge get picked up by Arkosh Gaming, so keen to see if teams are going to go down that route. You've got potentially Witch Doctors looking to come through. Disruptor, very strong with his team fight right now. We're seeing a little bit more of the Tusk. Dawnbreaker as well. I think that's another hero that is just getting slowly buffed up more and more, so yeah, I'm keen to see what a lot of these teams are going to be able to bring forward.
And like you said, the hero that's kind of shining out against all the others is that Marcy. I mean, both you and I were really hoping to be able to commentate on it on the first series that we got after the patch. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. So far, from what I've seen in a lot of games, it's been banned in the first phase. Teams just don't want to go up against that matchup because of how kind of silly the hero can be. So really, for me, that's just where my eyes are going to. If we do get to finally cast a Marcy game.
Yeah, and the few times that we have seen it, it's been losing a lot when it's been played as offlane, but it has a much higher win rate when it's been played as a support. So I'm thinking it's basically like a substitute of Venge with a little bit better laning, I would say.
Yeah.
But you are one of those heroes that does fall off a little bit. Of course, a lot of your stuff isn't BKB piercing as well. But I think just the flexibility of being able to a little bit more consistently use your displacement abilities than Avenge is going to be quite nice.
Okay, and we do have our first draft underway, so we'll jump over to that one. Team Pakistan on the Radiant side, Sri Lanka on the Die side. See how this is all looking to shape up. It's going to be, again, just feel like we'll warm ourselves into this in regards to how the teams are looking to build their own kind of dynamic in regards to heroes and strategies. Nothing really different though. Marcy, first phase ban from Team Pakistan, and Sri Lanka look to get rid of the Visage. So kind of some staples right now in the meta.
I've had enough of Visage. Like, I know it's newish into the meta, but I've still had enough of it. It's just obnoxious, basically, what you're able to do. Just this crazy death ball style. I want to see... yeah, a good game's a quick game, but I want to see a little bit more brawling back and forth. And again, that's what these teams would want as well. Even if they're not one of those teams that's able to get through to the very end, you want to do your country proud.
To be able to do that, you got to set yourselves up with a draft. That's the main thing. Always, we try not to put as much emphasis on like draft victories because of course it does come down to execution and how a team's able to play, but really that is the backbone. You need to set yourselves up with a really solid draft and make it difficult for the enemy team to build on that dynamic. So I'm going to continue on with some strong laning heroes being banned out here from Pakistan.
I got a question for you. How many nerfs does Mars need before teams are actually going to stop picking him? Because I think it's just nuts.
Yeah, honestly, I think it was today I was speaking about it in someone's channel that I feel like Mars might be over the coming weeks might lesser. The value might not be as high just because I think we're going to get a lot of Jug and a lot of Lifestealer, mainly Jug, and that is I think Mars is one of his biggest counters. Of course, just the BKB innate factor, the sustain as well is really nice. So I feel like naturally in a meta, what happens is if like you're a very strong hero, for an example, but your counter is even stronger, then you're naturally going to take kind of a backseat. So I wonder over time when teams start to look at the Jug a little bit more, if maybe that's when we're going to see the Mars kind of not played as much. But you're right. Like we saw the patch. I thought it was going to be enough for it to be not picked. It was what, third, fourth most, or even fifth most. It was a ridiculous amount a pick rate in the major. But obviously that's not going to change. This hero is very strong.
For me, it's not so much about how much it was picked at the major. It's more the fact that it's just been in the meta for what feels like over 2 years now, which is kind of it's run its course, right? You need something to be able to change so that it gets pushed away. I know for China, for example, though, they are very anti-Mars. Like not a lot of teams are actually picking it all that much, both in Division 1 and Division 2. And maybe the fact that we haven't really seen the Chinese meta bleed into the other regions means that a lot of teams haven't really followed that meta too much, and so it's still just going to get picked more and more and more until we get that full global scale coming in here. Of course, we're not going to see China in this because they're not part of the Commonwealth, but yeah, just an interesting thought perhaps.
And that is always the thing with kind of the inter-regional battle where you can see bleed-in strategies can move into different teams in different regions, but the hero you were mentioning, Mars, is picked up from Sri Lanka, so they got a really good combo. Hoodwink Mars, we've always seen kind of the one issue about this offlaner is just the fact that you can lack some damage inside your arena. You can kind of bring a hero down to about half health, but you do need someone to be able to dish in that remaining damage, and that's definitely where the Hoodwink comes into play.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's still a strong enough hero, right? Decrep isn't going to do anything against a Hoodwink later on. You've got a lot of that magic damage burst. It's also got decent ways just through the Scurry to be able to find and deal with the Netherwood in the middle of a lot of these team fights. So, yeah, I don't hate the Hoodwink pickup against the Pugner. I really hope that Team Pakistan have done their homework, though, and don't pick Storm, just because of how ridiculously nerfed he's been in terms of his mana that needs to be expended to even use the zip for a basic amount. Did you see the clip that Koikfa had on one of his channel?
No, I did not. No.
Oh, he was basically in the fountain, level 20 or something like that, and just to be able to zip to the tier 3 area and zip back cost basically all of his mana. Like, it's that bad. Like, they have nerfed him in 4 ways that weren't actually documented in the patch in terms of his mana costs.
Dire team ban.
What do you mean by that? That wasn't documented in the patch.
It's not in the patch notes, but his the ball lightning costs a higher percentage of mana. It also costs a higher flat mana. The shard gives less attack speed. Like, lots of things basically that just were not mentioned in the patch notes.
I thought I saw something about that, but I didn't read into it. It just didn't seem like it was a credible. Okay, I didn't. From the person who posted it didn't seem credible, and I just looked. I looked away from it. So obviously, there's a big change to the Storm Spirit, and well, you mentioned that hopefully Pakistan don't go down that route, and well, they go a different route. The Luna, it's a carry that we do not see often. At least it's picked in the 8th pick though, so Luna will be protected with this second phase of bans. You see Pakistan, they've gotten rid of the Clinks, rid of the Bloodseeker as well.
I wonder what these supports are going to go as well. Of course, like Pugna has the potential for that sustain, but it's only once he's level 6. So could it be a Ring of Basilius build for the Pugna? Could it be a Headdress build for him as well, just to provide that little bit of extra regen for the Luna? I would honestly be leaning a little bit more towards the Basilius, just because it still can build into a lot of those things. Like Pugnas these days are getting the Wraith Pact, and even just for the lane, right? I feel like this Luna needs at least 2 points into the Lucid Beam just to be able to A, harass the Mars, and B, secure a lot of these range creeps, because Luna honestly doesn't have that much more of an attack range than a Mars, and I feel like if you're walking up and trying to trade through right clicks, Mars is just going to punish you pretty heavily with God's Rebuke and even just right clicks.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point, because honestly, the Pugna can be okay to be able to secure your range creeps as well with Nether Blast, but maybe they can just look to outspam this lane with the double range. But if you're ever put in a position where you're too far across the lane boundary, then Mars and Hoodwink with the double stun are really going to put the pressure on, and that's something that Pakistan have to keep in the back of their mind. So maybe just looking to play the lane off the back of pulls, keeping it close to their tower, and just trying to spam out the Mars. So whenever they do get aggressive, then their health pool is very low. So yeah, that's a really good point.
Team Sri Lanka, they're banning out a lot of the earlier push, right? The Visage, the Death Prophet, the Lycan, the Beastmaster, not so much the Underlord, but clearly just showing that with a Luna, with a Pugna, you are able to get active super early on, both through just having this heal bot in the Pugna, plus, the Nether Blast, the Lunar Blessing. So I like that. They're going to pick up the Grimstroke for themselves as well. It's a nice little combination together with the Mars. You've also got another way to get multiple Acorn shots off in team fights with the Soulbind, and pretty good Dark Portrait target with the Luna at the moment. They haven't banned out the Terrorblade just yet. I suppose that is because you are against a Pugna, and if he's able to get that Aghanim Shard, you can deal with the TB illusions, but pretty damn good against a Luna. So I'm keen to see if maybe Team Sri Lanka are going to go for that one with their last pick of this phase.
And I think for Pakistan, looking at their lineup at the moment, there's definitely, they've only had 2 picks, of course, but there's a lot of flaws that are being shown where they don't have a way to initiate. They don't really have a lot of team fight. Really, at the moment for them is just some damage mitigation with a Pugna, ways to be able to take objectives with the Luna. But this is now 3 range heroes, and you're going to need to combine the Mirana with someone like a Sand King or just some instant stun and a point target stun, and they do get that in the Dragon Knight.
I'm still not convinced that this DK is going to be in the off lane. I feel like they want to give some kind of flexibility. They wanted to pick a hero that could go either off lane or mid. Of course, it's a strong lane, and they've already picked both supports, so you're not going to be going up against an Abaddon or anything like that. But I think this is an amazing Night Stalker game for Pakistan, right? Like a Grimstroke and a Hoodwink, you just confine them immediately and look to get punished with a Mirana follow-up. You don't care about the Mars Arena as well. I think that would have been very nice, but you can't pick it when Team Sri Lanka have this last pick, right? Like, what if they just raise it into you? Honestly, you still probably could, but it just makes the lane completely unplayable for a Night Stalker if they were to pick it at that point. So I think they're still leaving the options open because I'm still really on board with it.
Like to see Sri Lanka go down the route of the carry being picked up here because of the point you're mentioning about the flex on the Dragon Knight. So you know at least your Luna matchup, but you don't know kind of how the mid lane's going to be looking, and they do go down the Jug route. So this has a very good matchup versus the Luna as the game goes on. Just a hero that will eventually want to get on top of her. You can kind of take fights early on. The sustain is really nice, and also you've got the built-in BKB. And Luna is a lot of mixed damage, so I'm a big fan of the Jug pick, and not only that, just the synergy you have now. Like, you take a look at their side lanes, Hoodwink Mars, Grim Jug, they are very aggressive lanes that will always offer kill threat.
Yeah, absolutely. You will need to be a little bit cautious around the decrep, though. Of course, that's going to nullify the impacts of the Omni Slash if he's able to get it off on the Pugner. But, yeah, like you've been saying, very aggressive lanes. It does feel, though, like maybe level 1, perhaps level 2, you're going to need to get on this DK because you're not killing a Mirana, and DK, once he's level 3, just feels like he's going to out-sustain a lot of your output.
So you were mentioning about the flex on Team Pakistan with the Dragon Knight. Now that they see the carry matchup being the Juggernaut, where's your mind currently at? Are you happy with the DK being off lane? Are you still looking to put it mid? What's kind of the play here?
I think the DK is fine in the offlane. Like, you're never going to get a super amazing mid-to-mid matchup, right? Because you've got the... you don't have the last pick, rather. That's exactly what Team Sri Lanka are going to have to be able to round out their own draft. So, who knows? Maybe they're going to go something that has a level of flexibility. Like, wouldn't honestly hate them going the Razor themselves, just something that's decent in both lanes, and you are able to switch things up if you're wanting to.
I guess maybe we could speak about some of the flaws that Pakistan have and what they need to cover with this 23rd then, if we're still like kind of, they could put the DK off lane or mid, but what kind of flaws do they need to cover overall with whatever role they pick?
Teamfight's not so great. You know, it's basically pick off into burst damage coming through from the Luna, but a lot of that can just be avoided by a Glimmer Cape, for example, or if the Juggernaut isn't the one getting gone on, then you just drop the Healing Ward and you're able to nullify a lot of the damage coming through. So I really think Pakistan needs some kind of team fight. And go for a Wyvern instead. So is this a mid Wyvern, perhaps? Mid Pugner?
Ooh, this is interesting. Okay.
Mid Rana?
Mid Luna?
10 seconds
No.
remaining.
Probably the one
Okay.
thing that's not.
Okay.
5 seconds
We're
remaining.
gonna need probably a little bit more magic damage now for Sri Lanka. They don't have a long time left, but
You may now
this
select-
year's
There's a
been
lot of
buffed.
magic damage.
Yeah, he's got a lot of magic damage, and he has definitely been buffed. I feel like it's a hero that we're going to start seeing more and more, and I don't see how they really killed the Zeus this game. This is looking like a really good Zeus game.
Did they change anything other than the Heavenly Jump just being a really solid value point at level 1?
I think there was something minor, which I am now double checking. No, you're right. It was just a heavenly jump being...
It's pretty big, though. It's a big value point. 1.6 seconds as the duration just lets you cover a little bit more of that distance, have a bit more of that escape potential. Yeah, I mean, it is a really solid Zeus game, like you've been saying. Keen to see how he goes with whoever he ends up laning against. I mean, you've got a lot of heroes that want to be on the front lines with the Mars, with the Juggernaut, just sieging with the assistance of the Healing Ward, so...
Yeah, for me, I really can't shy away from the Zeus. I feel like it's a really perfect last pick. I'm struggling to see how they're going to be able to deal with him as the game goes on. You are really reliant on like a Moonlight Shadow running into the jungle where DK gets the jump, an arrow follow-up, and just no one else being nearby to offer some assistance. Because honestly, Team Sri Lanka have very good counter initiation with, you know, the blink in arena into the burst from the Hoodwink or the Grimstroke. So I really, really like Sri Lanka's draft.
There is one thing, though, that you need to be a little bit cautious about with this Zeus. You're up against
Prepare
a Pugner.
for
That
battle.
Netherwood needs to die. I know it got a nerf, but it's still pretty damn devastating, having your spell damage reduced by 20% and just constantly soaking up a lot of that damage.
No, that's a very good point. I can kind of go back and forth, can't it? This goddamn Pugna matchup. Like Decrep, you always want to have some magic damage, but then the Netherward, well, it's very good versus heroes that like to spam.
They know that this is up here. Let's see if they're able to be on point, and they do get the deny off onto the Observer Ward. So that's what happens when you don't go for a smoke. That was one thing, actually, that we didn't see changed in the patch. That, it's my little pet peeve, right? Just seeing both teams smoke at the very start of the game. It just feels obligatory at the very high level. But neither of these teams did it, and as a result, neither team is going to have a mid-ward.
I know you're quite the fan of getting rid of those smokes. You just want... We both honestly are, where we don't want something to be... We don't want to play or an item. Yeah, we do not want that to be a thing in Dota, because then it can just get a little bit too stale. There's always a nice thing about the versatility, and unfortunately, well, no, for smokes, you always have to be using them off at the start.
Mm-hmm. Excepted by Pops, I never do it. I'm just like, you know what? Forget it. I'm focusing on winning my lane.
Oh, they're gonna run to the Juggernaut. Okay, look at this. It's a beautiful start as Joker on the Winter Wyvern is able to find the first blood, just entering the high ground. He had no clue what was going on.
So it is going to be the Pugna playing in that mid lane against the Zeus. That's actually pretty important, right? Zeus is, I don't want to necessarily say the one being a big tempo controller, but if you're just able to have him with a ton of levels, that Netherward is going to give you a lot of value. We got Joker down on this bottom side. Recent-ish buff to the Arctic Burn means that Wyvern's laning isn't as horrible as it used to be. Just going to use that to maybe get a couple of more harassment hits out onto this Hoodwink. It's also able to block up this camp. Very nicely done.
I know you are quite the Wyvern fan. You said your favorite hero?
Yep.
Okay, so what's Joker looking to do in this lane? Kind of what's his role with the Luna?
Not die, basically, because you cannot harass, especially against this Hoodwink. He's got a slight right-click advantage against you. You have the attack range advantage.
Well, they might be able to get Beaver.
Though.
Yeah, look at the damage they're pumping in with the Arctic Burn along with the beam. It'll be back up in a couple of seconds, but a beautiful Sun from the Hoodwink just landing the bushwhack onto 2, so that will kind of stop the aggression coming through from Pakistan.
I actually wonder if this might be a change that we see moving forward, Wyvern laning together with the Luna, because she makes up for one of Wyvern's big weaknesses, which is that right-click damage. So if you can have that Luna Blessing available, then suddenly you feel a lot more potent in the lane.
Last lane we haven't taken a look at just yet is up top. Satan on the Juggernaut. It's going to be a pretty strong lane, although like you were mentioning that once a DK is able to find a couple of levels, maybe an extra bracer, that maybe he will have the health pool to be able to survive through the combo.
And of course we know Mirana's love to rotate. I'm sure Asan will be looking to pick up the urn before he looks to do any of that, but he definitely doesn't want to be just sticking up here on the top side. The kill potential isn't huge.
It's all about time.
A little surprised, honestly, that Jug and Grimstroke haven't gone for an aggressive attempt onto either of these two heroes.
Yeah, I don't know how much easier it's really going to get now with the creep equilibrium. It's heavily in Radiant's favor. I'm not quite sure how it got this poor with the kind of the lane maintenance from Dire, but unfortunately it's not going to give them much of an opportunity to get aggressive bottom lane. Hoodwink, a couple more right clicks and we'll end up going down. Joker off to a flying start with the position 5 Wyvern.
Don't do it, man. Don't give Valve any ideas. You saw what they did to CM with the strength game.
What, so you want him to have a bad game? You want to watch your own favorite hero just perform poorly?
Just not amazingly, have a solid game.
Okay. It's already a very good start for the lads on Radiant. I have a quick pause and a disconnect, but 2 kills, 1,000 net worth lead. So we see bottom lanes going swimmingly. Not honestly all the lanes. The Juggernaut in particular with top lane, 12 last hits compared to the 18 and 8. So DK's really having a good time. But for me, I'm intrigued to see what this Pugner as a position 2 is able to do. Of course, we've seen this hero for quite some time now in the meta, mainly played as a support. Some teams will even like to flex him to like the off lane, for an example. But is his role this game going to be any different than maybe what we might expect out of a support Pugner?
I don't think so. I mean, their lineup is built pretty heavily around the pushing potential, right? You've got a Luna, who anytime that you're able to get a pick off and you're grouped up as a team, towers melt. You've got a Pugner that's going to have a lot of levels, so plenty of points to the Nether Blast. You've got a DK that's able to push as well, so I think his role is just going to be being present with the Nether Ward, placing that one down, and looking to have a vast impact in that way. I'm just looking at the Zeus, actually, in terms of the Heavenly Jump. He's put the second point into it as well. So maybe just wanting to increase the damage a little bit. I'm not sure, because it doesn't really feel like you're ever going to be in a super vulnerable position.
Yeah, for me, what I was going to say is just the cooldown down to 10 seconds is going to be really nice. But like you just said, if you're never really going to be in a vulnerable position, then is there much point of having anything more than a value level in the Heavenly Jump? But how much damage is it? So it goes up to 100. Nothing really crazy. Slow's kind of decent as well.
Still going into the Null Talisman build as well for that maximum mana. Of course, Zeus doesn't hate that, but mana cost reduction would be nice, particularly considering you are up against a Pugner.
So only 1 point. What are you expecting Pugner to go like a 4-1-4 build? Or is the decrep required to be leveled up as much?
I don't think it's necessarily required. 1 point should be fine. I mean, again, you are up against a Juggernaut, so important to have at least the 1 point for the Omni Slash and the kill potential. But, you know, against a Zeus, you never really want to be decrepping a friendly target just because it's going to buff up his damage even further. So, yeah, again, more points in the Nether Blast going to be nice for the tower taking potential. And the Nether Ward, we've mentioned how good it's going to be this game. Like, even a Juggernaut, right? If they get a gank onto him and he's trying to escape, you have to think twice before using things like the Blade Fury and the Omni Slash if the Nether Ward is down, because it might just kill you before you're able to get away.
We are back underway as we see Mirana leap out of any aggression, so pops herself, going to be chilling. Oh, really for me, I'm going to be putting a lot of attention on just how the supports are considering making these rotations as actually bottom. Beaver's alone. They're going to look to punish the Mars. As soon as the Hoodwink steps out of the lane, Beaver's going to be in trouble. And once again, Wyvern combined with the Luna, really showcasing that this can be a strong lane duo.
Luckily for Joke, he was just able to grab his items off the screen. Full magic wand delivered out to himself.
Lane?
A little bit.
Man, it's a lot of damage. They're actually able to find Mr. Devil, and Mirana should be able to deal with the Phantom's Embrace and leap away, but wasn't actually expecting them to bring down the Juggernaut. I thought it was going to be much tankier. He's only going for the one treads, the one bracer's looking for the treads afterwards, but they are proving that they still have the damage with this second point in Blade Fury.
Yeah, movement speed is important against the Juggernaut, but that time around it was just the Inkswell, giving that little bit of extra movement speed that was the difference maker.
Lane Zeus is almost being killed off as well. Speaking about the heavily jump, just to be able to get out of range of the life drain, but there is a bit of a level advantage for the Pugner for the moment.
So he should be able to even that one out with the creep wave pushing into him a little bit. I'm a little bit surprised that he went for the arcane boots to be able to start out here on Black Sparks instead of finishing up that magic wand. He's actually gone away from it in the quick buy entirely. I mean, you're up against a Zeus who's constantly using his spells, so I feel like he just would have got some insane value out of it. Plus the stats for last hitting, always a helpful factor.
For Diet, they have put a decent amount of emphasis on stacking up the jungle. I think there's I think that's a triple at the Ancients, maybe a double. Maybe my eyes are kind of playing up too young. There's a double at the hard camp as well, so it's going to be nice for the Jug or the Zeus to be able to fall back on and get his farm.
Listen to this guy, too young. Oh, I'm too young, my eyes aren't developed.
What do you mean? 22? Already the eyes are deteriorating. Bottom lane, Luna. Oh no, speed. It's going to be off the mark now. Beam is really in trouble. Can slam back, goes calm, but it's not going to matter. The Arctic Burn, all the percent damage early on, it'll be enough damage to tick him out. Now they've got the Eclipse as well. No hesitation. Goes Khan, drops the Eclipse and just blows up the secondary target down bottom.
I need to start suggesting this Luna Wyvern pair for my pubs. Like, Joker's dealing a good amount of right-click damage, even just with the 1 point into the Arctic Burn. Again, lasts for 10 seconds, gives you all of that extra range, and he's not tickling by any means. Like, look at that. He's doing 58 damage when he's standing on his own, and then as soon as he closes in onto the Luna, just plus 25 on top of that.
And he's playing this game really well. Getting the pulls off when required, they shoved it in. They get the full wave pull. It wasn't like a half pull onto the small camp, but this will give them an opportunity to reset the equilibrium and maybe then put the Mars in a compromised position where they can kill him again.
I mean, the Mars isn't even level 5 yet.
Yeah.
We saw Luna, of course, just drop the Eclipse there. He will hit up onto level 5 now, but, well, surprisingly enough, they were able to get the mid tower with the maxed out Nether Blast just with the Pugner on his own. That's kind of surprising, to be honest.
Yeah, honest.
Damage that Zeus is able to output.
I was just going to mention that. Like, Zeus is honestly one of the heroes you would consider very difficult to take a tower, because you can always just kill off the creep wave, and I mean, then the enemy position too just has to tank up the tower. But I suppose the beautiful thing about the Pugner is that you can just blast from the tree line.
I suppose, but a Pugner is very susceptible to dying, let's say. So, you know, the potential for any kind of rotation, maybe the fact that Beaver has died a couple of times down on this bottom side dissuades Amish from making a movement away from that lane.
1,000 net worth lead though for Pakistan. Make it up to 4,000 now. Fluctuating between. Very good start. And where is the angle back in? Of course, it's definitely not out of reach at all. It's a very early game, but what are we? Oh, top lane actually.
That can't happen for starters.
Yeah.
Stun into stun with no saving support. They had vision the entire time with this Observer Ward put down by AB Sama.
Zeus is going to run underneath the sentry.
I don't know if you can kill anything here.
Maybe they can get the Mirana kill for Zeus, but you see the kind of the lack of damage with no point in the lightning bolt. It's just a little bit of poke and prod, so that's a rotation falls out from Zeus and they'll get nothing out of it. Bottom lane either. Evo, early use of the spear. They will try and TP down Zeus to a different side lane. So this is a lot of attention put on getting kills. But if they get nothing out of it, then Zeus's farm is really going to deteriorate.
Yeah, he hasn't revealed on the lane just yet. Maybe just wanting to use Beaver as bait right now, especially considering he's just hit up onto the level 6. So see if they look to do it.
He's going to be trouble. Eclipse drops straight down. Arena's going to be used defensively. Beaver, can he actually get out of range? He's going to keep his life. Another Zeus is able to step in. There we go. Thunder God's Wrath. Now the damage can ramp up, and the Cold Embrace will only delay the inevitable. They get the kill. Beautiful spear as well, actually clipping the Pugner. Be cautious about the arrow. Tickles the legs, but Zeus able to dash on back to the safety of the tower.
Very nice, though, that they're able to pick up those 2 kills, right? You see the impact of having that bait with the Mars, of course. Wasn't the greatest arena by any means, but he's tanky enough to be able to soak up a lot of that damage, and Zeus finally has some level of involvement here. They have not touched their jungle. Neither team has really, just the Morbid, or the Possessed Mask on the Luna. So both teams, I'm sure, would love to be able to do that, especially, I would say, Dire, considering how much things have been stacked up a little bit here. Black Sparks and Joker, they've scouted it out, placing up this high ground ward.
They're going to be tipping into top, though, to try and deal with the Dragon Knight. They will not require the arena for this. Yeah, mid lane, Juggernaut. Blade Fury down, but it will not matter. They've got the damage to be able to get the kill. Back up to top we go as Mr. Devil. Well, he will finally go down, but it requires 4 heroes from Sri Lanka.
Oh, look at this. Double damage. They're going to steal away this Ancient stack as well. Joker soaking up all the right-click damage with that Cold Embrace. So very nice movement coming through here from Team Pakistan.
They are looking solid as a team early on. Movements very fluid. They do scan, so they know this is a Kerr, and of course, Luna's not taking it overly fast.
They can set up.
They don't have Curse for the fight. But how do you really enter on Dire? It's very reliant on the Mars, and he doesn't have a TP to show up.
Well, you've still been able to take away about half of that stack, so I feel like they're going to be satisfied enough. I wasn't expecting Black Sparks to take that much damage. Going for the spin instead on Jug instead of...
Look at the burst! What's going on? Why? Pugner is just doing so much damage. 3 points decrep. I honestly, maybe I'm just so used to seeing Pugner played as a support where this burst potential is not really highlighted, but Black Sparks is doing so much damage.
This is what happens when you go like a squishy hero like Pugner who's susceptible to ganks and you just don't gank him. He's able to do whatever the hell he wants. Zeus is going to be in trouble mid lane. Heavily Jump's going to get a little bit of distance away. They might turn it back around though as Beaver lands the arena, but the damage has already been dealt, and now the Curse to offer some assistance, controlling 3 heroes, so Ghost Khan can enter the fight thanks to the Eclipse damage. They'll find a second kill. So in the end, it's going to be a 2 for 2, but they're going to be cautious. Satan looking to enter to the northern side, though Mr. Devil is able to clean up the Grimstroke, so it will be Pakistan once again edging out a victory. You reckon it's Satan or something else?
Oh, yeah, true. Could be Satan.
Against Mr. Devil as well. What is wrong with these guys?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't know why I didn't even think Satan. I just saw Satan. I read Satan.
It's the capitalized T, you know? I can understand why.
Okay. I'm glad you can at least see some reasoning behind it. This is not a good position to be if you are Sri Lanka. Keep in mind it is a best of 2, but you'd love to get that first game 1 victory, and they're collapsing on bottom. Black Sparks run to the Zeus. Mission's nearby to be able to help out a little bit, but no stun to be able to cancel the life train. Even Ghost Khan is going to connect as well. 4 heroes down bottom for Pakistan, and they'll put 2 heroes in the grave.
Seems like Mr. Devil doesn't think he can die as well. He's playing away from the rest of his team. They're actually going to look to make the rotation through towards him to try and connect with that Blink Dagger into the Dragon Tail. Still a few seconds away from the Elder Dragon form, but this is just Team Pakistan completely grouping up, pushing together as a team, overwhelming damage into the tower. Doesn't look like Luna feels super comfortable with joining them just yet, though. Looking to make her own stacks and farm those up. So Ghost Khan just going to look to extend his net worth.
Isn't this the ideal game for a carry? I'm saying that he has been involved in 8 out of 13 kills, so very, very active on Ghost Khan, but you've got 4 heroes, 4 friendly heroes just occupying Sri Lanka's territory, and they just cannot get over the river. They can't pressure Luna taking these stacks, so it's going to be a pretty good BKB timing if she wants to disassemble the Dragonlance.
Maybe they're going to find with this smoke. Seems like they know that the Juggernaut's farming up on this top side. It's without any significant vision, so they're not going to be able to catch him immediately, but I think they're going to be pretty happy if they end up getting Beaver.
I run into the Zeus, Mr. Devil, unable to get the jump. The Heavenly is just able to tick his Blink Dagger.
Got to be careful about using that Lightning Bolt around the Netherworld, though. End up burning way too much of your own mana. Well, we finally got the Maelstrom, at least, on Mr. Juggernaut, so he's going to be able to accelerate his farm that little bit more, but just have a look at the net worth difference. Essentially half the net worth that the Luna has right now, of course, with her natural farming mechanism with the Moonglaves.
It's going to be a couple more items until the Juggernaut's going to feel comfortable with showing up to a lot of these fights. Maybe you could have some impact chucking in the healing ward and Omni Slash at the last second, but really Pakistan are very, very farm. They're going to back-to-back smoke here on Sri Lanka, so they need to get something out of this. Maybe Joker is the person they're able to bring down. Get the Thunder God's Wrath for the vision. And not going to be an easy kill, but the Sans from afar. Arena's going to be utilized as well to block the high ground to the Dragon Knight. Not able to reset his position, but Radiant, they're going to jump into the middle. Hassan gets some retribution, killing off the Zeus, so we're 2 for 1, but the rest of Sri Lanka continuing to hunt. Stalking Black Sparks in the northern side. They know there's really no escape avenue for him. They've got to be cautious. They blow all their stuns. He might be able to TP out now. So gonna do just that. Continuing to retreat. Ooh. Hate to see.
I mean, he's got the spin. And, I mean, if he stands at TPs, I guess the damage isn't really there. Has to be very careful. Like, is it worth using the decrep? Not really. I don't know. Feels like it's pretty dead to me. And that'll be a big kill. I mean, only his second death of the game.
And if we take a look to the right side, goes Khan. He just popped the Eclipse, so he's trying to solo kill the Grimstroke. Has lost vision, and I don't see how he's really going to get it back shortly, so Grim actually might be okay.
It might be, yeah. Doesn't have the Aghanim Shard just yet. Of course, the 15-minute mark only coming about a minute or so ago, so we won't be able to use the Lucent Beam into the tree line to be able to reveal a little bit of that positioning of the Grimstroke. This would be a big deal, though, if they're able to get the kill. I mean, the Zeus, unfortunately, ended up dying pretty early on. Wasn't able to have a look at the fight recap, but I am certain that Black Sparks on that Pugna did about 90% of the Zeus's HP as damage, just through the decrep into the Nether Blast, placed down the healing ward, and I'm pretty sure that's actually what ended up killing the Zeus. Actually, can have a look at the death summary. And yeah, Netherward just did 174 magic damage to be able to get the kill onto him at the very end.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad you can click death summary.
What is wrong with your game? Why can't you click it?
Well, I'm clicking it, but nothing's happening. You've never had that issue?
I have the issue where I'm able to click it the first time, but then if I close it and try and open it again, it opens, but it shows up as blank.
Oh. Well,
like I've closed it and opened it, and now I can't see anything on the timeline anymore. I could still see damage by hero, but nothing on the timeline.
For me, a solution was if my issue was that I click it and it just doesn't open. And for me, my solution was if I press it on like the far left side, it would sometimes open. But yeah, no, I'm having no luck at all. So it doesn't matter. We don't get to see the Zeus's death summary. We do have some electricity issues though for the lads on Pakistan.
Electricity.
What?
You never watched any DPC?
What DPC are we speaking about? Are we speaking about DPC or DPC?
I'm talking about European DPC with the electricity song.
I don't think I have.
Oh, you gotta. It's a banger. It's one of those earworms where like
the first time you hear it, hang on. What's this? Some boomer stuff?
An earworm is God damn it. An earworm is one of those things that like get stuck in your head basically, and you're like humming it all day, and you just can't forget about it.
Oh, I'm so glad I'm not a boomer. Oh my god.
It'll happen to you eventually.
An earworm.
That's what it's called.
Oh no, I hate that so much.
Google it if you don't believe me.
No, it's not that I don't believe you. I just think it's, for lack of a better word, just cringe. All right, we do have an unpause. Let's see. Black Sparks should be able to get away. Meanwhile, the Eclipse, not enough damage. Back over the Pugna. He's actually going to be able to blood the Hoodwink. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, the arrow nearly connected onto the Jug as well. Creep Wave saving him. But yeah, Hoodwink just didn't need to be there. He gave him an avenue to be able to heal up a lot of that damage that was being done onto him. Of course, you can't heal up on a spinning Juggernaut, so a little bit of a misplay coming out there from Amish.
And they're going to go over to Roche.
Yeah, Ghost Khan wasn't able to get that solo kill onto the Grimstroke, but I feel like he's going to feel pretty satisfied given that they have the vision advantage, and they're going to be able to just convert that into another big objective.
Do you feel like this Roche is going to open up sieging high ground, or probably just taking all the outer towers?
I think you take towers fast enough that you could probably get both. You know, I think they're in a good position to be able to secure outer towers, plus moving up onto the high ground towards the very end of the duration, just because, again, it's a Luna. You want to be able to get any kind of team fight victory and then transition that into pushing, because we've seen it plenty of times. You break a tier 3 tower and then suddenly your base is full with Moonglaves.
And once you don't have that tier 3 tower, it's going to be very difficult to defend. There's no way you can enter in. Mars doesn't even have a blink yet. Well, I imagine by then he'll probably have it, but imagine having to run into Glaives bouncing back and forth. Beaver will just take all his health before he even is able to enter the fight. But for Pakistan, it's a 13,000 net worth lead. You have the Aegis advantage, and you are ready to rock and roll. And runs the Hoodwink, Mr. Devil. Off the mark with his initiation. Arrow's going to miss as well. A decent start to the fight,
Nice
but
curse.
instantly the Winter's Curse stops the arena. They get no value out of this. They will need to retreat away from the Juggernauts, trying to chase down the Pugna, but is unable to lock onto him. Look at the damage. Oh no, little piggy needs to run away, but the arrow will be on point. And a back look at Ghost Khan and Mr. Devil. DK's gonna jump on forward. Luna chases another down behind the tier 2 tower, and it is just all Pakistan in our game 1.
It's just that Netherward, man. It's dealing so much this game. They're not able to contribute at all to the team fight because they really don't have a solid way of being able to right-click it down. Unfortunately, for the Grimstroke, by the time the team fight started, you had this double stack of Ancients aggroed, so he nearly ended up dying to the Ancients after the fact. It was a good choice to pop the Smoke of Deceit, but still wasn't able to retreat away from that Luna.
See if they're going to
One of those
consider.
out of tier 2 towers.
Dire's bottom tower
Oh, they're
is under
smoking on
attack.
Dire. You don't have a reader for this fight.
Do have good vision though. I mean, covering both staircases inside of their own triangle. The big thing that turned that fight around was the Winter's Curse to be able to start things off though, right? Catching
It's a beautiful
three.
curse. Look at the Juggernaut though. Mr. Devil's in with the arrow. Fall up the purse. It's going to be enough. They get rid of the Juggernaut before any reactions. That is... they tried to get out. They tried to smoke. They wanted to fight. And well, Pakistan again, always ready.
You know what though? Death time was only about 35 seconds.
Oh,
so
no.
he's able to get right back into things.
Right back into dying. Hate to see it.
Ghost Khan has just parked himself inside the Dire Triangle right now, and he's a little bit annoyed that his team blocked up the Ancient Camp. He's like, oi, I need to be farming, I want this BKB, I want to be able to go onto high ground. But he's just a little bit too far away from that. DK up towards the top side. Wouldn't be surprised if Ghost Khan looked to try and connect through with that, keep a few Manta Illusions to be able to push out these other lanes. And this should be the third and final outer tower that they're able to secure for themselves. Prior to having that BKB, I guess you just wait for the second Aegis, because why not? You know, what are you really going to lose? You're farming.
Mid lane! No, not the Hoodwink! Juggernaut doesn't have enough items to kill off the Hoodwink, but Pugna jumps in, assassinates the support. Now the arrow also hitting the Jug. Asan's going to try and go for the solo kill, but didn't have the assistance from the Pugnons. Now to turn his attention towards the Mars, and meanwhile the Luna took the tier 2 tower and already the high ground.
Yeah, still has the Aegis for another minute, and you essentially have no team fight, or at least very minimal. They're even going to soak up a lot of these tower multi-shots, so the siege creep going to be alive and well. Tier 3 tower about to drop, and here come the Glaives.
Oh, black spot. That's a tier 4 tower, lads. They are diving so deep, but with the advantage
Can you
they
blame
have... No, I can't blame at all. They know how far ahead they truly are. Tier 4 towers do not matter.
Boing, 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 boing.
You
That
don't
should
have
be game.
arena as well? Yeah, I think that's game. They might have one more attempt. There's no glyph available. Mr.
just
Devil's
farm
going to
kills.
jump their initiator, and that they are. Jeez, it dropped 24 kills to end game 1 as Pakistan just beat down on Sri Lanka.
Very deserving win, and based off this, you'd have to say they're the ones to beat right now. I had a quick scope out of the other teams, and there are some names that we've seen in the past before, particularly on Team India, but Team Pakistan, it really felt like they were this cohesive unit with a solid strategy, whereas Sri Lanka, there was some decent individual skill coming through at times, but it never really felt like they were all on the same page.
Yeah, I definitely think that was the big thing. Yeah, I really like Sri Lanka's draft, honestly, but course, it comes down to execution. That was one thing we were speaking about before the game started. You want to try and set yourselves up perfectly with a beautiful lineup, but you do need to be able to execute that. And we just saw all lanes for Pakistan go incredibly well. The one lane I really wasn't expecting to go as well was this Winter Wyvern lane paired up with the Luna as well. But we just saw, you were mentioning kind of the bonus right-click damage that you were able to provide the Wyvern was really nice. And they just beat down the Mars. Their initiator wasn't able to have a game. And then when the Mars is behind, how do you really find an avenue back in when your position one is just going to be farming? So I too also agree. I feel like Pakistan is the team to look out for.
Yeah, Mars was crazy behind, and hopefully he's able to have a better game number 2, because again, it's every single game matters, right? A 1-1 against a team of the quality of Pakistan could prove very useful come the later stages.
Without a doubt. But that is just game 1. Pakistan with the advantage in the best of 2. We're going to send it to a break, and when we come back, we'll see if Sri Lanka can even up the series. Welcome back. We have our second game, Sri Lanka against Team Pakistan. Then Pakistan looking exceptionally solid in a game one, but the question is, can they do exactly the same thing in game two, or are Sri Lanka going to be able to hit back and tie up the series?
Yeah, interesting question. I mean, honestly, if there was ever any game for someone like the OD to have an impact, it was probably that one. They ended up going the Zeus instead, had a horrible time against the Pugner, just constantly able to bully him away. Obviously, the Netherward having a massive impact in reducing his damage, but to be fair, every single side lane didn't go too well, and, well, if it worked well in game number one, just do it again with the Winter Wyvern coming out first pick this time around. I feel like Joker played it amazingly, and they've got first pick as well. So if they wanted to just go down that Luna route one more time, there's nothing stopping them. They'll be able to pick it up with the last pick of this phase and then ban out the biggest counters.
It's interesting. I know you're getting a little bit happy. I'm surprised you're hiding it, but the fact that Wyvern was for some reason picked last game and for some reason now first pick. So I
don't think it's first pick material. I'll say that.
Yeah, well, yeah. I will also agree with that, and I will also say I think it's a very situational hero. And last game, I wasn't expecting it. Again, played very well. I think Joker had a solid performance on it, and I imagine that's going to be the same thing. But when you play Wyvern, what are you not liking to verse? When are you trying to avoid picking the Wyvern?
Someone that's able to instantly get on top of me and silence me, because you're a very squishy hero, and also just strong laners is the other one. So I think that's really what Team Sri Lanka should be looking to prioritize. It's not like they had weak laners previously, right? They had a Mars and a Mirana. That's not a weak lane. I think it was just surprising damage output coming out from the position one. Again, DK, pretty strong laner, right? So I'm liking this route that they're going down. The downside is that even when you get super tanky, Wyvern has that percentage damage through the Arctic burn. So it's not like DK is this invincible beast when it comes to, even getting a few levels up to that level 3, level 5. Wyvern's going to be able to do a lot of damage into it.
This is a pretty cool response, though, from Sri Lanka. The Dragonite Mirana. More than likely, Pakistan is showing their position 5, and a lot of the defensive supports with a hard dispel, like, the Oracle, the Abaddon. Well, you can't pick it now unless you want to flex the Wyvern into a 4 or play those heroes in a 4, and it's a bit awkward to do so. So, Sri Lanka, big fan of this kind of response, but then we see Pakistan, they go into the Necrophos.
Yeah, a bit interested in why they've gone about that. I mean, I guess the burst damage isn't massive, I suppose, out of Team Sri Lanka in lane, so you feel like you're going to be able to get the better end of trades. Of course, Reaper Scythe against a DK, always very nice, on top of the percentage damage that I was talking about previously with the Winter Wyvern. But it doesn't feel like, an amazing Necrophos game right now. I mean, they can just go further into stuns to be able to reduce his effectiveness. Even just things like purges. I wouldn't hate to see them go like a position 5 Shadow Demon. I know you're not the biggest fan against it, but Demonic Purge going to be very nice against the Necro. You've got a good amount of magic damage as well against a Wyvern. You have Save against the Winter's Curse, and it sets up for Mirana Arrow.
10 seconds remaining. Pick.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate for them to go down that route as well for the Shadow Demon. You see Pakistan have banned out some of the heavy counters though. Ancient Apparition, Batrider, and the Bane actually taken care of. So maybe just the enfeeble some of the issues that I suppose can be put onto the Necro.
I want to see a Skadi builder. And I want to see a mid lane Shiva's builder, because you've already got the Mirana who's capable of going into the Spirit Vessel. It's just all about reducing this healing, all about reducing the impact of the sustain coming through from both the Cold Embrace as well as the Death Pulse from the Necro.
Okay. Oh, I don't know if they're going to be able to tick off one of those things, because more than likely we're looking for the position 5, so me, I'd kind of just like a 5 that maybe is going to have some stunning aspect and a little bit of magic damage.
Give me the Shadow Demon.
No.
Dire team pick.
Oh!
Shadow Demon.
Doing a virtual clap?
Yes.
No, we're not. All right, so yeah, everything you mentioned, Shadow Demon, very strong against the two heroes that they have on Pakistan at the moment, but It can be a bit of a weak
10
laning
seconds
5,
remaining.
so we don't know whether Necro is
5
going to be
seconds
played.
remaining.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if Black Sparks wants to pull it out mid lane, just considering he played a Pugna last game, but we more than likely, I'd say it's going to be a
Dire
Necro
team
3.
Okay, Tiny coming out. I'm just trying to theorize where exactly they want to put this Tiny, right? Because again, Shadow Demon is very susceptible to just getting burst 100 to 0 if you're out of position, even for the smallest moment.
10
You don't have the
seconds
greatest amount
remaining.
of vision right now, though, and you've already got a Beastmaster banned out. You don't have
5
Visage
seconds
with familiars that could look to fly over. You've banned out the Batrider yourself, Enchantress gone as well. So I really want that to see Team Pakistan go into something like maybe a Clockwork. Wouldn't be horrible this game, just because you are going to have that Rocket Flare. You're going to be able to get the hook shot off and perhaps force the Shadow Demon to use the disruption onto himself as opposed to aggressively.
So you're expecting this to be like a Tiny 2?
Yeah, I could see it happening for sure.
I think my only concern about the Tiny is that I often like it a lot. I often like the Shadow Demon played versus the Tiny. That's kind of more as like a position 1, but
Radiant team picked.
still I think you have big issues in regards to the soul capture and how much percent damage that is able to do. Looks like Pakistan's going to be at least showing a couple of their lanes now. Bloodseeker 1, Wyvern 5, and you've got the flex between the Tiny and the Necro.
Even more
10
lifesteal though.
seconds remaining.
So yeah, give me that thing that I
5
was talking
seconds
about
remaining.
previously. Shiva's builder or Skadi builder, please, is what I really want here from Team Sri Lanka to be able to counter this.
Hey, Dusa?
Hmm.
Dusa, TB into Necros can be a bit awkward. It's not also a Nullify builder, which is something they might be considering, but I guess you got Shadow Demon. That's the reason why you wanted to be picked up.
Dire
Yeah, I like the
team
Dusa.
ban.
Ooh.
Drow Ranger.
Okay. It's not horrible. I feel like you just Clockwork with your last pick now, though.
Yeah, it's a
We'll see
very,
what,
very vulnerable safe lane, isn't it? Shadow Demon Drow Ranger.
10 seconds
one that
remaining.
can get run over pretty easily.
5
So what are we
seconds
thinking? Like,
remaining.
I know the Necro is still kind of... They're going to need to reveal something, though, about these lanes, right? You can't just assume that this Necro is going to be 3, for example, and a Bloodseeker 1 and a Tiny mid. They can certainly have a good level of flex here. Honestly, all 3 of these heroes can go in any of the lanes except probably Tiny in the off lane. So we'll see what avenue they look to go down, but I really want to see them go like an aggressive position 4, whether it be that clock or even something like... Actually, maybe not against the Shadow Demon. I was about to say a Gyrocopter, just something that wants to constantly run at this Drow Ranger and cause her a lot of distress, basically. But not sure if Jara is really the one to do that.
I guess I'm also in agreement. I think Pakistan are going to be hoping to pick up another way to close the distance on the Drow and Shadow Demon. My one concern for them at the moment, though, is just maybe the lack of team fight they have. It's really only Curse. You're pretty much relying on Tiny jump
Radiant
into
team
Scythe and blowing up a hero and then looking to play from there.
It's not like Sri Lanka have the greatest team fight either, though, right? It is very... I don't want to say single target, but there's no like big AoE impact spell. You can just see they look to ban out the puck, really trying to prevent them from having that in their arsenal as well, just to be able to allow the Drow Ranger to stand and right-click. I think you always just want to have this Drow on the back foot if possible, and to do that, you need vision. So whatever Team Pakistan pick up
10
now, it needs to be
seconds
something
remaining.
that's going to provide vision, or as soon as you see the Drow Ranger is able to
5
gap close
seconds
right on top of
remaining.
her.
Sri Lanka, a lot of emphasis on the spirits in the last phase. They've gotten rid of the Void and the Ember, so thinking that we are still looking for Black Spark's hero. Yeah.
I mean, it's not going to be a storm.
Definitely not.
Radiant team pick.
Okay.
It's decent against the Drow. Multi-shot still goes through it, but if you're able to, I forget who it was. I want to say it was RSG that did it in the DPC with Xiao Yu playing it. He was always able to play even against the Shadow Demon, drop the arena,
10
and then
seconds
spear
remaining.
away from wherever the Shadow Demon is, just to be able to prevent the
5
disruption
seconds
save from
remaining.
coming through, because the pure AoE of the arena is too far for the Shadow Demon to be able to get off any kind of abilities to be able to save his teammates.
Now for Sri Lanka, we're looking at their mid lane with the last pick. They don't have a lot of time left. Probably gonna. I'd honestly like someone just to be able to dump magic damage in front of the Necro, but also kind of needs to be a tanky hero because you got to drow. You got to drow Shadow Demon Mirana. So, what's the play? They're gonna Zeus.
Choose your
So back
I
into
don't
the
like
Zeus.
this at all.
Yeah, I feel like you were definitely wanting some magic burst to be able to blow up the Necro. You don't want to be all physical, and then you've got big issues with the Ghost Shroud. But it's just another hero that is very, very squishy. It looks like they're swapping roles as well, unless it's going to be
Yeah.
a Zeus safe lane.
Doubtful, but I mean, is it doubtful? I'm just thinking here. So it's going to be a mid Necro, position 4 Tiny, 1 Bloodseeker, 5 Wyvern. I don't know, like, I think you want the Zeus laning against the Necro, right? Because you know Necro's constantly going to be spamming out his abilities, so you just get a magic wand and you're laughing. On the same end, though, Black Sparks, if that ends up being the case, he could just buy a wand himself and then look to be able to be very aggressive and just spam the pop the Ghost Shroud, use his magic wand charges, and then be fine from a lot of these gank attempts. So I don't know. We'll see what they look to go down. Maybe the Drow into the Necro is the better way to go, just because you're able to outrange a lot of what Necro's trying to do to you and not give him any of those magic wand charges.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of our decisions going to come down to how these lanes are set up between Sri Lanka and Pakistan. One thing for me is that I'm not a huge fan of a double melee lane with the Mars. I think this hero really likes to have like a ranged hero that can dish damage in from afar. But they feel comfortable Asan being on heroes that obviously can be very mobile and make a lot of rotations. We saw the Mirana in game 1, now playing the position 4 Tiny. So I feel like there's just a little bit of, there's some not key synergy there, I think, between those two heroes, but we'll see how much of a factor it's really going to prove to be as we do get underway in our second game.
We've seen the impact of these repositioning spells there, right? You've got the toss, you've got the spear. If you combine them together with the rupture as well, you can just deal a ton of damage before someone's even able to begin to react. So we'll see what they choose to do once the game fleshes out a little bit. And who is laning where?
Wonderful.
Seems to me like Zeus still wants to go mid. Maybe it was just getting demoralized a little bit previously. Was Tensor, but I mean, it was against a Pugner, right? Like, I don't think he could be too harsh on himself with how that game number 1 was. I'm still going to go with Pakistan just because I don't like this Zeus as the last overall pick. And on top of that, I feel like they had I don't want to say better draft, but they had at least 2 very strong lanes in the previous game, and they lost all 3 lanes. So I think I'm just going to bank on Pakistan and their superior mechanical skills and even the overall strategy in the game. It felt like they were all playing together as a cohesive unit.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect way to put it. Just felt like there was a flow on Pakistan then compared to Sri Lanka when they fought behind. We weren't really able to see the fluidity with the lineup and kind of the cohesiveness of being able to work together. Maybe it's just scrim time, training time together as a unit, but I would follow suit as well. I think Pakistan very much impressed me in a game 1. We were kind of both mentioning off the back of their strong game 1 performance that they might be the team to look out for. Of course, we still haven't even seen 2 countries battle it out. We've, of course, only seen Sri Lanka and Pakistan at the moment. We are waiting to see India and Bangladesh, but we have a bit of a pause as we let this one brew a little bit. There's a couple of ping issues.
I mean, During the break, I had a look at some of the ranks on the players as well, and there's a big reason why Pakistan won every single lane in the previous game. They got about 2,000 MMR on their Sri Lankan counterparts. Of course, they're all still immortals on Sri Lanka, but Pakistan pretty high three-digit ones. You've got Arrow there sitting on 181. Sorry, Asan sitting on a rank 181, highest of his entire team. So we got some pretty high individual skill players on both these teams, but a little bit more towards the Pakistan end.
Okay. Yeah, it's always
the ping resolves itself soon.
Yeah, hopefully we don't want no ping issues. We've had some electricity issues, but they've sorted themselves out. Always ping can come and go, but a good old disconnect and back in should be able to fix the issue. But we'll see. Was Marcy banned out first phase?
Yes.
Okay. So I was just gonna say there's still looking to see our Marcy maybe tonight. It's just gonna be first phase banned. We'll get nothing out of it. But Sri Lanka, of course, we did see the respect of getting rid of Black Spark's Pugnut, but he's on to another kind of cheesy green hero. What are your thoughts on Necro overall? Did he get changed? I don't think he was touched in 7.31D.
Don't think so. I don't know. Maybe it's hard to say this game in particular, right? Because they're playing him mid. If it was in the side lanes, maybe you could argue that he is relatively stronger because of the lack of the effectiveness of the healing salves. It means that your harass is going to be a little bit more impactful. It means that your sustain is going to be a little bit more impactful for your team. So I feel like he's gotten relatively stronger. Honestly, anyone that could do any kind of healing is just stronger this patch, right? Because you're not going to be able to just feed salves into your POS 1 or POS 3 as the supports. But this game, playing it mid, doesn't really change too much about anything, right? It's just going to be how the matchup goes and who buys the magic stick first. You can see Necro's already got his, and well, I really want to see the Zeus look to immediately queue his one up. There's no point in going into this Null Talisman when Black Sparks is going to be constantly using those death pulses.
All right, we are back underway. A couple of Gs and we're good to go. Game 2, Pakistan with the game advantage. Keep in mind, guys, these are all a best of 2, so looking to try and find as many map victories as possible. Is this another game where we saw no smokes coming through from either side?
Sure is. Despite that, they were able to get the Observer Ward down in the mid lane first on Team Pakistan, about 7 seconds sooner, so they're going to be able to scout out a lot of this movement coming through. Black Sparks, of course, very vulnerable at level 1, but immediately the ping's starting to come out. They know exactly where they're positioning right now on Sri Lanka, although our son needs to be a little bit careful. It's leveled up Toss already.
Arrow?
He's dead.
Oh, yeah, well and truly is dead. It's just a question of who is able to find first blood, and Zeus is going to snag that, so extra 278 gold for the Zeus to be able to play into the Necro, and they will also get, I think, 2 bounties? Yeah, 2 for 2.
I mean, this is a really big deal, though. I mean, this is one of those instances where there's a reason that you don't level up your abilities until you actually see who's converging in onto you, right? Like, maybe if he had the Avalanche, he would be able to live for another couple of seconds. The DK doesn't get the stun onto him, and Joker ended up panicking a little bit. He's leveled up the Cold Embrace, which makes you very weak in the laning stage. Typically, you want that at level 4.
And we saw how important kind of the Arctic Burn was for the lane. Joker was just doing a very good job to be able to harass the strength offlaner. There was the Mars in the previous game. Now it's going to be the Dragon Knight. And you were mentioning as well, the Arctic Burn got buffed 8 seconds to 10 seconds. So seems like a pretty decent ability now for the lane.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you've got Amish here looking to trade right clicks against both Ghost Khan as well as Joker. He's got that 10 right click advantage. Of course, that's going to be dwindled a little bit when you get the Arctic Burn available, but with some of those early kills, I mean, with Zeus being able to pick up that first blood as well. He's gotten that super early bottle. He's already starting to build into the null talismans. Again, not the biggest fan. I really want to see him get at least the magic stick. Doesn't need the full wand, but against the Necro, it's going to have such a high impact.
Definitely feels like, oh, bottom lane, Drow Ranger is going to end up going down. Beautifully done, Pakistan. The Mars and the Tiny combination able to put Tensor to a compromised position off the back of the toss. It's a good start. They're going to go for it again. Oh.
They tried to go for the exact same play. I think he ended up taking 3 tower hits, which of course was a level 2 Drow Ranger. So dealing with him pretty well. But you can see why he leveled up the toss, but well, it wasn't really worth giving up the first blood. At least you're able to get something out of it in the end.
Well, if they can keep the creep equilibrium kind of towards the Mars's tower, then that will always be a possibility. Unfortunately, San is not contesting the Shadow Demon.
He'd be able to get this pull off, though. Only ends up securing the range creep, but that is still a pretty big win, just to have that constantly pushing back into the Radiant favor. San still is able to secure the ranged experience, though, as the neutral creeps deal with it.
Top lane, a little bit of brawling going on. Blood right with the Arctic Burn. Thought they were going to continue to get aggressive, but Amish is honestly doing a very good job to just continuously be right-clicking down the Winter Wyvern. It's back to bottom we go. The God's Rebuke Slam gets rid of the Shadow Demon. So once again, it was just a toss back, and Mr. Devil and Asana combining together perfectly in this lane.
Another 3 tower hits. I mean, they're just looking to do this. This is what... I think it was Neon Esports back in the day, was doing this a lot. You know, the support Tiny combination where you're able to just get someone repositioned and then push them further into the tower. With them, I believe it was the 5 Tiny, and they combined it together with a 1 Magnus with, you know, a mid laner that was more of a carry and secured a lot of free kills this way. This is much more conventional, though. You know, position 4 Tiny with a Mars. You're not changing up too much of your overall strategy. It's just a really cool laning tool.
Looks like, meanwhile, mid lane matchup, it's relatively even. Not expecting many kill opportunities. Probably going to come down to the level 6s. Black Spark, so trying to out-sustain. He's got to be cautious of another pulse. Oh, this is just gets out of range.
I want to sound like a broken record, but where's the magic stick, man? I feel like you're actually able to stay there and continuously right-click against the Necro if you've just got that available for yourself.
Lane, Amish might be in trouble. Selv's gonna get popped instantly, but oh, another leap. May as well just deny yourself now. So honestly, it's a decent sequence of events. It's a lot of time wasted from Ghost Khan.
Mid lane.
They're gonna go for it. Zeus moving up to the high ground thanks to the leap, and is able to bring down Black Spark. So a solo kill given over to the Zeus, and he's off to a flying start. Bottom lane, now we go again. Toss into spear. Tensor back to the tier 1 tower. Asan and Mr. Devil, they are executing this combo perfectly.
They are for sure, but you're in a really good spot to be able to get some kills once the Drow Ranger TP's back to this lane. With that solo kill onto the Necro, Zeus is up to level 6. So let's see if they're able to take advantage of that Thunder God's Wrath.
I'm gonna try and make sure that's not a possibility. Asan rotating mid. They need the Scythe, I believe. We'll see. Oh, they're just going to see him on the edge. Oof. Great ward placement. Tiny's now killed off as a result of this.
Oh, we're at least able to deal with the Observer Ward, and Black Sparks with that brings up his own level 6.
Mr. Devil might be in trouble. They're going to have enough mana shortly for the Thunder Gods. Let's see if they have enough with the poison. Doesn't get the 4th stack.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Could be enough.
Thanks.
It's back again. Mr. Devil. Another spear onto the tower and another easy kill for them. Shadow Demon gonna try and limp away off the back of the Fairy Fire. And they actually secure the kill. God Rebuke, not enough. Shouted him will make it out. Beautifully done. Of course, it comes at a cost of the Selv and the Fairy Fire, but as long as you're able to keep your life, and now, meanwhile, top lane, Zeus, we're going to make a rotation up. They're going to catch them off guard as Ghost Khan is trying to man fight Beaver, but he does have a lot of movement speed, and it looks like the Zeus, he doesn't have much mana to be able to continue the chase, so both Joker and Ghost Khan will get away. And back to bottom lane, Tensor is in trouble. Mr. Devil and Hassan trying to chase him down. A couple more right clicks. Can they get out of the way? No, Hassan finds a toss and Mr. Devil. Oh, no. This bottom lane, man. 3 deaths on Tensor. It's not looking good.
Yeah, and you can see him every single time he tries to run through those trees. You know, that's the impact of having this Bloodseeker available. I don't know how they even fix this, right? Like, maybe once the Mirana hits up onto a level 5, they'll have the turnaround. They should be able to get a kill this time.
Should be able to is the key word. It looks like that's not going to be the case. If he gets a kill, he's going to get a bonus amount of health back, and he does. And now he's out of the threshold. With the Thunder God's Wrath is going to secure the kill. He's even considering about diving the tower. As Joker with the burst on the Splinter Blast is able to secure another kill for the lads on Pakistan up top.
They're just missing a few of these easy kills, right? They should be able to secure this incredibly easily. Now Tensor, at least he's got this Observer Ward to be able to play with, preventing the fact that he might be getting tossed back into another Mars Spear, looking to push him back underneath the tower, but yeah, it just feels like you're not taking full advantage of this hero that you've picked in the Zeus, right? You want to be able to use the Thunder God's Wrath, and well, I mentioned that he had a nice level 6 timing, but hasn't used it once. Well, Arcane Rune will make things feel very good, though, although Hassan, good movement to be able to deny that one out.
Pretty good read as well from the Zeus. He was starting to make his way over. On top lane, Beaver ruptured onto the Dragonite, so there will be no escape. This Ghost Khan's freely able to bring him down. He's actually taking quite some time to kill off. Are they going to avoid the DK? All this bonus armor that he's getting from the Dragon's Blood, but eventually Ghost Khan will be able to secure the kill. Should be able to secure the kill. There we go, toss on forward. He wanted to make him work for it. That's the main thing. This arm without a toss now, so Amish just able to leap away.
There's the Thunder God's Ares, that's all I want to know. Satan, he's spending his time farming instead of pushing lanes. He hasn't really done too much damage to the enemy tower. When he made a few of those rotations previously, Black Sparks just dived tier 1. They're looking to try and get another here. Hassan coming through on the Tiny. You've got the Reaper Scythe available.
Can they get...
about to say should die, but he just got a little bit greedy himself.
Great reactions though from the rest of Sri Lanka's heroes, being able to TP on over and protect the Zeus, so they will not think about diving underneath the tier 2 tower. But once again, Pakistan off to a flying start. 3,000, make it a 2,000 net worth lead now.
Coin for me.
The important thing is, relative to the other supports, Tiny's having a great...
It's the Devil bottom lane. Arena's going to be dropped. Drow Ranger once again under the pump. They're going to finally use the Thunder God's Wrath to secure the kill, but it's going to come at a price. As Black Spark steps in, Scythe utilized. We'll be able to secure the first Scythe charge of the game.
So moving back onto that mid lane, Black Sparks. He's gone this Hood of Defiance build, of course, going up against... a decent amount of magic damage. So it's going to make his life a little bit more challenging as he picks up a nice DD route for himself. But you got to be careful. I mean, sure, he doesn't have the Reaper Scythe available, but this isn't a free lane for a Drow Range to be able to go into. He's hit up onto level 7. It was actually him that has the Tome of Knowledge available. So I guess the supports have a decent amount of farm so far.
Zeus ran into the Tiny. Well, who's ran into who? Like, it's going to be Satan that's able to help out. And Tenzo also gets the bounty for the kill as well with the finishing blow. So that is much needed gold given over to the Drow Ranger, who's really struggled in the lane.
Yeah, for sure. The thing is, though, where's she moving? I mean, she's just gone back to the jungle. This doesn't feel like the most impactful place for her to be right now. It's still at the stage where you don't have the strongest ganking lineup. I feel like probably can make some kind of rotations happen with the Zeus. Maybe he just wants his Aether Lens before making that kind of movement, but to me, Drow needs to be the one soaking up a lot of these this lane experience as opposed to jungle experience. They ended up smoking, and it caught Satan on the Zeus there, so if they were really paying attention, they would have seen the potential for some kind of movement, but you can see Joker
vanishes out into the arrow combination. Gokhan waiting for an opportunity to be able to step in. It's actually going to try and bring down the Drow Ranger. But a great use of the Purge. It's going to slow down the Bloodseeker, so we will not be able to close the distance.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's got the 8th lens available now on Satan. Probably just wants that one last use out of the Arcane Boots, but need to be careful with where you're looking to position himself. Arsan making the rotation towards the mid, maybe trying to set up some sort of combo for the Zeus. You can see Wyvern already has that on mind. Be able to actually secure it though until the Tiny's here, and he's still a little bit away from that Blink Dagger.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
See him. Mr. Devil's pretty close though. Needs a couple hundred gold until he's able to complete this one. So at least they'll have him to be able to initiate fights before the Tiny gets his own item to jump.
Big fight about to break out here.
Look at Hassan's positioning. The backstab, there we go. Onto the Shadow Demon. I mean, that is priority number one. You always want to bring down the Shadow Demon to start the fight, and they'll do just that. And now Ghost Khan, he's going to have an opportunity to enter the backline, but the burst, oh my, they just blow up the Bloodseeker. They're going to look to rectify the fight, because off to the northern side, the Winter's Curse is going to be dropped. They're going to turn their attention back to the Zeus, a heavily jump, providing some distance between the two sides. But Zeus, I don't know if he's going to be able to escape as Necro secures it with an Ultra. He might be able to get the Rampage, honestly, and they'll find it. Black Sparks, 13 minutes in. You wouldn't expect a Necro to find the Rampage, but Black Sparks has looked exceptional today.
It's all on the back of the Tiny, really, right? He's the real hero of that engagement, being able to find the Shadow Demon, get the toss back. I mean, just have a look at all the heroes that it's great against, right? The disruption saves against the Spear into the arena, the disruption saves against the Reaper's Scythe, the disruption saves against the Winter's Curse. So to be able to take him out of the fight from the very beginning is such a huge deal, and well, they snowballed very effectively off the back of that.
That they did, and continuing to build up this lead. Pakistan, it's 4,000 now, and really, just importantly, is the fact that they're able to find this T1 tower mid. Now this can really start to open up the map, and they can get a little bit more aggressive with these blinks.
Yeah, speaking of the blinks, they've got 3 queued up. Tiny, Wyvern, and Necro all have theirs queued up. They want to be able to get on top of this Drow Ranger and limit her impact as much as possible.
Satan mid lane's going to be in trouble. Goka drops the curse. No one else is nearby, so the duration is going to expire shortly, but they can blink and follow up. Meanwhile, they were trying to bring down Ghost Khan, and they will be able to do so. It looks like this was the Marana and the Shadow Demon in conjunction.
Okay, nice little kill for them to pick up here. Drow Ranger going into the Dragon Lance for now. So again, a nice value item. I kind of want to see her go into the Frost Arrows, the Aghanim Shard. You get a little bit of that bonus damage, of course, if you're able to build up all 5 stacks. I want to say it's, sorry, all 7 stacks. I want to say it's an extra 35 damage, unless I'm wrong. But for me, it's more about that regen reduction, right? Again, you're up against a Bloodseeker, you're up against a Necro, you're up against a Winter Wyvern. If you can take that away from them without actually needing to buy a item, I guess Shard's an item, but to not have to use a slot for it, it's real nice.
Yeah, without a doubt. Honestly, that's what I was looking at when they picked the Drow Ranger. I'm like, okay, yeah, maybe this hypothermia from the Frost Arrows is something that's going to be an X factor as the game goes on, but I guess just the issue with Tensor is the rough laning stage that he really had. 1, 5, and 4, level 10 now. But you are going to multiple Blink Daggers on Pakistan, so Tensor's positioning has to be perfect.
We do have a Blink Dagger on the DK as well, though, so let's see if they try and make an aggressive move themselves for Team Sri Lanka. Looks like they're trying to group up a little bit here. No wards around, go for the smoke, have the Zeus kind of sort of showing on the map, just to make things not incredibly obvious. If you could get up to level 12 before the gank ends up finding anyone, of course, that would be the biggest win imaginable. They're going to try and get this Wyvern. They know how effective Joker
Ooh,
is.
not
but-
an easy kill.
Radiant's bottom tower
Awkward initiation from Beaver, and they might look to give up his life as Black Spark's going to enter. Oh, what is that curse?
Oh, man.
For Arena 4, they're going to drop everything on the dome of Sri Lanka. Two heroes that just ripped apart to start the fight. Now they're onto the Zeus on the backline as well. Man, what is this Wyvern gameplay?
That's just standard Wyvern gameplay, man.
Oh, right, yeah.
Happens every time. I mean, this is the reason why you're first picking it. Go ahead. Go off, man. This is, I don't want to say a masterclass, but he's playing it pretty damn well.
Joker is looking exceptional on the Winter Wyvern. You saw that follow-up instantly. Now, Pakistan, they were all nearby to be able to offer some assistance. It wasn't just like it was a 3-on-5. Everyone wanted to get active, and as you're kind of expecting with all the Blink Daggers is bottom lane, they're trying to chase down Hassan. Oh, that's a awkward TP. Unfortunately, Beaver's going to be able to show up in the nick of time to be able to cancel that one. So, Tensor, once again, is able to find another kill, but is firmly towards the bottom of the net worth.
Yeah, if he didn't pick up that kill, Tiny would be sitting almost very close to his own net worth at this stage. So, never great to see. And the thing is, he's going into the Hurricane Pike super early on. I'm not a fan. To me, you're lacking damage right now. I guess you've got the Zeus a little bit, but they don't have amazing ways to be able to close the gap. I mean, they're going into the Blink Daggers, but I feel like you need to get a few more kills on your end before you can start worrying about that. It feels to me that this is an item that'll delay the inevitable as opposed to enabling any sort of comeback to be mounted.
And the fact that Pakistan have this huge lead before Ghost Khan is really even online, the Bloodseeker is going to thrive once you get this Maelstrom BKB, and this is soon to be complete. It's just looking for that last component in the recipe.
They're doing a good job of playing off the map as well on Team Pakistan, not revealing too much, and then using these super deep observer wards to be able to maybe catch out someone that's just going a little bit too deep with the
Top
farm.
lane, they're going to jump the Necro, but Joker nearby once again! Another curse onto all four. This should be plenty of time to give the Necro the opportunity to sustain through the damage and now drop the Scythe onto the Dragon Knight. As they're not done just yet, Rupture controlling the Zeus, holding him in place so Pakistan can surround their foes. I'm gonna stop expecting this. It's just gonna happen every fight. Joker is looking exceptional on the Winter Wyvern. He is just continuing the shot with these curses.
Got to ban the Wyvern, man, or you've got to play a little bit more effectively around it. I was saying before the effectiveness of a lot of these heroes that give vision. Well, this is one of those games, right? I mentioned that Wyvern hates strong laners, and Wyvern hates heroes that are immediately able to get on top of her. And, well, it feels like right now you don't really have that. Dragon Knight's really the only one, and, well, they tried to go onto the Necrophos to be able to begin that when you didn't know where anyone was. So, a little bit of a misplay, perhaps.
Onto the Drow. Great position for the Shadow Demon, though. He's going to protect Tensor. We'll try and turn around on the Tiny, but a Cold Embrace at perfect timing, keeping Hassan alive for the moment. Off the mark of the spear from Mr. Devil. And they'll get the first pick off, and they're going to try and chain this into a secondary kill as well. There will be no curse to turn this around, so Pakistan losing two heroes to start the fight. But as soon as Ghost Khan enters off the back of the BKB, he can assassinate the Drow Ranger. And to the northern side, they're on Amish. There's no Scythe. He might tick out to the Pulse and the Spirit Vessel. Run, little piggy, run. Is the damage enough? It should end up ticking him out. Oh, it's not. Okay, the raindrops.
Yeah, the last tick onto it, although he's got someone chasing him. You've got the Bloodseeker on you, the Thirst. Going to give him all the vision, so I'm not even sure if a TP would end up bringing him to safety. He'll try and go for a little bit of a jump over these trees here. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. Maybe he'll just die to a Necro.
At least Necro didn't get the Scythe charge, right?
Sure.
Sure. Another jump. And it's onto the Shadow Demon. He should be able to catch up. What was that cast range? What? Alright. Fourth charge of the game here for Black Sparks, and net worth lead is continuing to grow for the side of Pakistan.
Radiant's bottom tower is
It just
under
comes down
attack.
to individual skill at the end of the day, right? It feels like they're out moving them. It feels like Joker has won them at least.
Oh, they found the Zeus.
fights.
They found the Zeus, Asan, and Mr. Devil. And we saw them in the lane, how strong they were, and now continuing that trend into the mid game as they are just looking so difficult to deal with this double blink initiation. They're not done. Another skirmish is breaking out. They're going to try and bring down the Wyvern at the start of the fight. And they will be successful. So Sri Lanka able to hit the board.
It's a nice one. Maybe might have been able to save the Wyvern if you use the Death Seeker onto him, but
Radiant's bottom
of course,
tower
as
is
the
under
Necro,
attack.
he was just more concerned with his own safety, as he should be. I mean, Black Sparks, again, has another very solid game. Just the one death so far for 16 kill involvements, and well, out of towers, they don't melt quite as quickly as they did in game number 1, considering you don't have a looter on your team, but still, you're able to just consistently push on forward. Bloodseeker heals himself. Wyvern there to toss out any heals as well.
Oh,
Mid
Mr.
lane.
Devil. A beautiful spear on the Hasten Mirana. That's a measly Mirana kill, but they might be able to lead this now into a tier 2 tower mid if they want to.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, up on this top side, you've got the full Hurricane Pike on Drow Rangers, so again, the thing for me is the 4-star portion of that just provides you absolutely nothing in terms of catch-up and farming potential. And just having a look at the net worth, you can see what that actually means. I mean, you're 4,000 or so net worth behind your enemy position 1. That's 1.5 items at this stage of the game. I really feel like he needs something that's going to actually enable him to farm a little bit more. He even got lucky with being able to pick up the Grove Bow, but it's not going to mean anything if you've just got this item that doesn't actually do anything for you when these team fights aren't happening.
And for Pakistan, they've done a really good job with the positioning of the lanes. Bottom, mid, and top are all shoved out, so this is giving them the opportunity now to Roche, but Radiant, they're going to try and contest this. Got to be cautious. We're seeing what can happen in team fights.
Joker's positioning though, will be able to break it.
Might be
They
able to
found
break
him.
it down to start the fight.
That's
Joker's going
solid.
to buy back. He look to rejoin if required. Roche, about 2/3 health to play with. Rupture, gonna be chalked out on Beaver. They might be able to push it back with a spear miss. Devil's gonna look to jump. He gets the arena control onto Tensor as well. So the Drow Ranger stuck in the midst of it all. Is gonna try and force the reposition, but it will not get enough distance away as the hunting Bloodseeker sniffing out the next objective, and that's going to be the Shadow Demon trying to cut his way through the tree line, but there will be no escape from Ghost Khan.
So much.
You admire the attempt, right? They did a lot of things right, but it was just, again, some really good positioning coming through from the Wyvern, popping the smoke, tanking the gank, and resulting them in getting 4 kills for 1. With Ghost Khan immediately just able to go straight on back into the Roche pit, pick up the regen rune on the bars, and just look to really solidify your net worth lead at this stage.
And this is about to be a Lincoln's complete as well for Ghost Khan. So it's going to give them kind of their high ground siege is a bit awkward, honestly. Oh, actually, Satan. Hassan, does he just chuck out the avalanche? Oh, bit too late. Nice TP.
Don't mind if I do.
The game where the static field is actually, excuse me, pretty damn useful for the Zeus, but doesn't really feel like he's going to get it anytime soon. Of course, the Nimbus so effective both as a farming tool as well as a delaying tool as well as a team fighting tool. Still, what, a good 2.5 components away from being able to finish it up. Just see on the Drow again. Haven't been able to extend that with net worth lead at all. Not even lead, sorry. That net worth too much. Just having a band of Elven Skin as your only new item in the past 4 minutes, it feels like.
Well, Satan did change his mind, going back into the Ag Shard instead of wanting to complete the Scepter for the Nimbus. So we'll see how that static field's able to come into play.
I guess just feeling like, okay, we're way behind. I need something now that's going to be able to make an impact, because you know that they're wanting to make an aggressive move sometime soon. You've got this Aegis, you're nearly level 20 on the Bloodseeker. Got to be careful with where you position yourself, though. They don't have vision right now of Mr. Satan, but Mr. Devil he's the one looking to try and catch him out.
Oh no, they're going to jump. Mr. Devil, what is that arena? Onto both the cores, the most valuable cores to bring down to start the fight. And now they can look to chain this into a third kill as the Shadow Demon just overwhelmed in their own territory in Sri Lanka. They're going to drop the G's. They're going to call it quits as Pakistan will start the day off in 2-0 fashion. And they are definitely the team to look out for.
Another one of these games where Zeus unfortunately wasn't the pick. And even if they felt like it was, I felt like the itemization was a little bit off. You already have the right-clicking advantage against a Necrophos. You just needed to sustain much better in that lane, get the better end of a lot of these trades, and use your Thunder God's Wrath as a little bit of a surprise ganking tool. And, well, unfortunately, that's 2 Zeus games and 2 losses so far for Team Sri Lanka. So, I mean, they've got other chances to be able to come back into this in the later stages. But as for this one, they've dropped their first series 0-2, and well, if Team Pakistan keep up this momentum, they could very well just look to go lossless throughout the rest of these South Asia qualifiers.
Yes, yeah. It's hopefully they're able to grow a little bit with momentum, but the moment really our eyes are on Pakistan. Those 2 games, they just look dominant. And honestly, especially in game 1 in particular, I was a big fan of Sri Lanka's draft. Unfortunately, it just came down to execution. You did mention it at some stage, just maybe the mechanical advantage that Pakistan are playing with. Just it really showed as well with how strong they were able to look in the lanes. They could transition that into a very solid early game and mid game, and then just from there they were just way too far ahead. And honestly, for me, I'm just also intrigued to see is maybe the team that is playing up against Pakistan, if they can. If you can maybe see that the Wyvern is a big issue or not, because we saw how good Joker was able to look. But any closing comments then on this series?
We'll see. I mean, it felt like Sri Lanka were a little bit out of their depth for this one, but does this? I mean, they need all of the other results to go their way, basically, to even force tiebreakers, I would assume. So we'll see what happens there. But Team Pakistan, they just want to be able to get another 2-0 in their next series coming up. But I believe we've got a little bit of a break until that stage while we organize the next series.
Yes, we do. So we're going to send it over a break, and we'll see you guys shortly around the corner for the second series. we are back for our second series. It's going to be Team India taking on Pakistan. Then we saw Pakistan in our first series against Sri Lanka. They looked incredibly dominant. Both game 1 and game 2, there was really no contest at all for those lads. It's a different team, a different country that they have to battle against. Do you believe that India can take it toe-to-toe, or did Pakistan just look too dominant?
I'd say India have a much greater chance of being able to, at the very least, tie the series 1-1. I think if Team Pakistan are able to secure a 2-0 here, they can feel very confident, I would say, of being able to take that number 1 seed moving through and being able to qualify to the LAN finals in Birmingham. But Team India, they've got some names on them. I mean, No Chance is playing for them right now, who has had a stint on teams like Signify in the past, and they were like the team that was representing India for a good 3-4 years, I would say. So I'm keen to see what Pakistan are made of, and if they're able to take on this team who might have a little bit more direction behind them.
Yeah, I'm intrigued as well if India have taken a little bit of time to look at the drafts on the previous 2 games, just maybe seeing if there's anything that they can look to take away from Pakistan, or if there's any strategies that they might be able to address in this upcoming draft as we do get ourselves underway. It's going to almost, yeah, we are in there. So we got Pakistan on the Dire side and then India on a Radiant. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see kind of how the adaptation is going to be, especially for Pakistan as well, because they blew Sri Lanka out of the water. So I wonder how their strategy is going to differ between that series and this series now.
Yeah, I think we're going to see... Of course, the laning stage is important, but it felt to me like Pakistan probably would have beaten Sri Lanka regardless of what the lane setup was in terms of hero-to-hero matchups, just because of that skill differential, right? You had Sri Lanka with a bunch of 6k players, and Pakistan have a bunch of 7 and 8k players. This time around, India, they're probably matching them in terms of the MMR differential, right? You've got like 183 rank, 181 rank, you've got a 700 rank, and then a bunch of 700 ranks on the other teams. So it's a lot more even across the board this time around. So I'm going to put a lot more emphasis into the draft and how that's going to influence things. But clearly, they're not concerned about Joker's win to Wyvern, and he's drafting for him, and they're just saying, bring it on.
All right, well, India, they feel like a response to the Wyvern. And the Sand King is going to be enough. Of course, it is all magic damage. And they're going to double down on magic damage with the Sky.
Yeah, I mean, if you're able to take out a Pugna to be able to begin with, that's basically one of the few ways to be able to reduce magic damage in terms of heroes. Obviously, Glimmer Cape and 4 Staffs. Wouldn't hate to see a Snapfire potentially come out here. It has a decent impact against a Sand King. It also is able to use the Cookie to be able to stop the Mystic Flare damage, so it wouldn't be too bad, but they're just looking to secure their carry right now, realizing that, look, if we pick this really solid position 1 against the Sand King that doesn't really care about the Sandstorm too much, we should be pretty confident in just getting a ton of farm in that way.
And is this a nice strategy to go down where one team could be very reliant on just dumping everything on a target and looking to blow them up? Is that something that Medusa can kind of counteract?
A little bit, right? Like, of course, Medusa is very tanky, but it kind of goes both ways, right? Because, of course, as long as you've got the mana shield up, you're going to burn through a lot of that. Cold Embrace isn't really going to be that effective specifically for the Medusa, just because, of course, you've got to go through the mana first, and a lot of the damage is magical. So I'm keen to see like how they're actually going to support this Medusa beyond that. What kind of steroid is there going to be that's going to buff her up? Are they going to have someone that really excels at creating stacks for her? Because it's not the strongest lane, and you're up against a pretty high damage lane. And like I was saying before, the Wyvern doesn't necessarily synergize amazingly with the Medusa later on, unless you're able to get another like 3-4 man curse consistently in team fights, and then combo that into a Stone Gaze to really let the Medusa pop off.
And could that be a lane that they can maybe have a weakness in with the Wyvern Medusa? I mean, double range doesn't feel like, because kind of the thing about the Wyvern is you're a relatively weak laning support. So is this something that Team India can look to penalize?
I would say so. I mean, It's also weak in the sense of, like your right click potential isn't super strong, but you don't have stuns as well, right? So a Skywrath
10
who's
seconds
already
remaining.
very speedy just to begin with, he'll be able to make a few pulls
5
happen,
seconds
perhaps get a
remaining.
little bit of that early experience advantage, and then you could look to make a bit more of an aggressive movement, right? Because it feels like Medusa doesn't care too much about the Sandstorm early on. You just want to try and catch the Wyvern
Radiant
out of
team
position,
ban.
stun him up, slow him, and look to try and kill in that way.
We do see the second phase of bans, though. Team Pakistan putting a lot of emphasis on getting rid of some of the key matchups to deal with the Medusa. You've got the Anti-Mage and the Terrorblade in regard to position 1
10 seconds
kind of
remaining.
matchups, but then the Bane as well banned
Radiant
out, which
team pick.
I know you're always a big fan of the Enfeeble for the damage reduction, the kind of right click and carry, but also the Fiend's Grip has the mana loss as well, or you're channeling that, so it would be a great way to be able to deal with the Medusa.
I wonder if they're going to go into any other diffusal blade carrier, just like
10 seconds
an
remaining.
Ursa. We've seen like maybe a Slark could come through.
5
They've slightly
seconds
buffed up the
remaining.
essence shift a little bit. It's someone that even through the cold embrace, you don't really care. You're still going to build up a ton of those stacks as well. I wouldn't hate to see it, but I think an Ursa just feels a little bit more solid at this stage. He also received a very nice buff for his laning stage. I think an extra 6% on the level 1 Earthshock slow, which can convert into a lot more kills. Like 6% is a lot in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I imagine we're going to be looking at India's probably position 5, though, the 15th pick.
Dire team
It's
pick.
going to be the choice. Okay, Grimstroke. So it gives you Medusa is a very solid Dark Portrait target. Gives you a lot more burst potential as well. You drop the Inksworn to the Sand King. He can jump in, burrow into double stun. I
Double
really like
Ancient
the Grimstroke.
Seal.
Yeah, very true.
10 seconds remaining.
How will they
5
counter
seconds
this?
remaining.
Can I say Night Stalker? Like,
Yeah.
you're against a Sky and a Grim. These two will melt. As long as you've got dust, there's really nothing that either of them can do about it.
Dire team pick.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that a lot lately, where we have these two very squishy backline supports, and no one is putting as much emphasis on the Night Stalker. And Pakistan once again is not going to do that at all. They go the Mars and the Mirana route. Oh boy. Okay. Very interesting Spectre pick. What do you make of this?
It is one of those heroes that can go into the Diffusal Blade if you're wanting to try and fight up against the Medusa early on.
Radiant
You've also
team
got the
ban.
Desolate, which deals pure damage as well, so you can get on top of the Wyvern and still be dealing damage to her, even if she chooses to
Dire
pop that Cold
team ban.
Embrace. The laning stage, not strong. I mean, you're up against the Mirana and the Mars, so you might be suffering a little bit there, but I mean, I guess they just wanted that late game carry that's going to be able to contest into the Medusa.
Can it contest late game though? Don't you just, if Spectre pops Haunt, you pop
10
Stone Gaze and
seconds
you just
remaining.
group around your Dusa?
I guess.
5 seconds remaining.
But if you do that, though, then suddenly, I guess Spectre and Sand King aren't like
Radiant team
the
ban.
greatest BKB builders. I was about to say then you've got like free BKBs for the rest of the team fight. I don't know. I don't know where they're going with this. It really depends on how they're going to
Dire team
itemize, right?
pick.
Like, are they
Sure.
going aggressive with Diffusal and they just want to try and take down these supports, then convert that onto the Medusa, or are they going to go for the late game? I'd feel more confident with the aggressive route, which is kind of ironic with a
Radiant
Spectre, right?
team
One of
pick.
the least aggressive heroes out there.
Oh. Okay, we got the Death Prop the last pick, so going to get that one over to Black Sparks. I wasn't really expecting this, especially into the threat of the burst that Indy have. I think there was a lot of magic damage, so big concern that DP might be blown up.
10
I wonder if this
seconds
could be
remaining.
Eternal Shroud did get buffed up, so I wonder if that's something you're considering or just
5 seconds remaining.
casual BKB. But what do you feel like India need in response to the Death Prophet?
I feel like the burst damage is solid. Maybe just a little bit more reliable stuns coming through. Like you mentioned, the hooded, even just a casual Hooded Defiance, a Yule Scepter, it's going to be pretty good this game as well for the DP. So I want to see some other kind of stun, maybe a silence, I guess. But again, Dual Scepter makes you not really care too much about that. What could they look to go for, though? I mean, the puck provides a little bit of that in terms of the control, just allowing the Sand King to have a greater impact. Storm Spirit kind of sucks. Ember Spirit, pretty bad against the Death Prophet. Lena banned out. What do you do?
Yeah.
OD?
Good question. I mean, it's a solid OD game. Mars, Mirana, Dusa, Wyvern gives you Burst of the Death Prophet. It's a very good OD game. But I think you might have issues on how you're... Oh, we're getting into the danger zone if there's a Tinker now. They definitely could. They're going to struggle to get on top of like some hero like that. Spellcast in the back line. Well, we're going to go a different route. We're going to go down a Sapphire. Well, I guess it gives you a stun that you were asking for. Gives you a nice way to be able to pump in some magic damage from afar. Of course, the BKBs did get nerfed in the 7.31D patch, but it's a lot of spell damage that Team India are going to be pumping out.
Yeah, for sure. And again, like this Cold Embrace is going to be useless this game. If you just pop it down, you get the Mystic Flare on top of it, or you get the Mortimer Kisses, or you get all of Grimstroke's damage, you get a Sandstorm with stuns. Like, it is not a good Cold Embrace game for the Wyvern. And this is the downside of first phasing it. It's going to be, I believe, a mid Sand King and a position 4 Snapfire. 4 Snap? 3 Grimstroke? What's going on? I think India are ordered in, position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they can't be. It wouldn't be a 5 Spectre. So we'll see what their actual outcome is for this game. But how do I feel about this? I mean, you would assume it's going to be a mid Snapfire and then a Sand King for that burst potential. I'm still going to be favoring Team Pakistan right now. I feel like their draft is much more well-rounded, even though the Wyvern is going to have a pretty terrible game. To me, they haven't really addressed the Medusa enough, and I feel like this Death Prophet, as long as she itemizes correctly into that Yule Scepter / a little bit of magic resistance, she should be just fine.
So it is going to be a mid Snapfire. We have the carry Spectre. So 5 Grimstroke, 4 Sky, and 3 Sand King. So kind of what we were expecting to be the lineup of Team India. But you are going up against Pakistan, who are currently 2-0. They are flawless. They were able to take down Sri Lanka. Very, very convincing. Best of 2. And this now puts them, if Pakistan want to, of course, if they're able to 2-0 this series, then it pretty much guarantees them, right?
I mean, they could end up losing all 3 series against, Bangladesh could 2 all of their series and make a little bit of a showing, but no real star-studded players for Bangladesh, so I would say that that's a little bit unlikely. So a lot to play for Team Pakistan right now.
See, it's a bit of a different outlook in regards to their lineup, though. In regards to carry, we saw Rose Khan. He was on the Bloodseeker, and what was he on in game 1? Why am I forgetting?
Probably because the game lasted about 23 minutes.
So this is where you're supposed to not try and come up with some other wording to hide that you don't remember as well.
Well, I don't remember.
Yeah, that's all right. From what I can remember...
Was it Jug? Was he playing Jug?
It was Jug. Okay. Well, we'll see. The Deuce is a bit more of a different style. We see it a lot in Southeast Asia. Of course, it's South Asia. So we'll see how Pakistan are able to shape up. And we do have a smoke as well. Yeah. All right.
But they did it late, so they haven't actually used it to place any, mid wards or anything like that. So... see what the impact is against Skywrath with that pretty good movement speed. Going to be able to get away from this early kill attempt. Got to be careful on Snap. He's been pinged a little bit here, and of course, the Observer Ward revealing the exact positioning of both Black Sparks as well as Mr. Devil. means we'll be able to get away, but you're giving up both of these
Uh-oh,
runes
look at Ghost
on
Khan.
the top side.
Look at Ghost Khan is in trouble. Double stun into the burst from Madness. It'll be Evil Ash picking up our first blood to start game 1.
Torrents to come.
Hey, I mean, that's the value of that Observer Ward, right? You know exactly where everyone's positioning. You knew that the Medusa was a little bit isolated. And, well, they get the kill as a result. Very nice start for Team India.
I will see how... Well, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, you didn't get the kill onto the Snapfire, or at least a core as well, to be able to utilize that bonus gold for the lane. Now, how do we expect this matchup to actually fare with the Snapfire versus the Death Prophet? Do you feel like it's a little bit more one-sided than the other?
I think it's pretty even, to be honest. I mean, Snap has a lot of that burst damage, of course. You got a decent attack range, so it's going to be pretty easy to be able to break those Spirit Siphons. I think Abby's going to have a fine enough time in this mid lane.
And then we got to look at your boy Wyvern next. Of course, Joker playing it for the 3rd game in a row has really been looking exceptional in all 2 games that we've seen. And we'll see if he can rectify top lane. Ghost Khan. A little bit more right clicks, unable to secure with a kill. I'm going to try and push No Chance and Bandits back. How are you expecting Joker to shape up in this lane?
Sorry, I'm just seeing the pathetic salve that was just used onto the Medusa, and I'm sure Ghost Khan is thinking, hey, why am I still in this little bit of a kill range? You've got No Chance coming back to the lane right now, and I'm sure they're keen to go for another kill attempt. No regen, though, means that if it doesn't work out, it's going to be a little bit risky for them as Madness looking to try and get this pressure in onto Joker. It feels a little bit like he just wants to push this Wyvern away from the lane so that opens up the potential to go for this Medusa kill. Let's see if No Chance gets a little bit of body blocks going, making sure that the creep wave is going to connect just outside of that tower range, because, you know, the Skywrath's probably going to be body blocking up this small camp still and just looking to keep the pressure on.
Why, thank you.
And the one lane that we haven't paid too much attention to is down bottom. Mr. Devil back on the Mars. We spoke about how Asan looks to be that they like giving him a lot more of the kind of roaming heroes. We saw this 2nd game now on the Mirana, and the other game he played a very, very solid Tiny. So see, they've definitely got their style with the position 3 and position 4, but how would you expect them to be able to match up versus the Spectre, which is a carrier that we don't really see too often?
I feel like they're going to have a pretty decent time against the Spectre. Like, you could see that HBK's been forced to buy a healing salve for himself. I feel like the Magic Wand is a very nice item to have early on against a Mars. Again, one of these heroes that consistently wants to be using a ton of spells. The thing as well is, playing with this Mirana, I don't think that Team India is going to give Pakistan as many options to be able to group up for those 4-man Winter's Curses. So I feel like Joker's probably going to be looking to use it a little bit more towards the effect of just providing that couple of second stun to enable the arrow to connect onto someone and then get a kill as a result of that, as opposed to any kind of like big team fight turnaround.
And I guess that's a nice thing, but the curse, it doesn't have the 80 seconds, not the worst cooldown compared to some of the other big ultimates, especially if you're able to find, you know, valuable core pickoff, then you'd be happy with expending the Winter's Curse for that. So we'll see how it's going to come down to in the end. It definitely feels like they're pretty solid in regards to their team fighting. They've got a lot of big ultimates to be able to play with in conjunction. For Radiant, I think their lineup really plays off the back of pickoff. So is there one person that needs to kind of have a better early game than the other to enable this pickoff lineup?
For India, is that?
Yes.
Honestly, like Snapfire, you see him as being one of those heroes that's in the win ranger mold, right? Or in the mid-tiny mold, where you actually need to have just this snowballing style of game. If too many of your rotations don't work out, then you're not going to have the impact later on. Sure, you can farm lanes pretty quickly, but your impact is pretty heavily based around your enemies not having BKB and being able to pick up a lot of those timings just that little bit sooner.
So does his, is it going to be a lot of emphasis on kind of the power rune control to maybe get Snapfire like a haste or, you know, an action rune to be able to help out with getting these pickoffs?
I mean, power runes are nice, but I feel like they're a little bit of a
bottom lane.
luxury.
Evil Ash should end up going down. Mr. Devil was able to connect with Hassan, who was slowly peppering away at the Grimstroke, and meanwhile top lane as well. No Chance got brought exceptionally low on the Sand King.
Bit of a tangos, but they are pretty much out of regen on this top side, so let's see if Skywrath wants to bring anything else up to this top lane. He's going to need to. Like, you're going for a pretty greedy build here, double null talismans on the sky, when this isn't the easiest lane for a Sand King. We've even been able to get this double camp pull off here, but I don't know how confident you can feel about doing that against a Sand King, right? He's just going to be like, all right, more farm for me.
Yeah, there's nothing much you can do to try and contest it. Don't have any detection nearby to scout him out. And No Chance actually going to look to get aggressive on Joker, and they'll be able to secure the kill, and he denies himself to a neutral. So, honestly, really nicely done from No Chance, considering the kind of resources that he had to play with the lane. He was very low health, very low mana, so that's a pretty solid sequence of events.
Dire's top tower is under
Let's go with
attack.
that. He wanted to die to the neutral creep, that's for sure. But, I mean, the end result still is that Ghost Khan has this little bit of time up on this top side, completely uncontested, just securing a lot of that solo experience and gold for himself. And camp still blocked? I guess they are still both. Oh, sorry, the hard camp just respawned. Joker's come back. He does have the sentry. Oh, look at this. Snapfire. He's come up towards the top side. Joker wouldn't want to go down here. He just made his TP back.
Arctic Burn, that extra duration length.
Tower is under attack.
What? Dude.
Almost thought he was going to clip himself there.
Are falling.
I was like, hang on a second. He might be in trouble. I don't know if he's going to be able to fly away. And then, oh yeah, never mind. Extra 2 seconds. He got much more distance than I was expecting. And meanwhile, mid lane, Black Sparks, first EXO of the game, is getting a decent amount of damage done into the tower.
Yeah. We've got Joker making this rotation towards mid, getting a nice little D-ward off there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They going on Asan as well, so very good movements coming out and good map awareness from Team Pakistan. Although their Observer Ward on the top side is going to eventually get de-warded next to the secret shop. No Chance. He's dropping fairly low. You've only got the Dust of Appearance available, but that should be enough.
Oh, bottom lane. Arrow's going to be the mark from Hassan. Beautifully done. Oh, man, this Marana. A solid placement on the arrow. You secure a pickoff, and I suppose you even secure the bounty rune as well for the Death Prophet. So Black Spark's able to refill up your resources.
Another
but
rotation top.
Yep. Run to Joker. There should be a dead Winter Wyvern. Will not be able to escape for the second time, so finally this rotation's going to pay off. You gotta give the kill over to your core, but yeah, we'll see what Madness can do with the bonus goal.
It's pretty important for him to have the boots of speed, just constantly looking to harass out people like the Wyvern, making sure you're not staying in Winter's Curse range. I think it's fine at this stage for the Scarith, just to get those couple of super early game items to enable his impact.
That's what a support player would say. Yeah, understandable.
Yep.
As soon as you started to speak, I'm like, yep, that's right. He's a support player. Yeah, I know what's coming out.
All I want's the value. I'm the mayor of Value Town.
Right, yeah. Value boots.
That's all I need, man.
You
I
were
can make
speaking about...
magic happen with just some brown.
Dude, Ashan! Another arrow again. This will give Mars an opportunity to be able to step in. But the Gods of Bruk has come out too late thanks to the Phantom's Embrace, delaying the
Joker.
ability, but it will not matter. Joker stops the damage thanks to the Cold Embrace, and this is also given a free couple of seconds here for Assan just to pummel into the Grimstroke. That was the reason they were able to secure the kill at the end. They're going to go back over to Mr. Devil, and the burst actually coming out. Beautifully done. Concussive shot, being able to also buff up HPK's dagger thanks to the Ancient Seal.
Yeah, he turned around thinking he might be able to get that spear off onto the tree line. Of course, Assam was in position to be able to get the arrow, but yeah, surprising him with the Ancient Seal there and being able to secure the kill. Plus side, I suppose, is that Assad 8.5 minutes in, nearly hitting up onto that level 6 for himself, so must be pretty satisfied with that one. And bullying the Spectre back to the jungle already. He's going just the Manta style, Io Skadi build. Makes sense, right? You're going up against a Medusa. You want to make sure you can deal with him. You also want to reduce the effectiveness of the Death Prophet and the Winter Wyvern.
Top lane. They're onto the Medusa by the outpost. Simultaneously get a kill in the river, but the Watermick is getting dropped on Ghost Khan. They have to use the ultimate to be able to blow up the carry, but the main thing is they're finally getting rid of the Medusa. That is well worth it.
And they also stole away 2 bounty runes as well. Medusa was desperately trying to secure at least one of them before she went down, but ended up falling right in front. So even more gold go on the way of Team India. Mid lane, though, it is Black Sparks, again, putting in a pretty solid performance. And he's been able to pick up that Boots of Travel just a little bit earlier than the Snapfire. So looking to see him make a lot more rotations now around this timing, especially after having picked up that Magic Wand and having the Exorcism available for himself.
Meanwhile, we do see... I was just going to say, meanwhile, we do see Hassan go down to the Snapfire and the Skywrath Mage.
I think bot's really where the DP wants to be playing, if possible. Like, he's got the Mars waiting around with the Arena of Blood available.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
No TP scroll, but HPK, very nice presence of mind there to be able to back off completely. Will still mean that as he walks underneath the Observer Ward, you have the luxury of saying, okay, well, you're going to leave the lane. I either get a kill or I get the tower. Pretty terrible lane defense right now. If even the Sand King wanted to come, you've got the Mars there, you've got spear potential. You would have just been running into your own death. So Pakistan able to open up the map a little bit for themselves, and I mean, they've still got an okay duration on the Exo. Probably won't be able to reach the Spectre though by the time they're there. It will have run out.
Just going to use the last duration of the Exo to be able to get some farm up in the jungle for Black Sparks. We'll be working on the BKB as his next item. Meanwhile, though, we're looking at top though for the lads on India to try and put their own little bit of damage in, and they've done a very good job to keep the catapult alive, so they will be able to even up the tower trade.
Yeah, with arguably a much weaker pushing lineup as well, so when you've got a Spectre that, unfortunately, they're going to miss the arrow there on Asan onto the siege creep, but well, mid lane, we're seeing a bunch of TPs. Obviously, a lot of emphasis being put onto that mid tower to be able to protect a lot more of the Spectre's farming spots. This is the late game that you're playing for, and unfortunately for Team India, HBK is sitting at the bottom of the net worth. So I really want to see him looking to play a bit more around the top side of the map. Sand King, of course, especially with this item build that he's going for, Blink Dagger, Ring of Health, might look to go into the Vanguard. Very sustainable with his invis and just being able to play in the riskier areas of the map.
Now, you were mentioning in the draft that a lot of this is going to come down to the itemization from the Spectre. Do you like kind of the route he's going with this Manta Skadi?
I mean, it's just playing to out-farm and play the late game, right? So you could look at it 2 ways. I feel like this is the way to go if your laning stage has probably gone a little bit better than it has so far. So I'm a little bit more hesitant about it. It means that he's not going to be able to quite as quickly join in a lot of these team fights, won't be able to counter the Exorcism when it's being used onto your towers, and I don't know, maybe you're just going to lose a little bit too much. A big part of this is really going to depend on how much value you're going to get out of this first use of the Blink Dagger on No Chance. He's already TP'd back towards this mid lane, expecting some kind of movement around this next Exorcism timing for Black Sparks, but doesn't seem like he's super keen of, you know, making that push just yet. Of course, he's got the Boots of Travel, so he can join his team whenever he wants.
Alright, so up from India.
Safety of his tier 2.
Sans looks like he's aware that a smoke should be occurring, but he's going to be off the mark with his position to break it. They might finally run into him regardless, so there we go. You get the kill, but it is a blink reveal onto just a support. Of course, they would really love to bring down Black Sparks or Ghost Khan, but that will not be the case thanks to their heads-up map awareness.
Seems like they just really want that level 12 on the DP as well, right? Like, he's been farming away on this top side. I don't think you can go for any sorts of kill onto the Snapfire. They just want to enable that pushing potential as much as possible.
Just wait for that second point in the ultimate, then you might look to to get aggressive. Joker's doing a very good job as well. Just maybe seeing if there's a secondary smoke, but they're going to look to jump in with a combination. Fire Strike, Mystic Flare, plenty of bursts with the ward on the high ground. Instantly pings it out. Unfortunately for Mr. Devil, he did TP into a location where he will be underneath the vision of that high ground ward, so they will have confirmation now of the Mars having blink.
If they were looking.
Top tower is under attack.
Can't assume.
It's a very good point. Very good point. If they were looking or not. So who knows? Maybe that could still catch them off guard with this pick-off attempt down bottom.
Radiant are scanning.
With
Now-
Nabi's movement back underneath the tier 2 tower, that leads me to believe that yes, they were completely aware. I'm not sure if he actually walked underneath the Radiant outpost. That might have given it away, but no, they're going to go for a Moonlight Shadow here. No one revealing on the map right now, so it's going to be completely under the cover of this invisibility as the team, but pretty good movements as well coming through, just playing around the left side of the tower where they're perhaps a little bit more protected.
Alright, so they're just gonna pop X Zone, force a fight.
Radiant's middle tower is under
See?
attack.
Abby's gonna TP in. Only 1 point in the ultimate at the moment. It's really got no
Doesn't have
chance.
a ton of mana.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're going to smoke again, but didn't actually catch Mr. Devil in it. He'll have to put himself onto the front lines, and they'll see exactly where he's coming. So just have a look at who's putting themselves in the riskier position. It's those squishy supports, but still, you're feeling confident if they're the ones to be able to reveal a lot of this movement.
Dire are scanning.
Joker. It's gonna pop, but no chance. Once again, it's gonna be able to utilize the vision on the higher ground to get that initiation. But it's just a Winter Wyvern, and they also use Haunt as well, so a little bit expended. They are trying to beeline towards Black Spark's location.
Can they kill him, though? I mean, he doesn't have the BKB just yet, but playing underneath that tier 2 tower is a pretty safe place to be, especially when you've got Mr. Devil playing away from him, shoving those lanes out, and making sure to keep that TP scroll available. You know, a lot of the temptation might be there to, you know, TP down towards the bottom side, say, oh, I can shove this in, I can force
no
it to
chance.
defend.
In a little bit of trouble for the moment. They're going to continue to chase the Sand King. Oh no, the creeps just spawned as he tried to send the arrow out. Even Ghost Khan's going to look to enter the fight as well off the back of the Stone Gaze, but not getting much value out of it. Down to the south, Ghost Khan's going to turn his attention towards the sky. Be able to secure the kill. So beautifully done. They'll get the one. Now they're moving over to No Chance as well. A Burrow Strike still on cooldown, and
Nice
Black
Force
Sparks
Staff.
will be able to cancel the blink as well, thanks to the Force Staff. Nassan is always on point with the arrows. Well, I suppose apart from whenever the camp spawn, but regardless, Pakistan able to find a 2-for-1 trade. Now it does a little bit of a cost though, losing the Mars and also expending the Glyph mid.
Glyph mid, I mean, you've still got it after 16.5 minutes, right? Look at Medusa. She's just going to continue to farm, nearly having picked up that full Manta style for herself, and just push out a lot of those side lanes on her own. Really liking the itemization as well, coming out from Pakistan. We were saying before, like, the amount of times that this Wyvern's been burst down by magic damage, it's a little bit too much, so going straight into the Glimmer Cape, obviously not just for yourself, but for teammates too. And pretty rare that you see a Mirana go into the Force Staff, but you just have to consider, like, what you're up against, right? You saw there, it was able to secure the kill onto the Sand King, so it really enables that chasing potential for someone like the DP, but much more importantly, is able to escape the damage coming from the Mystic Flare. So, nicely done by Team Pakistan so far.
You do see, though, for India, HBK has been off on his own little island, just getting as much farm as he possibly can to catch up. He's still second lowest, make it now the lowest core out of everyone in the game, so it's still going to take quite some time to keep up with the Medusa. Hopefully the Manta will help out, though.
Oh, absolutely it will. I mean, again, I was talking before about the impact that not just the farm, but the experience. That's the big difference maker for mine, because right now, you get the Desolate, you use it with the Manta style, and you start hitting the Wyvern. Doesn't really do much. So once he gets a few more points into that...
Oh, look atop this ward, scouting out the Snapfire. It's going to see everyone else as well nearby the arena. Off the mark, they get the silence and the damage over time, though, to prevent the Sand King's counter initiation. So No Chance can't enter the fight, and Reddit, they need to get out. RB trying to escape to the southern side, but Mr. Devil is nearby. Spear's not going to actually connect to a tree, but Black Sparks once again, the aggressive Force Staff is able to close the distance as Pakistan. That was all set up thanks to the ward on the cliff.
Yeah, I was honestly a little bit surprised that they lost both supports there on Team India. There was a lot.
Hang on,
focus
bottom
being
lane, no
put on
chance. They're going to try and bring down Ghost Khan, but they are lacking damage to get rid of the Medusa, and now no chance. He might be in trouble. They got the ward on the backline on Dire, so they will be aware of any reinforcements. And the Sand King stuck in between a rock and a hard place, dominating streak for your Death Prophet. Madness is almost killed off as well, but Mr. Devil unable to get that speed connection.
Again, it's just really solid movement and counter initiation, right? Coming out from Team Pakistan, 6k net worth lead. They've protected their valuable objectives like that mid-tier 1 tower, so DOTA hasn't needed to leave the top side. She does, of course, because it's important to be able to win a lot of these early engagements with this pick-off-centric lineup that India's gone for. But yeah, net worth is just going to continue to extend. A minute or two ago, he was 3,000 ahead of the Spectre. Now it's 4,000, and it's just going to continue to... The gap's going to grow further and further.
Do you feel like this Skadi timing on Ghost Khan is where we might see Pakistan start to get a lot more map control? Because we've seen them. It's really been India that have been forcing fights, and Pakistan have been taking it on their own territory, but never really getting into India's territory. So do you feel like maybe once Medusa gets that item, then they might start to play a little bit more aggressive and try and get these objectives out of the map?
Maybe that item, maybe she'll wait for the level 20 as well, just to, again, make her this unstoppable force, because right now, sure, you could sit back and you can just continue to extend your farm further and further, but it does come a point where the Spectre's going to become a little bit scary, right? There does come a point where the Grimstroke might get a few more kills and be able to build up towards the Aghanim Scepter. So you need to make the most of your timing as you've got it. And I feel like that's going to come with the Eye of Skadi, plus perhaps the extra couple seconds.
Bottom lane.
Bottom lane.
Run to no chance. Spear and the arrow. Well, they get the stun just before the bow strike. And no chance will be chased down in the tree line. That is 4 heroes though of Pakistan, so I wonder if they're going to try and push all the way through bottom.
I think you're at this stage now where Ghost Khan, he's farmed enough, especially with that third point in the Stone Gaze. He's got the Grove Bow, where he's happy enough to just be sitting on this bottom side and taking the less safe farm. Like, you need to get kills with this lineup on Team India, but it really isn't going to be the Medusa that's the one that's dying. So just push the lane in, force difficult decisions out of Team India, and extend your farm.
Oh, they're going to find the Spectre. He tried the dagger to get through the trees, but Mr. Devil is able to catch him out. A beautifully placed arena, but some of the reinforcements are starting to show up. They're able to get rid of the Mars. Now, who do they want to turn their attention to next? Looks like Sky and Winter Wyvern battling it out for the moment. Madness going to try and bring down Joker with the Bow Strike follow-up. They should be able to secure the kill, and they do, but Black Spark simultaneously gets rid of the Snapfire position too, and now he's chasing for more. You've still got plenty of time with this Exo to work with, but the important thing, the BKB has expired, so he's going to be vulnerable to the magic damages. No chance jumps in. They exploit the cooldown. And India, that is finally the perfect trade they were waiting for.
Who got a bunch of the kills, though? Seems to me like it was the Skywrath and the Sand King. So still, despite that big involvement, despite surviving through a lot of that gank attempt, the Spectre only just about to hit onto that level 15. Still level with the Mars. And DOTA just farm. About to hit onto that level 20. I believe she's got the Skadi now as well. Yes, she does. So, yeah, next timing around the Winter's Curse, the Exorcism, that is when Pakistan are really wanting to cement themselves on the map and take more of these objectives and put themselves in a prime position to be able to go high grounded and win.
Still grouping up around mid, expecting someone to come throughout this wave. There's Black Sparks for the moment, but no chance. He's not going to get an opportunity to be able to jump over to the enemy side of the river to try and secure the kill. So definitely all eyes though on India and how they're able to set themselves up for another successful fight in a row. Do you feel like there is a main target that they have to burst down at the start?
For me, it's the Wyvern. I feel like Wyvern is just this hero that if you get a good curse off it, then enables you to, channel that into a spear or into an arrow, just to give you that pick-off potential that you need to be able to start these team fights. Whereas if the Wyvern isn't a factor, then you don't need to worry about the Glimmer Cave. It's really just the Mirana's Force Staff that you're mainly concerned about.
Yeah, we saw...
They make a big movement to the top side, but it's right underneath this Observer Ward that's been placed 3 or so minutes ago by Joker.
Joker's looking to itemize very defensively this game as well. Glimmer Cape into the air on this next. They're going to try Moonlight Shadow and pilot their way into Radiant's triangle. Got a sentry nearby, so they will see the Mirana. Or could have a target to be able to start the fights. Arrow's not going to get the connection onto anyone, so beautiful sentry placement, and India are out of harm's way.
Speaking of connections, oh, I'm hearing an Exo. And straight into the Roche pit.
Oh, Mr. Devil! He's on point. No Chance was trying to TP out on the cover of the Sandstorm, but somehow in your exact location of the Sand King, and now Ghost Khan is going to be able to connect as well to provide the damage required. And with all this going on, they're killing off Roshan.
It doesn't seem like they're too aware on Team India either. Their map is pretty damn dark. Just having a quick look at their vision at this point in time, they have 0 wards out on the map. It's just these lanes pushed out as much as possible, and well, Asan, he should at least get the deny onto this tower. Just dodge out, never mind. Able to dodge out the cookie at least, so not giving up his own life, but the damage potentially just going to accelerate even further on Pakistan with the Vladimir's offering now finished up. No Wraith Pack just yet, but the Medusa already incredibly farmed.
That is a big... They might actually kill the Mirana. Jeez, wand? Oh, it's enough to keep him alive. That's a big commitment. They use the Mortimer Kisses just to try and bring down the Mirana, and now you won't have this for your defense, because you know a fight's going to break out with the Aegis advantage. They are going to look to get aggressive to take some towers out of the map.
Yeah, and they're wanting India to reveal themselves first before they make any kind of play. Still 10 seconds left on a few of their key ultimates. You can see Skareth in this mid lane. He's got the bits of travel, even though he's a position 4, so that's obviously a big advantage of being able to join in to any kind of aggressive engagement. But their ultimates are back and available. You can just look to play around with the rest of your team. Black Spark's the only one not ready to immediately join, but of course, he's the one with the Aegis. He's the one with the main tower pushing threat. Let's see if they do revolve around this Medusa, though. She's got the double damage, so I wouldn't blame them at all.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Just trying to get a tier 2 for free. Looks like they will.
Radiant's middle tower.
Probably go bottom now as well, right? You got Death Prophet pushing in. In fact, they actually want to poke the high ground.
Radiant's middle tower.
A lot of damage.
No TP on HBK, it's just that Haunt. So he's going to need to full-on commit that if he wants to join any kind of team fight happening in the next little bit. Skadi, though, getting incredibly close to... Actually, never mind. He's not close to finishing it at all. And he's still, again, the net worth lead just feels like it's growing further and further for this Medusa. I was saying before it was a 3k lead, then it was a 4k, now it's an 8k lead that the Medusa has, as well as 6 levels ahead of this Spectre. It's just the increased farming potential that you've got, and it's really why I was leaning more towards that Diffusal Blade style of aggressive build, maybe like an Aghanim Scepter on top of that for HBK. Instead, he's gone this different route and really doesn't feel like it's going to be paying off for him.
For me, I'm kind of just looking at India if they can break the Blink Daggers. You know, maybe that's always the beautiful thing about having the Haunt. So hopefully that can stop the Mars from being able to get the Snapfire in the back line. Even Black Sparks, he's got Blink coming up, but yeah, mid lane, they're going to walk up the high ground and once again try and poke and prod. It's going to force reactions now.
It's a pretty early glyph as well, so it means that you're not actually going to clear out this entire bottom lane.
They're going to look to jump. He's pretty beefy with that level 20 talent. No hesitation with the BKB, and that is Haunt now expended. Oh.
Haunt expended. It's also Mortimer's Kisses and Mystic Flare used. I'm a little surprised that they're not looking to commit just onto the high ground a little bit more by Black Sparks, but now that his Exorcism's gone, I really don't think they want to make this move. No BKB. even though you have the Aegis, it's not going to be useful for too much of anything. So, well, despite having all of those tools at their disposal, they don't actually get anything too significant out of the map, right? They get a second and a third, sorry, a second tier 2, but I mean, they still can defend this high ground for a little bit further on Team India's side. Having that Skadi, of course, on HBK is going to be worth so much. Having level 18 as well, which I'm sure he's got his eyes on. But for Grimstroke, nothing significant is happening in the next little bit of time, right? He could look to finish up the Glimmer Cape now if he wants, but it doesn't really feel like it's going to do too much of anything. Shadow Amulet just using for repositioning himself, and I'd be going straight into the Aghanim Scepter if I
Mr.
was
Devil
him.
bottom lane. He's going to run to both supports. Arena instantly dropped, and they'll get the first. They won't get Evil Ash. Nice reaction with the TP, recognizing there will be no other stuns to flow inside the arena, but Mr. Devil, he didn't mind. Just instantly popped the BKB, arena out. There was nothing India could do. Them. Oh.
Even had the Shadow Amulet there just to try and get that little bit of extra survivability, but of course, like any good ganking style of core, holding onto the dust was Mr. Devil, and he's looking for someone to potentially spear back towards the rest of his team. Exorcism still 25 seconds away, and the Aegis of the Immortal being reclaimed now by Black Sparks, but that's not who you're concerned about. This is Ghost Khan. Like, again, 8.5, nearly 9,000 net worth lead that the Medusa has over the Spectre right now, and also got a Wraith Pack.
Yeah, that's really the big thing I wanted to mention, is the fact that you struggled to kill Black Sparks prior, and now you're gonna have to do that with the Wraith Pact on the ground. Like good luck. I suppose.
I wonder what he's got coming out to him next.
It's Skadi completed on the Spectre, so this is gonna help out a little bit with some of the survivability that Pakistan have. So definitely the biggest spike they've had in quite some time. So they're gonna look to utilize this. They see Ghost Khan alone. I don't know, man. It's going to be difficult to blow him up, especially with Dire behind the Medusa. They're dropping everything on Ghost Khan. It's you have plenty of resources to take the fight. There's meanwhile Mr. Devil jumps in the middle, drops the arena, controlling 3, and there's just nothing Team India can do. Snapfire's going to look to escape. Meanwhile, the Spectre's in trouble as well. Turning towards the Winter Wyvern, but it will not matter. Ghost Khan stands his ground now, ripped apart. No chance as well, as in the end, it's going to be Black Sparks that secures the triple kill.
We got 2 usages out of the Wraith Pack totem for that team fight, and it just shows what that big difference in net worth means in the grand scheme of things. They were able to just stand there and fight on Ghost Khan. He went right down to the limit, but the net worth gap was probably about 2,000 more towards the side of Team India. I'm almost certain that they would have taken out that Medusa, and maybe that would have been the big avenue to be able to come back into this game.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Second full set of barracks soon to be claimed. They almost get the Snapfire too. It's going to come at a cost though. Mars playing a little bit too aggressive. Inks, well, hard the spell is going to keep RB alive, but you got to be cautious, especially with the buyback coming through from no chance, but a 4-stop away gets him out of harm. Death Prophet in the end, still with the BKB on cooldown. They will get the kill, eliminating the position 2, which is a decent streak for RB to pick up, but really the damage has been dealt. That's 2 full sets of barracks advantage for the lads on Pakistan.
2 full sets of barracks. I would be a little bit concerned though if I'm on Team Pakistan. You know, the Snapfire hasn't had the most amazing game, but still 5, 2, and 4. Reasonably solid. With that kill though, getting, what was it, 600 gold from the kill, as well as a little bit of assist. Excuse me, a little bit of assist gold on top of that. Able to secure the tower.
There's another jump. They're onto the Wyvern. And what Ghost Khan? Oh, he turns. Drops the curse, controlling 2. Ghost Khan's unable to deal with Evil Ash, who is going to turn his attention back to no chance. Meanwhile, Hassan has been able to land the arrows, so the Snapfire is in trouble. And BKB will not protect you against Ghost Khan's Skadi. Oh, will it? He's just able to get the blink away. So RB gets out of trouble. And what Hassan's going to try and turn his attention to Madness, though, but still the stuns are lacking, so Madness, too, will evade the gank.
Doing a good job of that. I mean, this is a really tough position to be in. You know, you need to try and push things to the limit, get as much out of the map as you can, but You just don't have the farming potential to be able to do so.
Don't mind
The
if I
Spectre, still very slow at doing it. Skywrath could almost never do it. Grimstroke, Sand King, Snapfire, your big three that want to be showing on the lanes and looking to try and correct them a little bit. If they're able to get up onto this Daedalus on Abby, that's going to be a big difference maker. Just that burst potential against the likes of the Death Prophet and the Winter Wyvern.
He's pretty close to it. You were mentioning how much gold that Abby was able to pick up from the kills inside the base, getting the objective, getting away with his own life as well. So yeah, this is about to be Daedalus completed. I think the big thing we're looking for though is probably 25, but that's maybe too far away realistically. So if he can,
DD.
that'll help.
DD plus level 20 talent plus Daedalus is actually
That's a
pretty
chance.
deadly.
Yeah.
To actually deliver the Daedalus to him though.
They're going to smoke
go.
behind Ghost Khan and Black Sparks. High ground is under siege. Keep in mind, this is the last set of barracks.
Are fortified.
Really need someone else there with you. Mortimer's Kiss is almost completely wasted. I can tell they wanted those BKBs to go off, but...
Oh, they're in. Mr. Devil, great reactions from Abby with the BKB. He's going to be okay, but no chance he won't have the same fate. The Death Prophet swarming towards the backline is able to get rid of the Snapfire. Both these heroes are without a buyback, and Mr. Devil, he's back in. He's got another round of the ultimate, dropping the walls down, closing onto 2. Pakistan. Now they can turn all their attention over to the Spectre, just forcing HBK away from the defense. Mega Creep soon to be on the agenda.
Radiant's top barracks.
That is the Megas. Unfortunately for Team India, weren't able to pick up the Aghanim Scepter for the Grimstroke. Spectre just fallen way too far behind, even though she's reached her level 20 now. And I feel like, despite the fact that Ghost Khan's had a fantastic game with being able to pick up a ton of farm, this is all in the back of Black Sparks. Having a solid lane for himself. He has had 17 kill involvements out of the 23, and it just feels so incredibly hard to be able to kill him. I think he's got a sheep stick now as well, so...
You gotta make it go. Alright, they're not going to. G's are dropped, and Pakistan again continuing with their flawless run. They are looking incredibly dominant here in the South Asia qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm a part of the South Asian region, if they're playing like this at the international stage, I would be very happy to see them representing my region as a whole, because it just feels like they're versatile, right? Not so much in the Wyvern pick, and I guess the supports are the very least versatile, right? We've seen a roamer on the position for him, we've seen Wyvern style of defensive heroes with big team fight impact on the 5, but other than that, we've seen a little bit of variation, not just the Juggernaut for the position 1, not just the Bloodseeker, we see a much more farming style this time around, and Black Sparks going to perhaps a little bit more conventional with the DP, but it just feels like it doesn't matter what he plays, he makes it work.
No, without a doubt, it does make it work, and all of Pakistan making it work again for another game. Like you said, I mean, if in the end, if they are able to make it over to Birmingham and represent South Asia, who better of a country to be able to do so, especially with how solid they are looking. But that is getting ahead of ourselves. We still have plenty of games and plenty of series still on the line, but it's Pakistan in the driver's seat. We're going to send this one to a break, and when we come back, we'll find out if India can tie up our best of 2. We are back with our second game. It's Team India taking on Team Pakistan. And we saw, again, Pakistan. I mean, they are off to an incredible start in the South Asian qualifiers. But we're really getting down to the stage where there needs to be some much-needed victories coming out from their oppositions. We have a draft underway. And with how India have set themselves up in the first phase, are you a fan of this opener?
Yes and no, right? Like, I feel
10
like
seconds remaining.
you know you're up against a Death Prophet now, right?
5
So you've already got a
seconds
Hoodwink. That's a good
remaining.
amount of burst damage, and Undying as well. If he's able to get the Flesh Golem right-click onto you, that buffs everything up by a pretty big percentage.
Dire
But I need
team
more.
back.
I need more stuff that's A, going to be able to deal burst damage, B, going to be able to stun, and C, is going to be able to actually transition into something else beyond the initial burst, right? So something like a Dragon Knight is so good because you can get a pick off, and then if you're close to a
10
tower, you take
seconds
that as well.
remaining.
Same sort of thing with the Exorcism, right? That's why it's so effective. You get a pick off, you're sustainable, you can
seconds
take
remaining.
objectives on the back of that. Hoodwink and Undying, they might be able to win a team fight, but on their own, they don't actually push anything. So, you know, it's where something like a Shadow Shaman can come in handy to be able to contest with that. If I'm Team Pakistan, though, I'm probably considering going the Snapfire myself with this next pick coming through. It's not going to be a mid lane one. I'd say that's much more likely to be the DP playing that in mid for now. But, you know, against the Tombstone, just having it in the lane is going to be quite nice. And then even against a Hoodwink, that extra stun, that little bit of repositioning with the cookie can be pretty good as well for avoiding that chain stun, that lockdown that Team India are going to be looking to go for.
Do you feel like it's also a potential that they just go back into the Mirana because it's something that they're comfortable on, and it is pretty good versus the Undying. You get a lot of attack speed to be able to deal with the Tombstone, and it's just a ranged 4, and that's kind of what you need in the lane versus Undying.
I guess so. And, I mean, they haven't banned out the Mars, they haven't banned out the Sand King, they haven't banned out the Dragon Knight. And those are 3 heroes that are pretty great paired together with a Mirana, and you've picked a Hoodwink and an Undying, so you're not going to have an Abaddon or an Omni Knight or whatever else, right, to be able to stop that chain lockdown. So, yeah, I mean, go for your life. Just go the Mirana +1.
We see Team India. They're going to have to show a core in the next pick in the 15th, unless there's some
10
flexibility
seconds
with the
remaining.
Undying and Hoodwink, but I feel like that is not really a possibility.
seconds
So
remaining.
maybe this 15th can be someone. I think you're probably going to pick more than likely your mid laner and some way to flex it for, but because you do already see
Potentially
Death
offlane.
Prof.
You might offlane, right? Like, just a DK for that thing that I was talking about before, right? Pick off into something else. And, I mean, it's an okay way of dealing... Like, it's a scaling core as well, now more than ever. You can have some damage to do with the DP, but, of course, the Spirit Siphon's good against you as well. I feel like it's just going to be solid just to take away that option, because I've been saying before, Sand King, Mars... They might be able to get the kills, but they don't actually get you anything beyond that. So I'm leaning a bit more towards the DK.
Yeah, which can be a concern because we've always we like to mention kind of the checklist that everyone needs to. You need to get as many boxes as possible in a draft, whether stuns, initiation, team fight, pick off, tower push, just to name a few. And if you're missing a couple of them, especially tower push, then you can win as many fights as you would possibly hope to, but if you can't really convert onto objectives, it can prove to be a big issue. So India, they're going to go down the Underlord route. Not that it helps too much with taking objectives, and there is already a lot of percent damage on Pakistan with the Arctic Burn along with the
10
Spirit Siphon,
seconds
so it's
remaining.
definitely not a free Underlord game.
If you are able to win
5
team fights,
seconds
though, you're
remaining.
probably going to have a good amount of damage through that Atrophy Aura, so you can transition into being able to take towers. It's just going to be, like... It's not really going to be a situation where you're able to do it without winning a team fight first, if that makes sense, right? Because you're not like a Dragon Knight who's got his Elder Dragon form. You're able to attack from range. You've got the Corrosive Breath. you need kills either on creeps or on heroes to be able to transition into that. And like you've just said, if a Wyvern and a DP are alive, then they can make that very difficult for you. So I really want to see Team India go into a few more things that are going to enable them to get kills earlier on. What could that be? I wouldn't hate a Luna, for example, for them to come through. It pairs reasonably together with an Undying. It gives you that extra little bit of damage that you might need. Split between magic and physical damage, particularly against a Winter Wyvern, can be quite nice. And against a Mars, we've seen that it's pretty good at just being able to deal with his ability to trade in lane, right? You just get a couple of points into the Lucent Beam, and then suddenly Mars's life becomes a whole lot more difficult.
10 seconds.
Oh, for
remaining.
Pakistan, we've seen it's been Mars Mirana and the Mars Tiny. I feel like you're not looking for a double strength lane into the Undying, so I feel like this is more likely the Mirana as a route they're going to go down. I'm trying to think of, there's definitely some other spell casting range position 4s that could be a nice
Snap on
pairing.
Mirana.
Team pick.
Oh, wow.
I
mean, it's more percent damage.
Yeah, no, 100%. You're right about that. I'm not a huge fan of the double melee strength now into Undying. I feel like this is a secured lane for India.
There's no amazing Tombstone
10
hitters either.
seconds
Like,
remaining.
Doom really doesn't want to do it. I guess Wyvern can with the
5
range
seconds remaining.
on the Arctic Burn, but it's not fantastic. I don't know. I just really feel like a snap would have been perfectly fine this game.
Yeah. So another good one, gives you damage inside the arena and to be able to deal with the Undying. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case for Pakistan. So looking at Team India and their next pick, of course, still yet to show their position 2 and their position 1. You were asking for the Luna. Is there any other heroes that might come to mind in the carry role that can kind of fulfill some similar things to the Luna?
I mean, could they just Juggernaut into this? You don't have to worry about the Pit of Malice. You're a natural Manta builder. You deal that spell damage in the laning stage. You can punish a Doom that doesn't like to buy boots early on. I wouldn't hate to see the Jug.
I think it's got a very good matchup.
Like a
Dire
lifestealer
team
game.
ban.
That's fine too.
I think Mars is one of the... Mars can fare decent into the Razor, surprisingly, just with the kind of spear to knock him
10
away.
seconds remaining.
And Razor's not playing with anyone with like a stun or really heavy slow. I guess
5
Undying
seconds
can drop
remaining.
Tombstone, but it's not like it's very... The uptime on it for Razor to be aggressive consistently. So I'm intrigued on how it's able to
Radiant
shape
team
up. I don't hate it, but I don't love it as well.
I haven't
Dire
actually
team
seen
ban.
any teams do this, but I mean, surely it makes sense to just say, okay, I want to static link him, Undying, walk between me and the Mars, so that if he tries to spear away, he's just going to catch you instead. I feel like that'd be a pretty solid way just to counter it,
Radiant
but
team ban.
the cohesion from these teams hasn't been quite up to that standard yet, but this could be the difference maker. I mean, you were saying before that the Undying into 2 strength cores, obviously that's going to be great. This lane could turn in Team Pakistan's favor, though, if they are
10 seconds remaining.
allowed to let the Doom roam around and search for that
5
mana burn
seconds
creep. I mean,
remaining.
it's going to be so impactful just to completely reduce the Undying's mana and keep the mana regen aura as well for the Mars, just to be able to consistently spam out a lot of those spells without having to go into something like the Soul Ring potentially.
So you feel like the way that India need to combat that is just probably blocking up multiple camps?
You can only block up so many, though, right? Like, I think you
Dire
need to
team
absolutely block up the hard camp that Team Pakistan have to play with, but maybe just
Radiant
give
team
yourself
pick.
vision around the sort of
Ooh.
area. Ooh, okay. Give yourself vision around any sorts of areas that the Doom might be looking to roam to in your own jungle to be able to secure that mana burn creep for yourself, so that if you see him move, go and kill the Mars, basically, so that you're giving something up for the cost of going for that mana
10
burn creep.
seconds remaining.
Okay,
5
well,
seconds
yeah,
remaining.
I know you're a big fan of Sniper. You always like any opportunity to be able to watch this hero.
Go here.
Choose your hero.
I mean, you can close the gap on Sniper. Does he really care, though? I don't think he cares.
You don't think he cares? I think he cares.
How's the lane going to be as well? That's the other thing that we need to think about. Like, Undying, I don't think now you have the potential to kill the Doom, kill the Mars if the Doom goes hunting for that creep. That's my main issue. It's going to be a mid-Razor into a Death Prophet, which, I mean, Death Prophet's fine with that, right? Yep. So, I don't know. I feel like mid lane is going to be slightly Pakistan favored. I feel like the safe lane is probably Pakistan favored as well. And off lane is even now that you've gone the Spectre, who's incredibly weak in the laning stage. So I'm going to stick with Team Pakistan.
And it's also Spectre into a lot of percent damage on Pakistan. So I feel like Spectre is I was hesitant on him as a late game answer in game 1, but now as a late game answer to the Sniper, I'm pretty happy with it, but I just don't think it's going to get to that stage. That's my big concern. Like Pakistan, their lineup is going to...
It does get to that stage, right? Like you said, they've got plenty of percentage damage to be able to deal with a Spectre, so it doesn't really matter that you're this, like, 4,000 HP beast, right? You're just going to have an Arctic Burn on you, and you're going to have the Doom Infernal Blade on you, and you're going to have Spirit Siphon on you. How can you possibly deal with that? Spectre doesn't want to buy BKB.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. How are you going to be able to deal with all that percent damage? It's not like you can just tank up a little bit more. Extra health ain't gonna help out. It's just gonna make it do more damage. So yeah, I'm a bit concerned with how he's going to be able to combat versus. I also am very worried about how you deal with a Sniper this game. You know, maybe
plus, you've also got you've picked a Razor into a Wyvern, right? So you don't need to catch other heroes with a Winter's Curse once he pops that BKB. Like, you just want him to BKB, and even if he's next to a neutral creep, even if he's next to a creep wave, you're very happy to drop the Winter's Curse onto him and just waste a huge portion of it. Can't go walking up into your own Doom, though.
Oh, this big kill.
Ghost can't.
Oh my lord, what's going on? What?
How did they not react?
Oh no.
They knew it was there.
You do now if you die. Oh, they're going to converge. Sun's going to lead the charge. Mr. Devil's going to fall to the high ground as well. The damage not really flowing in at the moment. They're putting all their attention onto multiple targets. So Evil Ash is able to secure first blood, but Radiant, they are very weak. Undying, he's going to be killed off. I don't know if Freddy can stick around. B's incredibly weak as well. A Crypt Swarm along with another slam down from the God's Rebuke. But they might be able to turn it around as Black Sparks, he's chased down. Ghost Khan's almost going to be killed off. They won't have another round of the dagger, but they will have a bushwhack up in a couple of seconds. Ghost Khan, oh, one more right click, they get him. They get him, and meanwhile, we also see they were able to chase the Razor down. I have no idea what just went on. No idea. 5 kills, all right.
First blood. Undying. Okay, I mean... yeah, it's okay, I guess. Mid lane, just looking to chase up onto Black Spark again. That is a tower kill, okay. So 6 kills before the 1 minute mark. You love to see it. So what's he going to get now on Evil Ash? Looks like he's got the Orb of Venom available on himself. Gonna be pretty solid against the Doom and the Mars. So we'll see what he's able to do. Just get the constant harass in. I think they could probably get a bunch of kills here as a result of this, as he's looking to chase him down with HBK. He's going to have to back off for now, but this makes life a whole lot difficult for these strength offlaners. Got the Courier about to go down as well, because it's trying to deliver the magic stick, and I mean, you want to go for the kill, of course, onto the Spectre, but you also don't want a big part of your laning potential to be removed. So we'll see what they're able to do. On top side, what do we got on Ghost Khan? Obviously, he went for the shrapnel. Makes a lot of sense. There was a lot of heroes grouped up around a very small choke point, so he got great value out of that. But it's not really going to make trading with this Underlord super easy. You want to, you want to plink him every now and then whenever you get the opportunity to. And it feels like when Underlord hits that level 4 timing with the 2 points Atrophy Aura, 2 points Firestorm, it's just going to be a little bit too difficult to be able to deal with him. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. And mid lane, it's just going to be a trade back and forth in my eyes. Like Black Sparks, Abby, they're both playing kind of low right now, but they both also need to address the fact that you've got these creeps that are probably about to push into their own towers if they're not too careful.
On pause, Hassan's going to try and keep chasing down HPK, but
Dire's
he's going to be able to escape with the Scorched Earth. Expiring mid lane, Abby almost is killed off as well to Black Sparks' damage on the Death Prophet. Man, I almost died myself. Water went down the wrong pipe. Far out. Don't you love it when that happens? Huh.
Sometimes being a Hydra homie is a double-edged sword, you know?
Oh, I know, right? Oh my. Oh. Hydra homies are just... Water can taste so goddamn good, but sometimes when you drink it wrong, it tries to kill you. I don't know. I know what's going on there.
We're lucky in Melbourne. Our water's amazing.
It is, and I've got filtered water as well from the fridge. Top lane, Wyvern should be killed off. Joker just able to escape as the Acorn shot damage not enough. Ghost Khan considering to turn it back around with the shrapnel spam onto Madness.
The Acorn shot actually bounced onto him, so he'd used a salve, but it actually got cancelled immediately. So he's going to be able to get this, well, I was about to say get the pull off, but it looks like for now, Ghost Khan just wants to pull this wave behind the tower to farm a little bit more safely as Joker makes his way all the way back to base, one would assume. I still think you probably need to go back to base. Like, by the time you've used all 3 tangos, you're probably going to die. Unless he's able to get the kill onto Madness, that'd be nice.
Ooh, no, not going to be the case. Well, Mr. Devil might be in a bit of trouble bottom. Just some spam, nothing crazy. God's Rebuke's able to reposition the Spectre and the Undying kind of out of the aggressive path.
He's just getting these double decays off onto the Strength boys, and he's having a great time. Just right-clicking into him. He's got that right-click advantage. He's very tanky with the point into the Soul Rip. HBK this time around is going to have a much easier time in lane on this Spectre.
This is all top lane Joker.
tower is under attack.
Firestorm,
Yeah.
level 2, it's not enough. He's actually going to be able to keep his life, and meanwhile Ghost Khan's going to stand his ground to battle against no chance. Drops another shrapnel. He's able to secure the kill, so Sniper, beautifully done.
I think that tree got immediately destroyed when the Hoodwink used the Bushwhack onto it.
Bottom lane
So what
action
exactly did it?
continuing to break out. Evil Ash, Spear. Oh no, it didn't clip the tree. Hassan's going to be reliant on the right click damage to continue to chase him down. He does have the slow coming through from the Devoured Crete. But with the help of HPK's right clicks and the Undying's extra stats thanks to the decay, he was able to win out in that trade.
HBK is another wrestling reference, by the way, if you weren't aware.
Radiant's middle tower is under
What's
attack.
HPK stand for?
Heartbreak Kid.
Who's that?
Shawn Michaels.
Who's Shawn Michaels?
Now, he's a boomer. He's a boomer.
Oh, right.
He was
HBK?
famous in, like, the 90s.
They're going to go for the dive. Spectre's not an easy kill, and you've only got 1 point in the Scorcher, so not with the damage required. Meanwhile, we did see the Undying deny himself
Deny
to
himself,
the T1 tower. Meanwhile, mid lane,
that
Black
might mean
Sparks
they
is
wanna
going for a
go.
dive. Hang on a second, what's going on here? Oh boy, Death Prophet. It's going to be sacrificed. Razor gets the kill. It does come at a cost, of course, but at least he's able to find the experience from that.
I mean, surely you go for a kill here onto HBK. He was on his own in his lane for 20 seconds. You had the glyph available as well, but instead, they just hung back on pretty decent manner as Hassan trying to make a bit more of an aggressive movement, but he's just going to be a bit too late. HBK back to full banner and capable of farming here.
Okay, got too big slow. He's going to up out with Hassan being able to retreat. They're not getting too much out of this bottom lane, are they, on Pakistan?
No, not really. I mean, the thing is, it's against a strong lane, and you're not really expecting to get much out of a lane as a Doom, right? So I feel like he's not going to feel too discouraged on Hassan. By the time they're hitting this tombstone, though, it's already gone. Yeah, Evil Ash doing a great job of just keeping these two strength boys away.
Top lane, Joker.
They knew it was coming.
More action breaking out. This time it's going to be in a different lane as Joker's going to be cut off. Once again, Ghost Khan is feeling like he's in a position to be able to man fight. They've got another round of the Bushwhack, dragging further back into the Firestorm. That was perfect for Madness. Just on the edge of range there, drags him further into the pit. Black Spark's going to try and rotate top. The Underlord doesn't have a TP, so hopefully he can get loose throughout the trees, but Black Spark's hot on his tail. It will not matter, because again, Madness with that Bushwhack.
Yeah, nah, it's not.
Has to be careful to be able to get away, but that's a very good avoidance of the Exo.
Ooh, hang on, Abby.
The Exo, you got Abby.
Oh, look at the pit again. Locking the Death Prophet into place. They're going to try and give him the Cold Embrace, buying some time. The Exo heal will not come back fast enough, so I mean, that is huge if you're India. You rotate top, the Death Prophet uses Exo, gets nothing out of it, and then Razor's going to mirror that movement and end up killing the position 2 for a second time in a row.
Another kill gets claimed by the tower, so, I mean, you're getting little bits and pieces coming your way. Ghost Khan, actually, with that creep getting hit underneath the tower, has his level 6 available if he wants to put the point into it. He's really just waiting for Abby to reveal himself on the map a little bit, but I suppose he's got the infused raindrops as well, so wouldn't have been able to claim anything.
And this bottom lane, Mr. Devil is going to be diving into the towers. HPK secures the kill and is going to look to TP out. Hassan not going to continue the chase.
Ghost Khan, though, mid lane. Will he be able to be on point with the Bushwhack again? Not needed. He's already just pushing this sniper as far away from the lane as possible. Everyone's farming reasonably okay, with the exception of this Mars, but...
What is going on?
Deny?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, that was another deny.
Top lane. Run to Black Sparks. This early level in the pit, the double stun is really proving to be an issue for anyone that's entering the Underlord's lane.
Got a haste on the bottom side. Sniper looking to guard it for now. He wants to take it as well, but it would have been amazing for the DP to be able to pick that one up, but you just cannot run the risk of a Razor being the one to claim that. It's already so hard. You're getting run down a little bit on Pakistan's side, but they are still farming. That's the key difference. And you have the capability of scaling. You're going for very farm-intensive items here. The Mask of Madness on the Sniper, Boots of Travel on the Death Prophet. Mars getting the phase boots pre-Blink Dagger. He knows that the rest of the team aren't in a position to be the ones to make any kind of kills happen. I mean, you've even got a Doom, right? 2 points Devour.
Bottom lane. One's going to come through from HBK. Hassan will not be successful in the TP out. They're going to try and chain this into Mr. Devil as well. Do you have any stuns to halt the retreat on the Mars? So Mr. Devil will get out of harm's way, but you do get the Doom kill once again.
That was really quick by HBK. Like, that shows me that they've got intense trust between each other. As soon as Evil Ash called for it...
Oh, the jungle up top by the outpost. They're on the Death Prophet. Black Sparks chased down. It's Madness and Abby once again in conjunction together.
Hot lane. Mr. Devil getting chased down again.
Gonna have to drop a defensive arena.
It's not the worst, right? Like I've been saying before, DP not in a position to be able to fight. She wants the Boots of Travel. Sniper not in a position to fight. He wants that full Mask of Madness for himself. So you can kind of cope with being with just dropping the Arena of Blood so that you're not dying. It's important that you actually get something out of this next little bit, though. It's holding on to 1,000 gold. Is it worth buying up the Blades of Attack? Or yeah, there we go. So he has the full phase boots, probably a little bit more capable of running away from the Undying at this stage.
Now, what is the play for Pakistan being down 2,000 gold? Because really, on the 3 victories that we've seen from them so far, it's really been the strong lanes that they've had and then just transitioning that into a really good early game. So what are we looking to see out of them to kind of bring themselves back into this?
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Sorry, I was just looking to see if they'd purchased up a tome for themselves yet. It looks like they have, but I really want to see them give it over to a Wyvern. I mean, him being level 6, few of the kills that they've been able to claim so far have been a result of 2, maybe 3 heroes just rotating in onto a high priority target. He picks it up and he's incredibly close, 5 XP away from reaching that level 6. So I really want to see Joker holding onto his TP, the rest of the team playing as close as possible to a tower so that he's able to join and be some reinforcements, and then hope to try and make a team fight turn around to be in your favor while the rest of the team farms.
Do see bottom lane though, some pressure's being put on. Mr. Devil and Hassan combined together with the catapult. They might drop the arena for Evil Ash, and it puts a point in the ultimate. Doesn't have many 1 charges, and they're going to secure the kill fast enough before the reaction's up. And well, actually no chance. He's already showing up. They won't require the Doom. Oh, they're actually going to use the Doom. Okay, so Hassan dropping the ultimate. They feel the importance of shutting him out of the equation, and they will now chain this into the T1 tower down bottom.
Again, farm-centric lineup. You aren't really too fussed about dropping the Doom to be able to secure that. It probably dissuades anyone from wanting to connect through and maybe try and make that team fight turnaround happen. At the end of the day, it gets you another kill, it gets you a tower, Ghost Khan's able to continue farming. So, yep, Pakistan, they're going to be pretty happy with that.
So open up the map a little bit. We can see some aggressive plays come out once this Blink Dagger is completed on the Mars. Of course, it's going to take a little bit of time. Mr. Devil looks like he's going to try and occupy the dead lane, though. Of course, with the arena on cooldown, there's nothing really he can do across the map. So I like the read from the Mars, at least his position on the map.
I do want to see the Wyvern not go into this Blink Dagger. I don't think it's going to have as much of an impact as he thinks, just because when you're making an aggressive move with this Razor, by the time you've got the Blink Dagger available on a Wyvern, let's remember, this is POS 5, Spectre's probably going to be haunting every single time that they make an aggressive move, especially now that the BKBs have a 90-second cooldown instead of 75. So you're actually not going to get any use out of it. I want to see him get 4-staff. It's great against the Razor. It's great getting away from the 2.
They're stalking Black Sparks. Abby at the invis is going to have no chance stepping as well to provide some assistance. It looks like the good old Winter's Curse is going to be enough to give Death Prophet an escape avenue. And Dire, they are mass TPing down bottom. Ghost Khan on the edge of the arena is able to pummel into one. Turn to the Spectre next as well. Has to consider the Blade Mail. And the Firestorm damage might tick him out, and it does. No chance. With the damage over time, secures the double. And in the end, it's an even trade.
It's an even trade. They were a little hesitant to just right-click into the Spectre. The Blade Mail had expired, but still not wanting to actually commit the right-clicks on it. Feeling very conscious of the fact that the dispersion was layering out onto them as well. But that's the exact turnaround that I was talking about, right? The Winter's Curse onto literally anyone, as long as you get that full duration onto it, allows the TPs to come in from the rest of the team.
Yeah, back onto the Wyvern itemization. It just seems like interesting with the Blink, because you know the Horn's going to cancel it. Yeah, it's just going to cancel it instantly. So, like a defensive item. Yeah, 4-staff to help out with your life, help out with someone else's life. I think importantly, just you got a sniper. Like, this hero really, really relies on positioning.
And, I mean, now you've got an Atos on the Underlord as well. So you need a way to be able to get outside of that Pit of Malice when BKBs aren't necessarily available. You need a way to be able to break the static lane. You need a way to be able to get a little bit further away from the Spectre. Hell, you can even force stuff through a tree that Hoodwinkers bushwhack someone through as well, just to be able to break it.
Top lane, Mr. Devil and Hassan able to chase down Evil Ash. They were hoping for a bigger target than just the Undying. Of course, they had both their ultimates that they were looking to use together to maybe get a core kill, but unfortunately no one was home. Now, we haven't really spoken too much about HBK and his item build. We saw last game was the Manta into the Eye of the Skadi. Hold that thought as Abby bottom lane is getting pummeled into by the sniper. Dude, these procs are so annoying.
Radiant's top tower
Oh my
is under
God.
attack.
They're guaranteed to proc if you use the take aim, so Joker's trying to catch him out here. Ooh, he was hoping that one of those creeps survived there, and well, he's going to be able to back off in time. Yeah, Joker was just wanting that full Winter's Curse duration. Might look to go for it still. He's like, stand next to a creep. Stand next to a creep. No, that's too far for Joker, unfortunately.
The wraparound's coming though from Radiant. Ghost Khan, if he doesn't TP out, he should be dead. Gonna block off the avenue.
HBK as well.
Under attack.
They're on the sniper. They're gonna try and TP down for the Winter Wyvern, but I think the curse will be too late. To top we go. The Fiend's Gate out. Is gonna try and get there in the nick of time to offer them some assistance. With the Doom secured. And the arena dropped
Cancel
as
the
well,
TP.
just multiple ultimates, and yeah, they cancel the TP, so no chance. He might have to enter through the rift to try and escape this, but they're going to make sure that is not a possibility. And a toss to hold them away, and they won't be able to close the distance back to bottom. Evil Ash, a deep dive
Cancelled
onto the
his TP.
T1 tower.
Did you think you were hunting me?
DP was looking to TP back down towards the bottom side, but being cancelled up and doesn't have that boost of travel either.
the devil?
That queued up for quite a time.
He's going to try and bring down the Undying of the triangle, but Abby was stalking once again with another Invis rune. The Razor has been getting really lucky with the power runes, and this is going to be able to set themselves up for a kill onto the position 3 Mars.
Well, he ended up getting doomed and focused that time around, but at least this time HBK is putting a bit more aggressive emphasis onto the game, right? You were asking me before what I thought about the Blade Mail. I like it. I mean, you just saw what it meant in that previous fight around the Tier 1 tower at bot side. It makes Pakistan second guess themselves. It makes them think, well, can we out-sustain this, plus the dispersion, plus things like the Soul Rift that are going to have a sustaining effect on India's lineup.
Try and take the fight down bottom, at least defend the tower. Tombstones at the ready on Evil Ash. Madness stating.
Push away with Joker. Like the Observer Ward there. Get set up, you know that they want to push into this tower. It's so tempting. 131 HP. Joker, he's actually going to back off entirely, and well, they get the D-Ward anyway, so nicely done. Good presence of mind there by Evil Ash to be able to set up for that.
Dyer's bottom
Never
tower
a
is under
Wyvern's
attack.
hanging around, you know he's up to no good.
Dyer's bottom tower has fallen.
More Black Sparks. Just going to try and shove out mid as fast as possible for Radiant. Able to cut him off, so this does put them in a position where you now kind of have to shove out mid before you make your next play. They're still hunting Ghost Khan. They're going to be able to catch him out by the outpost. A beautiful movement from No Chance and Madness. Runs into the carry of Pakistan, and with the help of the Haunt, they're able to secure the kill.
Didn't even need to use the Dark Rift either, so No Chance still has that available if he wants
They
to.
want to fight. Look at this. The ward on the high ground, though. Evil Ash drops the Tombstone, halting them in their tracks, and now with the pick controlling the fight, they're going to use an arena defensively, but the BKB from Abby just runs directly into the middle. They won't have a way to be able to cancel the TP out from the Death Prophet, but everyone else will be vulnerable to the damage, and they are not done just yet. As Mr. Devil gets greedy, trying to farm up the creep wave, and he will be slain under the Tier 2 tower.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Abby just with his aggressive style again, like I feel like this is the way that you need to win games these days. Just more aggression than the enemy team. Not just aggression in mindlessly running at the enemy team, but heroes that are capable of doing it if the situation warrants. Quick farmers, shove out the lane, be able to fight around your cooldowns. Honestly, even though Spectre's sitting 5th on net worth right now, she's been doing what she needs, right? She's been getting active and playing around the rest of the team around these BKB timings. Maybe another 30 seconds until the BKB's up. Still 100 until the next haunt, but HBK basically every second BKB is going to be looking to join in with the rest of the team and farm in the most efficient areas possible.
It's been a very different Spectre game from what we saw in game 1. Well, the net worth is still not looking as good for HBK, but at least it's not like he's having to keep up with the Medusa. Yes, 100% right. The impact is there, and we're seeing the Haunt conversion rate is much higher.
Still is falling a little bit behind in levels, probably about 1.5 compared to the enemy sniper, but of course that's going to become less of a factor once he picks up that Manta style. He's able to push out these other lanes. He looks to join in a lot more fights with the impact of Haunt plus the Manta into attacking a Winter Wyvern. All of that desolate damage really does stack up very quickly.
Well, how do you feel like the next couple of minutes are really going to shape up from either side, as we do have India smoking as 4?
Dire are scanning.
Wonder if this is a little bit too early, perhaps. You know, still 20 seconds left on the Haunt cooldown. Really depends on who they catch here, with Ghost Khan playing underneath his tier 2 tower. No one revealed on the map. He knows that they're going for some kind of aggressive attempt, and well, he disassembled his dragon to finish up that BKB for himself if they did end up going for that kill attempt onto him. They're still lacking in stuns on India, so BKBs are going to be a really useful tool for them.
Playing HBK might be in trouble. Hassan's going to jump. Doom is out. Mr. Devil's going to connect as well with the arena. And there should be plenty of damage to get rid. Oh, maybe not actually. Evil Ash. The Soul Rip. It's actually going to be enough to keep him alive, and now they're continuing to chase this Mr. Devil. He won't be able to make it out as the Sharpshooter cancels his TP, and they'll run into the Doom in the tree line as well. So great reactions coming out from India.
Even look to Haunt again if they end up running into anyone else. HPK TPing all the way back to base, and still only 100 or so gold away from finishing up that Manta style for himself. Don't hate this BKB on the Razor either. He just wants to get on top of the sniper and look to drain away that right-click damage.
He's already got a Blink Dagger too on Abby, so it's just going to jump in and really try and soak away all the damage that the sniper will be dishing out.
Nope. Manta style, straight into the Roche pit on HPK. You'd have to think that he wants to pick up the Aegis for himself. They're getting it on Abby at this point in time. I'm not sure how big of a fan of that I am. I think you can absolutely look to play as 4 on Team India right now, and if you find someone, just haunt in on top of them and look to win the team fight that way with your double lives. And if they go on the Spectre, as long as you're still playing as 4, you can just Dark Rift to be able to help him with the second life. But instead, they're going to put her onto the Razor, they're going to put him onto the front lines.
Well, they're going to find the Doom. That's a pretty valuable pick-off. You're able to bring him down. Should secure the T2 tower.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Trading anything here.
Dire structures are fortified.
It's just the mid lane that's been
Radiant's middle tower
tapped on
is
a
under
little bit
attack.
by Black Sparks.
They might force a BKB.
Top tower is under attack.
He actually walks back in. Okay.
It's very... Oh, that's 80 seconds now without a BKB, so it's gonna... That's pretty much what Death Prophet is very much reliant on to not get blown up in these fights.
Yeah, you'll lose tier 2 mid for this. No glyph available.
Abby, an aggressive jump. You'd love to force out an arena as well. Atos to hold him in. Pit's gonna fall up as well, but back to the safety of the higher ground. They were gonna try and chuck out a Winter's Curse as well. The Sun's gonna fall with the Doom. It's onto the Underlord, and well, Sniper's got a free fight at the moment on the high ground. This is perfect. The ideal scenario for Ghost Khan is just able to stand his ground and right-click from afar. There's Mr. Devil with the chain control. They're beating it to Abby. Protected with the BKB. He will be able to run himself away.
Okay, well, you do pop a bunch of stuff on Team India's side. Madness, playing around his ward as much as possible. But once that tombstone goes down, see you later, Mr. Hoodwink.
How'd they see him? Huh?
Flying on the Wyvern. I have no idea.
Alright, well. Really, that is... I mean, whenever you have a sniper on your lineup, that's the perfect scenario. You just have them overcommit into a position where they can't continue to chase. You have your back against an objective, and you can just stand your ground and start to pummel into the enemy team. And we saw that to be the case, and his damage is going to continue to ramp up. So even though he's top of the net worth, he's really not dealing... the punch is there, but he's going to be able to upgrade the Pack-a-Punch in a couple of minutes here for Ghost Khan.
I'm trying to think
Radiant's middle tower is under
what
attack.
Abby gets with this next little bit of gold for himself, because
Radiant's middle
to
tower
me,
has
this is a
fallen.
Lincoln's game. Like, you absolutely need Lincolns to be able to counter the Winter Wyvern. At the worst, you're going to be able to counter the Doom, because they have absolutely nothing else that's going to be able to go through the BKB charge. So I just feel like you on this Blink Dagger, you need something that's actually going to enable you. Well, maybe if the Wyvern's dead, you can still continue to push on forward, but with Wyvern alive, you just need to be so cautious on who you go on right now. They're still lacking in stuns, and they have plenty of ways to be able to disengage on Pakistan.
Andis is hunting. He's hurried up forward. Almost running into Mr. Devil. That was also a curse used as well from the Winter Wyvern before he died, so we'll not have this available for the next 50 seconds. So there is definitely a window here for India to take the second tier 2 tower down bottom.
Radiant are scanning.
Moglyph available.
Dire's
Expect
bottom
farming
tower
top.
is under attack.
Getting closer to that Aghanim Scepter again. Just more aggression. I know he's not the most traditional late game carry, but Razor absolutely can be. Having a lot of kill involvement so far, and he really does counter your main win condition on Team Pakistan right now, as long as you've got the correct items to do so, and with
Dire's
that Blink
middle
Dagger on
tower
Abby,
is under attack.
that's exactly what he has.
Radiant's
of a-
top
You have
tower is
coming out
under
to her.
attack.
She just had a finished item, or is
Fire,
it the
maybe?
Boots of Travel?
Oh, booted. Okay. We'll see. Level 20 is going to be pretty important for Black Sparks. Probably
Dire's
the...
middle tower is under
Do you want the 400 health just so you don't get blown up?
I don't think they're getting blown up. I believe that was just outside of the vision that Radiant have on both sides of this mid lane. So well, if they move out of position, it's going to be a little bit on the back of luck, a little bit on the back of just assuming where they can't see. Maybe trying to bait someone to move into them with the use of that shrapnel. No Chance might be the one to take the bait. He's going into that more right-clicking style now. And
Well, they've got to deal with the ward on the back line. DOTA needs to get rid of it. They're even going to get rid of the Hoodwink as well at the same time.
Haunt
Once
used
to the
already.
middle. Black Spark might be in trouble. Pops the extra. BKB is going to turn it back around. This is not a good initiation from India. As the Death Prophet just melting through the Underlord's health pool. They've got a Sand for good measure. All the percent damage they would ever require to get rid of the position 3. And Pakistan lose no one.
Like you said, it wasn't the greatest initiation, and even with that Haunt use, right, it felt like it was incredibly early, so the Wyvern would have had the potential to be able to come back into this one and use the Blink Dagger plus the Winter's Curse. Just didn't quite get the opportunity to do so with the positioning for
Radiant's
himself.
middle tower is under attack.
Well, we are closing in on the Aghanim Scepter on HBK, so this is going to give you that single target jump, which could always prove to be an issue for the likes of the Wyvern or the Sniper. It's the Devil. Gonna run to the Hoodwink. It's like a arena just for the Hoodwink kill. Should have the Assassinate damage as well if required, but alright, you'll put the Hoodwink in the grave once again.
I wonder what he's going to go on the Spectre at the level 20 talent. I know it seems very natural to want to go the plus 350 health, but if you go the Aghanim Scepter, it casts a Spectral Dagger whenever you cast it onto the target. So I feel like if he puts that onto the Sniper, that's just going to enable your Razor even further to be able to, jump on him with the Blink Dagger, get the static link, and then it's going to be so much harder for him to be able to escape.
Do you even want the extra health this game against the percent damage that Dire have?
Yeah, it's weird, right? Like, it really depends who the fight begins on for both teams. Like, if you're just man fighting against a Sniper, of course you want it, but we've mentioned towards the beginning of the draft, Infernal Blade, Arctic Burn, Spirit Siphon. It doesn't make it feel nice, that's for sure. So, yeah, I'd be going the Spectral Dagger slow if I'm Spectre this game. Anything else
Yeah,
big
it's
coming out? I think they got Refresher now on Razor.
Yeah, and he's got that Lincoln's queued up afterwards. That was the item you were mentioning. That's really going to help out a lot versus the single target, mainly the Doom, the Curse. And I think it's just another protective item to enable him to jump the backline, because that's his role. Just get on the sniper. That is the main thing. Beeline towards that target. Try and make it so he's not going to have a free fight where he doesn't have to stand his ground and worry about his own life.
Sange available for Sparks. Want to see them give a tiny bit of priority over to Evil Ash here. He's 200 gold away from being able to finish up a Vlad's. Again, such a value item to be able to have at this stage of the game that you gotta just give your support that little bit of fun. Just one creep wave can make a huge difference in the context of a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, no doubt. You see he's even got the Revenant's Brooch. Revenant's? What am I? Wraith Pack, sorry.
Essence Ring? Oh.
He's got the Wraith Pack queued up afterwards as well. We've seen that a couple times so far today. I don't think anyone on Dire has this queued up for the moment.
No real natural builders of it, I suppose. Maybe the Doom.
Refresher. He's already got one Perseverance, almost a second. He might jump, no chance, but there's no one else really nearby. Death Prophet's going to try and TP in, and they'll actually use the Doom for this kill. But MKPR is a heavy commitment. Exo along with Doom's ultimate to try and bring down the position 3. They're able to do so. Does it come at a cost though? Instantly Arena, Winter's Curse providing Joker the space. HBK is going to be protected for the moment. He's going to use his second round of the ability to try and jump the backline. They're onto Ghost Khan. Oh, look at the damage. What is that? Abby just ripped apart 2 heroes that were there and then they were gone, and now they're on Black Sparks. Is able to secure the kill. They might be able to turn it back around though. Speed gets a connection. Now the Exo Spirits soloing down the Razor as Black Sparks goes unscathed in that team fight, and they are not done. They'll whip the Undying in the back. They've got to deal with the Tombstone though. Stopping the Blink Dagger from Mr. Devil and the threat of the Spectre. They don't see him for the moment, but the Doom's back alive. They're going to jump him under the T2 tower. In and out they go. Spectre gets the kill, but it comes at a cost as they will lose their position 5 in Evil Ash.
Any chance that you get to just put a little bit of that extra net worth into a Spectre, it's worth it. You know, maybe just making them believe that they could get the easy kill in onto the Undying. And they were right, but it was at the cost of something. He actually does end up going into the Hell, so I'm really not a fan of this. Like, the Spectral Dagger pierces spell immunity, you've got a Razor that you're enabling, you've got the Aghanim Scepter, everything lines up with the Spectral Dagger slow / bonus talent being better for the Spectre this game.
Oh, who's he going to be jumping? Alright, they're on to Joker. Oh, even Curse used as well. This is... I mean, you mentioned it in... early on, just saying this Spectre matchup for the Wyvern is... it's not too fun to play.
What's Wyvern got queued up? I can understand the Iron Disc. You know what I'd want to buy this game on Wyvern?
I'm not going to say 4-star value.
Have a guess. No, it's not 4 stuff. I'll give you 3 more guesses.
I'm good, man.
No, 1 more guess.
I'm guessing. Alright, defensive items, so he's got Glimmer, he's got Blink. I say Force, but you say no. He's not going to go Aeon, so... I mean, you could consider a Ghost. Ghost Scepter is not going to be the worst. Razor Spectre. We also have Roche going on. We'll play that game afterwards, because Roche fallen pretty low. They got Curse on cooldown.
On Asan so far.
They got to get some vision. They're going to jump. Once again, Doom's committed on the Underlord, but they got the second round of the Doom. If they can find a HBK, there we go. Ultimate's out. Someone needs to snag the Aegis of HBK. He's able to play with his second life. Meanwhile, the mouth of the pit, Abby. Oh my, just 3 hits down the sniper. With all of the stolen damage, they're unable to deal with the Razor. Now they can turn to the Death Prophet next. An exceptional fight for Team India.
It's really Abi doing everything, right? He's just getting in onto the back lines, using that Blink Dagger to its fullest potential. And we just see how impactful that Haunt is as well. It forces the Wyvern to play a much more defensive style of game than she probably wants to. She wants to be there, consistently able to just get that Blink, that counter initiation in to get the team fight set up in a way that's going to benefit you. There we go. This is exactly it. You just can't allow that easy way to get in onto the Wyvern.
Is under attack.
All right, quickly, what items were you wanting before we got this next fight?
Dagon.
All right, well, yeah, okay. Yeah.
No, it's
I
not a
can
joke.
see
I'm
why.
serious.
No, I know. I can see why. You deal with the illusion. Yeah. It's definitely an interesting choice.
It's a great item against the Spectre, man.
This is a bit of an issue for Team Pakistan. Really, the first time we've seen them with their backs against the wall. They don't have Sniper for another 30 seconds. They don't have their ultimates as well.
Revealing the Doom with the placement of that tombstone. You bought back on Joker, but I'm not really sure how useful this is going to be. You know, you don't want to give up your life for free. Asun doesn't have his ultimate for a good minute. No refresher available either. It does feel like you need to just give up this bottom lane. This is a big win if India is able to take it.
Oh, without a doubt. Throughout the day, we've just been mentioning how strong Pakistan are looking. Honestly, the past 3 games, they've pretty much been untouched. So the team that we're in the driver's seat, and the fact that India are in a position where they could be able to tie the series 1-1 against probably, so far from what we've seen, arguably the best team. So this is definitely huge for their chances on India.
I'm just trying to think what can Ghost can't go. I like the fact that he's going into the Lincolns just to be able to avoid a lot of that aggression coming in onto him. Doesn't want the Shadow Step to be used onto him.
He literally has everything he would need. He's got BKB, even he got lucky with Spider Legs, and he's gone the Egg Shard. So you have the items you need to be able to get out of the Razor. It just really depends on where you take a fight. Like if it's in a location where there's no high ground that you can run up and then all of a sudden Razor's got to find stairs to follow you, then that's it. It really just comes down to now the fight location. That's not a good way to start. And that's going to cost you Doom's life, and you got to hope he's got a buyback. Which he does. Got to use it instantly. Abby can turn to try and deal with Black Sparks, but you see how difficult it is now with the BKB expire, but great reactions. Abby instantly pops a second BKB. Now they're on the high ground. Joker's in trouble. A curse of the last seconds. Able to get the golden rays off as well, but it will not matter as Joker gets ripped apart after the curse expires, and they're just out executing them.
Buybacks used all for nothing. You've got a buyback on the Doom. Again, like, it's unfortunate. That comes down to some individual play. Probably give more credit to India, right? Just putting an illusion rune onto the front lines. You don't expect any kind of Manta on a Razor at this stage of the game. So you're probably willing to be able to pop that Doom just in the hopes that you're getting that kill. Razor now at level 26. He's got the extra attack speed. He's going into the Skadi. Never mind. He's just changed things up, going into the Aghanim Scepter. I don't hate it. The tower push isn't amazing so far, so that'll definitely help things.
Yeah, definitely. I like this adaptation from Mr. Abby. Just had a solid game overall. Honestly, all of India, it's felt like they've fulfilled their roles that they were needed to in a game like this. Now they are pathing their way to top. Let's see if Abby's going to get greedy for this next wave.
Pakistan have been off the map for too long. So,
okay, they see the Doom, the ward on the high ground.
Doom
Trying to TP out Abby. Does he have the 10 meat? He doesn't. Oh no, but maybe the Mars. Got BKB for quiet. He's gonna pop this without hesitation, making sure there is no opportunity, but okay, yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to penalize the BKB being on cooldown.
Saying before, Spectre doesn't really like to buy the BKB, but wouldn't you know it, he's got it queued up, so that percent damage not going to be very effective. Is that a Aghanim Shard now for Sparks? Yes, it is. It's also got the Spider Legs, so really useful. They, I believe Mr. Devil ended up stealing the Aghanim Shard away from that previous Roche that the Spectre ended up snagging. So that's why the Sniper has the concussive grenade, I believe.
Okay.
Only 60, never mind, 20, never mind, no gold away from having the Lincoln Sphere for Ghost Khan, so going to provide him with a little bit more safety.
Now, we were mentioning before, like how Sniper looks to take fights with just your back to your own objective, where it's very difficult for the enemy team to have the full map to chase you down. If the location you're taking the fight is in their base and you're diving past T3s and past T4 towers, then it's very difficult to blow up the Sniper. So he's an exceptional high ground defender. And honestly, they have multiple heroes that are very good at defending high ground on Dire. So this is definitely a way back in for Pakistan, but they got to execute still.
Evil Lash, be careful. He's got the full Wraith Pact and the Force Staff available for himself. Oh man, Spectre just getting a very high amount of farm. Actually ended up going for the Basher instead of the EKB to be able to start with. Madness has to be a little careful himself though.
Do they want to start the fight on the Hoodwink? It's an early EXO again from Black Sparks. Towards the backline they go. They're unable to bring them down, but now with the Death Prophet being in trouble, Arena's going to buy him a little bit of space, but the Sniper eats the Sharpshooter, swallows it whole, and now the rest of Pakistan are in shambles. A curse to buy them time, but it looks like it will not matter. Two vital components have been put in the grave, and they do not have a buyback.
They don't have the buyback, and yeah, I mean, the real one that you're concerned about there is the Sniper just going down way too quickly. It was all of that burst damage coming through, the Sharpshooter landing from Hoodwink, be able to take him out, and yep, not even waiting for the last lane of Rax to go down. They call the GG, and Pakistan, they'll end the day 3 wins, 1 loss. I have to say they'd be pretty satisfied, but it does leave them with a little bit of a shaky spot. You know, India are able to go undefeated here on forward, and Pakistan might be up for some tiebreakers later on.
Yeah, it definitely puts us in an exciting position. That's what it does. You wouldn't want a team just dominating every single game, every single series, and then, you know, guaranteeing a spot, of course, over into Birmingham. Like you said, it puts us, you know, with the potential for tiebreakers, maybe more games, maybe more series. That's really what everyone's looking out to watch, because we're having some really good Dota action, especially between these two teams. India being able to battle up versus Pakistan, and that shows us some signs of life for them. They looked very good in game 2. The strategy was able to come together. And for Pakistan, they got to go back to the drawing board for their remaining series. But yeah, like you said, India going 1-1 to start. Very solid for them.
Yeah, I think maybe they went to the watering hole a few too many times. The Winter Wyvern, still a weak laner. We're not compared together with the most ideal lane partner. And it really feels like Abby put in a ton of work on the Razor to be able to make up for the Spectre having a slower start to the game. So well done by India. And that is all for our second series.
Yeah. Well, our second series is going to be done and dusted. A 1-1 tie between Pakistan and Team India. We're going to send this over to break, and when we come back, we'll have our next series ready to rock and roll. And we are back with our last series and last game of the night as well. Team Sri Lanka up against Team Bangladesh. Now, this first game was going on while we were trying to end our previous series, and the victor of that was Team Bangladesh. They were able to take that in 22 minutes, so a bit of a beatdown from them. It was 16-33 kill count. We do have our draft underway, so we're going to jump over to that one as well. But Danog, is there any... We've got the Dota buff up for us. Is there any kind of standouts, anything that maybe we would have to keep tabs on in this draft?
I think Team Sri Lanka are very happy with these first 4 bans. I think they just want to remove these massive snowballing lane dominators as much as possible. I mean, sure, whatever. But like a Visage, a CK, a Coddle, and a Mars, right? Just removed their incredibly strong laners, so I feel like Sri Lanka are like, cool, we don't have to deal with getting run over incredibly quickly to be able to start this one off.
What do you mean, whatever? You are
First pick Wyvern isn't good, man.
Okay, but you're a Wyvern fanatic. I feel like at least this year hasn't been in the meta for how long now? Like 6 months, a little bit more?
Radiant team
It's been a good pick in the right situation. I think that's where I like Wyvern to be. I like it being a solid pick against people that need BKB, heavy physical damage, and being able to avoid people that don't have stuns.
Dire team ban.
Against a Puck, you're screwed. Just Puck will make your life hell as Wyvern. So it's a nice little counter coming out early for Team Sri Lanka. Wonder where this Earth Spirit's going to go. Like, could we see a mid Earth Spirit coming through here against the Puck? I honestly wouldn't hate to see it. It's not exactly like you want to be running a strength hero into an Undying. We saw what happened with that one previously. You know, the Undying essentially won that lane for the Spectre combination.
Overall, how does the Earth Spirit really shape up versus the Puck, though? Is it a little bit... Is Puck too slippery for the Earth Spirit to be able to catch?
I don't think so. I think you're able to get in a decent amount of right clicks. You build up those levels. Earth Spirit has really good strength gains, so you become pretty tanky early on. And you know, the more farm you get, the more experience you get, the more levels you get, the higher the amount of lockdown is that you're able to get against the Puck, right? More points in the geomagnetic grip, stuff of that nature.
You see there's potential for the flex from Bangladesh, but at the moment they more than likely have their duo supports picked up early on. And for Sri Lanka, though, I do like the response in the Puck. I feel like Wyvern against Puck can go back and forth just with your potential to catch him out in a side lane. Winter's Curse is a very, very low class point, and even in a fight you might be able to clip the Puck on someone else with the curse, but that's really about it. You'd probably hope to have a little bit more chain control, but once you get the first stun, then hopefully the second and third can fly in afterwards.
Yeah, I'd say those situations are rare, though, and I feel like Puck is just going to have an easy enough time farming your lives over and over again that he'll be able to buy something like a Lincoln's, and then that really isn't as much of a factor.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Definitely those situations are more rare than what it would be if you're, say, got a Shaman or Lion in the game, or some real good Puck answer where you have that instant stun and then makes it very difficult for Puck to play Dota. But
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, with Team Sri Lanka here, I wonder, like, are they just going to Pango into this? Because it feels like they're just banning out a lot of what beat them last game. And I'm not sure if it's just an understanding of... Maybe it's a very shallow decision, right? Because they're like, oh, Coddle did well against us, let's get rid of it. Oh, Nightstalker did well, let's get rid of it. Oh, Bloodseeker did well, let's get rid of it. But it's like, well, you got to understand the reasons why those things did well. You know, the Puck is going to do very well this game because it's against the Wyvern. It's going to be very good. But last game you were running a Pango into a Bloodseeker. That's hell. Keeper of the Light, I understand that ban, but the Nightstalker as well was just something that was able to get in on top of the likes of a Pugna, a Storm Spirit, a Skywrath Mage, and just completely deal with you. So I don't necessarily feel like this is the greatest Nightstalker or Bloodseeker ban unless they're specifically going for the Pangalia pick coming up.
Which hopefully they do go down that route. It looked like Matrix had a bit of a tougher showing on the Pangolier, but they first phased it. They picked it in the second pick overall, and that's where the answers were able to come through. So now that you protected a little bit more with the second phase of bans, I really wouldn't hate for them to go back down that route. We even got a Necrophos getting banned out as well. And, all right, they're going to go Timbersaw instead. So interesting. Their bans, really the Necro is the only one that kind of protects the Timber.
A little bit the Bloodseeker, but I get what you mean, right? Like it's something different though, which is what I like. It's something where they want to be dominating the lanes. They want to be able to deal a lot of that burst damage against the likes of the Wyvern. So yeah, I really don't hate this Timbersaw pick. There are plenty of options left to be able to deal with him though, right? Like the Razor's in the pool, the Monkey King's in the pool, the CK isn't, but you can go something like the TA as well. I really wouldn't hate the TA actually. Lane the TA into the puck. Have an answer for the Timbersaw later on. Be pretty nice. But doesn't seem that way with these picks that we've got coming out here.
10 seconds remaining.
One of these...
Mid-Wyvern, do you?
Yeah, I was going to say, one of these heroes has to be a core from Bangladesh. So, I don't know. Do you want to put the Earth Spirit as a core now into the Timber? Like, I feel like maybe because he can go down the Spirit Vessel route. Early Spirit Vessel to be able to deal with the Timbersaw. Maybe you want to give Wyvern a core role just to more points in Arctic Burn early.
Get the Acceptor. Have that consistent ticking percent damage against the Timbersaw. Very nice way to be able to deal with a Tombstone from range. The only reason I'm thinking it might be the Wyvern instead of the Earth Spirit is just because Fate played the Earth Spirit last game in the position 4 role. So I'm thinking that's probably a little bit more likely to have happen. Grimstroke most likely going to be paired together with the Ursa. I was mentioning him before in a previous series how the buff to the Earth Shock slow percentage at level 1 is actually pretty significant, especially when you're also getting that increased movement speed coming out of the Ink Swell. So now it slows for 22% at level 1 instead of 16. So that's a nice little buff for him there. This is really strong kill lane against the Timber.
Yes. I was just going to mention, this is probably the best pick I think they could have gone for. The Ursa matches up very well versus the puck. You can be a Basher / Abyssal Blade builder later on, so you can deal with the puck. You're very good against the coil because you are more than likely going to have Acceptor that time, so you can just enrage, break the coil. You've got the stats of resistance. You deal with the Tombstone. And also Timbersaw, you are like top 3 of the heroes to lane versus Timber, and even as a game to deal with the Timber, because tanky heroes don't feel really tanky with the Fury Swipe stacking up. So I do not think they could have gone for a better pick on Bangladesh.
It's another Tombstone hitter as well. Eventually you can build into the Basher or the Abyssal Blade, which can be nice against the puck. That makes a lot of sense, that's for sure. What are they going to get that's going to deal with a Wind Ranger, though? I feel like this Wind Ranger is specifically there, and it's going to be the call of, all right, they're going to go on me, Timbersaw. They're going to be using the Inkswell onto the Ursa. They're going to Earthshock onto me, and then they're going to throw the Phantom's Embrace onto me. You need to right-click the Phantom's Embrace so I can Timber Chain away, or you're saving your Shackle onto the Ursa, so I'm not just getting burst 100 to 0 during that stun/silence.
I'm still intrigued what we're looking for on Bangladesh, honestly. Batrider, Sand King have both been banned out. They can also both be flexed to the 2 or the 3, so nothing really is obvious at the moment.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, I was about to say to they Bloodseeker on Sri Lanka, but they've gotten rid of it. Would have been a really nice pick.
5 seconds remaining.
Just stuff that's going to kite Ursa as well. I mean, that's what the Anti-Mage and Weaver bans are about. So you just have to think of what are some other heroes that are going to be bouncing around these team fights. It would make your high ground push pretty terrible, but it's not the worst Ricky game. Against the Timber. I mean, we were saying before that they didn't have amazing answers to the Timber pre-Grimstroke and Ursa, but now you've got 3 great ones.
Puck is a pretty decent matchup versus the OD, though. So
I feel like it might be offlane OD, though.
Yeah, that's what I was...
So you just need something that's going to be aggressive.
Like
PA, Ricky, Monkey King.
You gotta be. I don't know if it's gonna be like a meteor hammer route on OD. If it is, then you gotta be cautious. If it's like a greedy farmer, that maybe if the lane doesn't go as well, all of a sudden you're gonna lose your objectives. What's going on?
You may now select your heroes.
Well, it is a one Shadow Shaman. Unless they're changing up their roles. I mean, Tensa played one.
Yeah,
and
I know. I don't remember. They're missing with. I don't remember ever saying Matrix in their previous game.
I don't either.
They got still their Tensor and Satan. I don't. Okay. Regardless, I'm really intrigued about this Shaman pick. It's. I guess they were lacking a little bit of control, and they didn't have the greatest way to take objectives. So Surf Mods is definitely going to be able to help out with
but scaling.
Yeah. Are they having a bit of fun? Because they're 0 and 3, right? So are they?
Yes.
They are mathematically out. So maybe a little bit of fun, Shaman carry.
I think if they win every single game, they've still got a chance, but it's probably stretching it a little bit.
Maybe hoping for other results as well to go their way. So, look, we'll see. It's a very interesting draft from Sri Lanka, and you have personally, honestly, been calling for the Outward Devour for a couple of series over multiple days now. So it's going to be exciting to see it picked up. It's pretty decent this game. Mainly the reason you want it is against the Timbersaw. You have pure damage with the Arcane Orb and a lot of bursts with the Sanity's Eclipse. So I'm excited to see how it's able to shape up. It's also a pretty decent setup as well for the Earth Spirit. Just get that Astral, easy roll, easy follow.
It was Beaver, by the way, instead of Matrix previously. I wonder what build he's going to go. Like, looks like he's going the Meteor Hammer style, which is fine. But I really want to see him go like 3 Null Talismans plus some, probably the Power Treads into a Blink Dagger. Maybe he can only afford to have 2 Null Talismans because he needs the BKB as well.
A lot of shout outs going on. Shout out Mum.
Why not? Is there chance?
Shout out Dad. Love you guys.
Matrix going bot. Might be changing up these lanes a little bit.
Oh, it might be a 1 Timber. We don't know. You actually no. You well, could be a 1 Timber, but yeah, again, you're probably more likely right. You're just looking to avoid the Ursa. So, okay, who out of the 3 heroes top? Who's
Timber
the
into
core?
OD. You're not loving that.
Yeah, I know you're right.
Let's have a look at their items. Wind Ranger? Is it Wind Ranger?
I think. I think it's Wind Ranger. Wait, we can.
Begins.
So we can check Wikipedia, but the names.
No, that won't change anything.
Oh,
Like they were playing different roles previously. This is just something new.
I meant for last game. I don't know if last game they were as well. But I can't even see. So, all right, we got our second game underway, guys. Keep in mind, Bangladesh, they do have a game advantage. We weren't able to cover game 1, but they're going to be starting with a tri-lane up top. So Face going to take a lot of damage here against our Mish and the Wind Ranger. Are they going to get it? No. Oh my lord.
The tri-lane is to use 3 heroes for it, and well, Tensa was just a little bit too focused on those creeps in lane. Obviously very important to not let too many of them just get killed away, but Lost Blood, so much more.
This is a Shaman call with Brown Boots first. I guess you got a lot of right-click damage, so do you really need stats to CS?
Yes, you do.
He hasn't missed any. He's saying, no, I don't need no stats.
Yes, but he's going to fall behind in experience. I feel like you have stats to be able... You don't need stats to be able to last it. You need stats to be able to survive trades. Here we go. TP up top. Looking to make an aggressive play, perhaps. Oh,
The Undying
they
can
have the
TP
outnumber
bottom.
now.
Rolls completely off the mark, so they won't be able to follow up. I was going to say, I really would have liked them to hold that TP until Faith had level 2, so you could then Ink Swell the Earth Spirit, then be able to go in, but Grimstroke's going to step a little bit too far forward, eating up a lot of damage. They don't have the small camp to be able to reset the Equilibrium.
So now what? Does Faith have to go bot?
It's very awkward now.
This isn't the easiest lane for an OD either.
It's nice rotation, at least for the Earth Spirit.
Radiant's
Stopping
middle
Sadin from
tower
being
is
able
under
to
attack.
refill his bottle. So has one more sip, so they're going to get both water runes over to the lads on Bangladesh.
All right, predictions. I'm going to say Bangladesh.
I'm keeping it open. I would just want to see the itemization on Tenzo. Got Arcane Boots queued up. They're considering about rolling in. You got the win run though on the Wind Ranger, so not going to be easy. So let's go for the Shaman instead. Inkswell is going to be able to cancel the shackles, and RR will be able to secure first blood. So beautifully done. They're going to shove the lane in as well, so the tower should be able to help out a little bit with the creep maintenance.
Able to pick up those arcane boots by the time he comes back to lane. I really want to see him put someone else up here, though. I mean, the Undying, of course, made that TP down towards the bottom side, but if you've got mana boots this early on, you really want to just have as many heroes benefiting from them as possible. If Tenso moves forward too many more times, he's just going to be in a position where he's going to be taken out pretty consistently. Although mid lane, Jin nearly able to land there onto Satan again with his role in the mid lane.
I don't think Bangladesh cared too much about bottom not going well for OD. He's getting a decent amount of experience. The mission is starting to zone him out a little bit more, but they have Timber answers. It's not like if Timber free farms, he's going to have a good game. And I think if you have an Ursa free farming, he should be able to take over. So I'm kind of surprised Jin comes down bottom. I don't know how much he's going to get done. I think he'll move very shortly.
I'm pleasantly surprised with how much Wyvern's been able to get out of this lane as well. Top of the net worth charts at this point in time. Has a nice little null tally coming out to him. Probably wants to be finishing up the magic wand soon just to free up some item slots.
We haven't seen Wyvern, at least mid, in quite some time as top lane. Some battle. Breaking out, RR should be able to get the kill once again. He's up to 2 kills early on for the carry on Bangladesh. I was just gonna ask, what are you expecting the Wyvern item build to be? Is it kind of still the standard like we saw prior with kind of the, was it like Witchblade, Ags, Boots of Travel?
Yeah, really want to hate to see the Witchblade. It gives you the True
Bottom
Strike
lane.
hit as well.
Apologies, they're gonna go in for this. Tombstone and Matrix should be able to chase down Jin, and an easy one. Now, you are giving a bit of gold over to the Outward Devourer. Well, maybe it's going to cost him his life. Just get the Tombstone kill before you die. It's a lot of gold. You need it. There we go. +1. Oh, we got the kill as well. I really wasn't expecting to get the Undying kill too, but all right. OD's... I'd say you're pretty happy with that trade.
Yeah, of course, 1v2. You've got Jin coming down here now to soak up more of that experience. In terms of the item build, I really think the Witchblade is going to be a great item this game. As I was saying before, you've got obviously the True Strike as they get another kick through onto Matrix, and now you've got the OD looking to set up with the Astral, of course. Arcane Orb consistently able to deal all of that pure damage.
He might be dead. He's gonna... You can't really pop Soul Ring to chain away. There's another roll, another Arcane Orb up shortly. Gonna be relying on the kick damage, and they'll find the kill. Wow, I was not expecting Matrix to die in this lane.
Just thinking what else he could potentially look to go. It's going to be a really nice Scythe of Vice game as well for either the Wyvern or the OD. Just to be able to lock down the puck, to be able to lock in place the Timbersaw as well, make them that much squishier.
Shaman got queued up. Ah, come on. Give me some right-click Shaman build. What is this?
Dragonlance, maybe.
Yeah, hype mid lane curse to set up for the roll. And Jin, perfect position here for the Earth Spirit. 2-1 and 2 has been involved. 4 out of the 5 kills from Bangladesh early on, and I like how active he's been getting.
He needs to, right? Like, you've got very, very weak lanes in terms of, like, squishy heroes. So someone like an Earth Spirit who's able to soak up a lot of that damage is going to be absolutely wonderful to be able to have against this. He's made his movement up top. Going to try and find out this Wind Ranger, but land onto the true target, which is going to be Tensa. He's already died a couple of times in lane, but won't die again. At least until Faith and the Ursa perhaps make a movement in onto him, but everyone's farming. Everyone's sitting back. I mean, this is exactly what Sri Lanka wanted. They're not getting dominated by any super strong laning stage heroes.
Nice play through on the Outward Devour. Cancels Matrix, Ashwood out, and then was able to TP back to the T1 tower. So he's closing in on the Meteor Hammer as well, just needing a couple more components. But once he has this completed, I'd like to see them go back to bottom lane.
Farm. You probably
Yes, sir.
expect... I know he's been left pretty solo, but I still think you might expect a little bit more out of this OD at this stage. I suppose he's going to catch up once he's got
Top
that
lane.
completed Meteor
Nice
Armor.
kickback. Wind Ranger has only got 1 point in the wind run, so it's not going to get enough distance away. They might consider turning to Tensa, but back to the safety of the T1 tower is the Shaman. But they can go again with the creep wave getting shoved in if they want to. I think that's a call to me. Shove the lane in, go for Tensa. The Earth Spirit's still hanging around by the secret shop.
Speaking of Earth Spirit, he's making his way towards mid. Is Winter's Curse available? Yes, it is.
They can find it though. They got some creeps as well to be able to bounce a Splinter's blast off. TP's the Sonic comes through from the Shadow Shaman, but the silence afterwards. Perfect use of the chain control. They don't get the kill though. They don't get the kill. The Pox able to survive through the stroke of fate damage, and now they're going to turn to the Wyvern. Tombstone drop this. Everyone from Sri Lanka are moving to mid to try and bring down the Winter Wyvern, and they'll be successful at doing so. They'll turn this into a third kill as well. There's a nice emphasis from Sri Lanka, trying to keep the puck alive and then turning it back around to get 3 kills of their own.
Very nice. That's all on the back of some really quick fingers coming through from Satan there. Able to get the phase shift off, dodging out the initial rolling boulder that was coming on through. Silver linings, of course. You've got Diskun, who is finished up his Meteor Hammer, so he's able to push in this bottom lane a little bit, get a lot of that valuable experience that, of course, he needs to be able to deal with this Timber Saw.
Regeneration.
Early Serpent Woods from Tensa. It's already level 6. I suppose Wind Ranger's already level 6 as well, so soaked up a lot of experience at the top lane, but there we go. T1 tower is going to be claimed. They might be able to even this though with the Meteor Hammer on Diskun.
What have we here?
Do you feel like top lane? Faith should be chased down. Tensa trying to close the distance, able to land the shackles from afar thanks to that early 8th lens. But they will, there we go, even up at the T1 tower. So now that we both have each side safe lane tower destroyed, what do you feel like is the next big objective for either team? Who's going to be making the plays first?
I think you still just want to make sure that this mid lane is secured a little bit more for the Wyvern, right? You still haven't come online yet. You don't have the Witchblade finished up. Same sort of thing with the Puck, but at least he's got a couple more Null Talismans to play with. And they've got to try and make as much use out of these siege creeps as possible, because you don't have the benefit of those Mass Serpent Wards.
Mish, kick back into Faith. Should have plenty of damage, but the Winter Wyvern to being able to combine together. Now they got to be cautious. They group up. The Curse controlling 2. Are they going to have any extra control afterwards? You bet they are. Phantoms and Brace dropped on the dome. And now the rest of Sri Lanka are trying to show up to the fight, but with Ara nearby, the swipes are stacking up on the Timber Saw along with the magic damage. Sanity's Eclipse dropped on the dome. They're going to dive onto their tier 2 tower. Why not? For good measure, secure the team wipe. 11 minutes in, as Bangladesh cannot chain this into a T1 tower mid.
Sure, they weren't expecting the double Splinter Blast to come through with the assistance from the Soulblind there on Faith. It's just a ridiculous amount of damage at 11 minutes. So they're looking to press their advantage, press the strength of their draft, and punish the fact that you still haven't really gotten much more than a support Shadow Shaman would probably have maybe another 5-6 minutes into this game.
And they're going to get a decent chunk of damage on this tower, honestly. Probably like 700 with the Meteor and the Catapult. But this game's only going to continue to get more difficult once RR completes this Diffusal Blade, and it's about one Crete wave away from that.
He got on OD at the moment. Looks like he might be building into the Tranquils just to provide a little bit more of that capability of staying out on the map. Into the drums, eventually
mid lane. Wyvern's going to be in trouble. And the Curse once again laid down, but they've already dealt plenty of damage to be able to secure the kill after the Curse. RR's going to try and TP into the middle, but I don't think the Ursa will do much in this fight. Enrage used defensively. Going to try and stand his ground, but it will not matter. Matrix with the pure damage afterwards gets the double, so a 2-for-1, but Tenso has well and truly fulfilled his role with the Serpent Wards at the mouth of the objective.
Trying again to get a trade here on Team Bangladesh. Meteor Hammer being dropped onto the
They're going to go in. Hang on. You ain't got the damage to hold them back. Matrix against a Strength Hero just rips them apart. Only 1 point in the Whirling Death, but that is plenty of damage to kill off the Earth Spirit.
Don't even get that top tower. Barely tickled. And they see exactly where OD's looking to farm. So they have the damage. I mean, Shadow Shaman's so incredibly close to being able to pick up that...
They got 5 heroes.
Range.
They have the damage. Yeah, why not bring everyone just to make sure they do?
Alright, well, Witchblade completed. You've got a point booster coming out now on the Winter Wyvern, going straight into the Aghanim Scepter. Of course, great for the Tombstone, great for the Timbersaw. The Witchblade, great for being able to get the damage over time onto a Puck who wants to have the Blink Dagger for the True Strike against the Wind Ranger. Yeah, it's just very solid all around.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Do you feel like Dire really aren't on much of a timer to close this game out? Just continue fighting farm, and you're going to be happy to take like a mid-game timing with these items?
I'm still not seeing how this Shaman does anything late game, unfortunately. I think he's been playing pretty well so far, Tensor, but you will drop off. It's not like even a Lion you could potentially say is going to do something late game, because you've got that scaling with the Figure of Death. You can go into the AoE style of build, but Shadow Shaman stays pretty stagnant for most of the game.
Maybe you're putting a lot more emphasis on the Timber to be the main damage source, but it's not an easy Timber game at all, so... they're going to dive Tensor. Yeah, walked into the hammer, tried to find the stun to stop Deeskin with the Meteor, but it will not be the case. Now they're going to turn it back around, though. Timber trying to end the fight, but he doesn't have the mana to continue to chase. It's all going to be on Satan to lock the coil. Oh, what a curse. Taunting 3. Timber killed off with no remorse. Now they can turn their attention to the park. They're lacking the control for the moment, so a jaunt to the south. But now a Mish, I mean, he does not have this escape avenue. As Winter Wyvern secures the double. This is all... Oh, Satan? Actually considering about going back in. It's a decent amount of damage. He's going to orb aggressively into Jin, but he gets the kill before the Rolling Boulder. And now the Shackles as well, locking the Grimstroke into place. They have to respect the Winter Wyvern, as the puck is going to end up ticking out to the Witchblade. Ursa's late to show up to the party, but he's going to end up wrapping around from the south to be able to cancel the Shackles. They need to get the Wyvern out of the woods. They're able to do so. The right-click damage, even with Matrix showing up finally. Finally, they get rid of the Wyvern. Now they can try and turn to deal with RR, but hang on a second. This bear's angry. He's going to try and sink the claws deep inside the life of Radiant, but Shackles to hold RR back. They're doing a very good job to kite the Ursa. but the heroes are respawning shortly. Now with Deeskin back alive, it could be able to provide the Astral Sustain. He's actually going to use it aggressively instead. They need to do with the Tombstone. RR needs some heal. He needs something. He's avoiding them perfectly down to the west. AB. He's trying to get that last little tick of damage. It's going to be off the mark with the power shot. Now they can roll in full. The kick hitting 2. Meteor Hammer as well with the rolling ball of follow-up. They're going to get the puck again. Satan's gone. And Mish is going to join him in the afterlife in Bangladesh. What is going on? That team fight went for so long, but all the corpses littering the ground.
They're having fun right now, Team Sri Lanka, that's for sure, because he straight up walked into that fully channeled Meteor Hammer, zero pressure on Puck to try and avoid that, and I just wonder if they're even going to look to pop any kind of glyphs to be able to defend against this push. It's just another tier 2 that's going to be taken down to a good amount of lower HP.
Oh, we got it! Oh, Windranger got it! No way! I was like, are you really going to TP down bottom? I don't know about this play. Top lane, they're going to go for the Timbersaw. Jin's on the mark with the rolling boulder. You don't really have your damage source, and his Eclipse on cooldown as well. You're going to be relying on the Arcane Orb, but Deeskin is just eating tower right clicks as now Satan will show up. Cancels the opportunity for the Grimstroke to be able to retreat, but the Earth Spirit does escape.
They use the glyph there just to have the multi-shot for the team fight as an additional source of damage. It is still 17, 18 minutes, so any kind of tier 2 multi-shot is just going to be so devastating. With that, there's the Blink Dagger coming out, so it really still is, to me, the Wyvern that needs to be target number 1 in every single team fight. But now, he's level 15. He's been able to get the level 15 talent as well for the Arctic Burn debuff. His Aghanim Scepter coming out. This is a dangerous Wyvern. It just ups the priority for being able to take him out even more.
It's not going to be easy, though, with the... He can always utilize this Arctic Burn, so just importantly is his positioning. It's going to be a lot easier now for him to be on the right side of the fight.
See what he's able to do. Just focusing in on this Timbersaw at this stage, and yeah, they'll see the fact that
he might solo kill Matrix. So I'm just going to tip it down. Oh no, he didn't kill the creep. He does have RR nearby, instantly trying to target down the Shadow Shaman and Matrix. He committed onto the Wyvern, returned with the Arctic Burn. The percent damage is ripping him apart, and along with the Fury Swipe to Radiant, they still want to continue to take the brawl. Satan's going to show up. Secures the kill onto the Winter Wyvern, but they haven't dealt with the Ursa just yet. Plenty of life still to keep him healthy. But they are not respecting the Puck's damage output. 5, 4, and 7, but his impact is felt much more than what the KDA is showing. Is going to try and chain this into another kill. Will not be able to lock in Jin.
That's what I was talking about with regards to the Scythe of Ice. It's just going to be so effective at being able to lock down that Puck, but you can see, he knows it's coming, both the Scythe as well as the Winter's Curse. So Lincoln Sphere next on the menu for Satan.
Have you seen Satan's attack? It really does look so weak, because he's got the Witchblade for the projectile speed and the Quicksilver amulet as well, so it's super fast.
Yeah, try, if you ever get a moment, try doing it with Silencer, with like Flames.
Hold that thought. By the triangle. The Timbersaw is going to be in trouble. Roll in from Jin and Faith. They've got the Spirit Vessel. Oh my, I wouldn't expect the supports to be able to get the kill, but Jin, with this Spirit Vessel timing, is all they need to get rid of the Timbersaw. He doesn't have a Dispel. Now Amish is going to try and TP up, but that will not be successful.
Imagine downing the power of supports, honestly.
Oh, shake my head. What a call player.
But yeah, if you ever get a chance, Silencer plus Witchblade plus Shard plus Quicksilver Amulet is kind of stupid. Just
what's a Shard do?
Bouncing. It gives them the bounce, like one bounce. Like, Luna a little bit.
Jin, your team's roshing at the moment, and you are behind a T2 tower, my friend. I guess he does have the Grimstroke nearby. Can he get the Silence to be able to cancel the Shackles? Won't be able to get in range, so no way. Oh man, I hate this Inkswell Shard. It's just too good. Oh, that was close. Cutting the nose hairs there. T2 tower, Tensor is in trouble behind the objective. RR pouncing once again on the opportunity to bring down the Shadow Shaman. And now they're going to turn to Matrix next. They got the Phantom's Embrace to offer the control. There will be no chain for the safety of the high ground. Dude, Shaden is still hitting this bottom tier tower.
Dire's bottom tower
Feels like he needs
is
to
under
do something to
attack.
make space. At least he's getting a trade. He will be able to TP back after pushing in one more wave. Again, just taking a lot of the attention away from the Radiant side of the map. It doesn't seem like they care all that much on Team Bangladesh. They're wanting to make use out of this siege creep. Now with the puck back though, he's going to be able to join the rest of his team in aggressive movements.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Goddamn Gale Force.
Ooh, that
Radiant's
cold
middle
embrace might be a bit of a
barracks
grief.
are under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under
Inkswell if need be. You reset though. Everyone on Radiant's back alive. They're going to miss the roll to the puck, but RR does not miss on the support. And now once they're able to land the curse, the puck is killed off. Maybe gonna get anything off after the phase shift. Oh no! He blinked in the stroke of fate path. Oh, you hate to see it. Alright, now it's gonna charge up once again. Behind the tier 4 towers they go. He's got the Aegis advantage. Not deal with the first life, but good luck killing him a second time. As tier 4 towers, for what? They don't give a damn about how deep they dive.
They are all dead, Discun, and probably about ready to call the GG again around a similar time. Still, the tower push isn't amazing, but somehow... what? Okay, just continue to go in deep. Somehow keeping the siege creep alive. It's nearly 23 minutes, and good old Cardi still doing his job, pushing in the building.
A reliable Cardi, always doing his job. Jesus. They not a lineup that pushes fast at all. Alright, finally Glyph, and they're gonna get out. Do you get? Yeah, you probably get out with it. Oh, alright, Puck's in. That's a big coil. That's a big coil. Now the Ursa, they might be able to blow him up before the BKB. RR's able to pop it at the last second. Playing off the back of the live, so gets the first, gonna turn towards the second. There's no way he gets a double kill, and yeah, they'll shut that opportunity down before it comes into fruition.
There on Len, able to get that regen rune, so immediately just going back out onto the map. Gonna look to try and keep that Arctic burn on as well, just to maximize the amount of time.
Satan's walking under a ward. They're gonna be cautious again. The curse onto 2. Diskin should have to follow up control off the back of the Meteor Hammer. Timber's gone. Puck's gonna join him in the afterlife. And now they can turn this into the undying kill as Bangladesh. Beautiful placement with the ward by that outpost. They knew exactly what was going on. They were able to scout out the movements of Sri Lanka, and they could set up perfectly for that skirmish.
They're just going to do the same again. The creep wave not quite pushed in enough, but just looking to consistently make sure that you're cutting the creep wave off right in front of the Radiant base. Push the lanes in, more than passively. You still got Discun down here to assist the creep wave as much as possible with that Meteor Hammer.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh. Maybe the one deterrent for a high ground push is waiting for that next Roshan, but it's going to be quite some time until this one's available.
I don't think patience is an adjective I'd use to describe Bangladesh so far this game. They're like, 18 minutes, time for tier 4s.
That is a very good point. I mean, there's already another catapult wave. It's going to take quite some time to be able to connect, but as long as you've got the Meteor Hammer.
They've got Kyron Sanj on the Wyvern coming out at the moment. You have 20s for even more slow on the Arctic Burn.
Oh, beautiful leash. Shaman and Puck controlled together. Puck's going to try and get out of range. They're waiting for the curse to lock them in. There we go. Curse at the last second. Taunting 3. Somehow, it's been the day of the Winter Wyvern, always getting ultimates onto multiple heroes, along with the Sanities. 4 down, no casualties on the side of Bangladesh. They can now surround the Wind Ranger deep inside the territory of Sri Lanka. I don't think Sri Lanka can do anything. It's just nothing they can do. 20,000 deficit, they're all dead, and it just might be the series over.
I'd say so. I mean, OD, even during that fight, not even needing to pop the drums, excuse me, just doing it now when it is pre-pitting time. But yeah, Ivan, good hero.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, at least the people that have been playing Wyvern is making them look good.
Radiant's
But is he 3 from 4 today?
Dire's
4 from 4?
Not
Is he
four.
lost?
He's lost
Radiant's
one.
middle tower is under attack.
Well, it's time to feast. Take the souls of Sri Lanka's players.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Of the Shadow game.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Another pop
attack.
culture reference. Don't worry about it.
Okay, sorry. Won't understand.
You're not understanding Yu-Gi-Oh, honestly.
Say,
Oh,
say,
up.
Atrix gonna get on the Grim Show. Nice wrap around for the Astral, buying him a little bit of time. Tensor is caught in the backline. Another curse connecting onto multiple heroes. This will give Faith an opportunity to step in, leashing them together. The Astral does get rid of the Phantom Embrace, but finally the G's are dropped and Sri Lanka are forced to tap out of our last game of the night. It's going to be Bangladesh taking the series 2-0.
Very, very nicely done. But this kind of makes things interesting going into the second day, right? You probably won't be considering Sri Lanka up there as one of the potentials to move on through, but Pakistan, they are 3-1. India are 1-1, having taken a game off each other, and Bangladesh are 2-0. So lossless so far. They made that look very easy, being able to roll over Sri Lanka. But who knows? You know, we've got 3 more series tomorrow. Bangladesh taking on India first, then India, Sri Lanka, and then Bangladesh, Pakistan. So you would assume probably that India is going to get that 2-0 against Sri Lanka, and to me, that makes that last series honestly the first and last series of the day. Anything that Bangladesh plays is going to be incredibly important, right? Like if they're both 1-1s, then I believe we will probably have all 3 teams equal on 4 wins, 2 losses, and then who knows what that means in terms of tiebreakers. But well, we'll have to wait until tomorrow to see that. But it's not just that South Asia region tomorrow, I believe. We've got the Oceania stuff happening as well, and maybe even some Africa stuff.
Yeah, more Dota tomorrow. That's the main thing. Just a lot of Dota action here for the Commonwealth Championships South Asia qualifiers. And like you said, it's not just South Asia. We've got the Oceania potentially coming up, Africa. So just main thing is more Dota to be able to determine who's going to be going over to Birmingham. But at the end of the day, at least at this series as well, it's going to be Bangladesh taking the series 2-0. We will see you guys back tomorrow for some more Commonwealth Esports Championship qualifiers.